At midday, the scorching sun was soaring high in the sky, and the golden sand of the desert seemed like it had turned into lava beneath people's feet. At that moment, the scorching sun was shining down on the Blackwood tribe. Even though it seemed calm and peaceful, the atmosphere was rather depressing. At the entrance of the Blackwood tribe, a great majority of the tribe members were standing in wait. The head of the tribe was standing at the very front. His daughter Nuana was also by his side. However, Nuana's hair was an absolute mess and she was bound by rope. Her face was one of sadness. However, she wasn't scared at all. She only felt desperate and hopeless. She had been tied up by her own father and he was going to sacrifice her to a monster, the second young master. How could Nuana not feel desperate and hopeless? Everybody was calmly standing there and waiting. Finally, the sounds of hooves filled the air and drew the attention of the Blackwood tribe. They all looked extremely nervous. Very quickly, a cloud of golden sand rose in front of them and a group of armored horses arrived at the entrance of the village. I am the second young master of the wolves of the desert. I've come today to propose a marriage alliance. A loud and clear voice filled the air. Immediately after, many people were applauding and cheering him. With one sentence, he had stated his purpose as marriage. It didn't differ much from a kidnapping, though. The second young master only allowed the Blackwood tribe to keep face, nothing more. The different horses opened a path for the young man as he appeared before the eyes of the Blackwood tribe. That young man looked extremely arrogant. When he saw that Nana had been tied up, he was stupefied and said in an ice-cold tone, "Who is the head of the Blackwood tribe?" Heimu took a step forward and looked at the young man while bowing. He then said in an overly polite tone, "Venerable and respectable second young master, I am the humble head of the Blackwood tribe. I heard that you were interested in my daughter Nuana. I, Heimu, am willing to give her to you. She is now yours to do with as you please." But the second young master frowned and said coldly, "Who tied her up? I am here to propose a marriage alliance. This is not a kidnapping. Besides, I want your daughter and the other girl who was with her yesterday. I want you to hand them both over to me. They will be my new wives." As expected, Heimu wasn't surprised that second young master had come for Lin Feng's wife. Nona was just a bonus, nothing more. Venerable and respectable second young master, please accept my most sincere apologies. I tied Nuana up because she voluntarily released the other girl, said Heimu, sounding angry at his daughter. But in reality he was terrified of the second young master. The wolves of the desert were the cruelest people in the region. If the second young master didn't forgive them, it would be the end of the Blackwood tribe. When the second young master heard Heimu, he was stupefied. Then, an ice-cold light started flashing in his eyes. "Do you know why I came here? Do you know what my purpose was?" asked the second young master in a very aggressive tone which caused Heimu to shake. "Yesterday I didn't immediately attack and kidnap them because I attached too much importance to her feelings. I felt a great deal of esteem and respect for her. That is why I said, and I couldn't have been clearer, that I wanted everybody to be here today. Otherwise, why do you think that I came here in person for your daughter? That's ridiculous." The second young master's voice was becoming colder and louder as he spoke. He then added, "Now you allowed her to leave?" Heimu was shaking. He was terrified. "Venerable second young master, my daughter received a bad education. She let her go. You can take Nuana and deal with her as you wish. You can humiliate her as you see fit." When Nuana heard her father's words, her face turned red. Her father was telling a monster to take her and humiliate her. Could he still be considered her father? "I will," said the second young master in an ice-cold tone before adding, "But first, I will destroy the Blackwood tribe." "Young master," shouted Heimu. He raised his head and said, "Second young master, I am offering you my daughter, and after that, the Blackwood tribe will listen to anything you say. We will work for you." "Ha!" The second young master was stupefied. When he heard that the Blackwood tribe would be willing to work for him, he thought that it might be a better result than annihilating them. What a shameless excuse of a father! At that moment, an ice-cold voice filled the air. Everybody was stupefied. "Who's that?" He Mu turned around and immediately saw two people in the distance slowly walking towards them. It was precisely Lin Feng and Meng Qing. When He Mu saw them, he was stupefied. The second young master also narrowed his eyes. Immediately after, he smiled. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng and Meng Qing would return. "Why did you come back?" shouted Nona. Lin Feng had already left. Why did he return? He was delivering himself and his wife to the enemy. "I never intended to leave," said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng and Meng Qing quickly arrived in front of everybody else. Then they both glared at the second young master. "Interesting," said the second young master while smiling. He immediately added, "Hey Mu, you said that you were going to work for us. Now go and kill that brat and hand me the girl." "Yes, master," replied Hey Mu and then added, "Hey Shan, go and kill him." "Yes, foster father." Hey Shan took a step forwards and looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold glare while releasing a deadly energy. Initially, he was supposed to marry Nuana once he became the strongest warrior in the tribe. He felt that stopping to talk with Lin Feng was the cause of everything that was happening. If they had never met Lin Feng in the desert, none of this would have happened, because the wolves of the desert wouldn't be interested in them if not for Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked at He Shan's deadly energy and laughed. He then said, "I am warning you, don't attack. I never show mercy to those who want to kill me." "Die, bastard!" shouted He Shan ferociously while throwing himself towards Lin Feng. He released a brutal energy which created a hurricane as he attacked. "Wow! How strong!" thought the members of the Blackwood tribe while looking at He Shan. They were all cheering for him. He really deserved to be called a warrior of the Blackwood tribe. He Shan was really strong. Very quickly, He Shan arrived in front of Lin Feng. His fist was moving closer and closer to Lin Feng's chest, but Lin Feng remained absolutely motionless. He wasn't reacting at all. "Kill him!" shouted someone from the tribe. Lin Feng had to die for them to survive. Nuana opened her mouth, her face was deathly pale. Lin Feng had returned, but he was going to die. He Shan was one of the strongest warriors of the Blackwood tribe. How could Lin Feng compete with him? While Nuana was thinking this, He Shan's fist bombarded Lin Feng's chest, making all the members of the Blackwood tribe laugh out in joy. He Shan was monstrously strong. Lin Feng didn't even put up a fight. Boom! He Shan's fist crashed onto Lin Feng's chest, causing his clothes flutter in the wind. However, the smiles suddenly froze in place. They could all clearly see that Lin Feng was still standing, motionless, and his expression was unchanged. He hadn't moved at all, and he was clearly still conscious. Lin Feng wasn't dead, he wasn't even injured. "Ha!" He Shan was shocked. He punched Lin Feng again, but Lin Feng remained completely motionless, like a huge mountain. He Shan was dumbstruck. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng, who was now laughing because he found the situation terribly amusing. "How's that possible? What's going on?" He Shan's fist was shaking. Everybody watching was astonished as well. Lin Feng had just been punched in the chest by He Shan multiple times, but he hadn't even moved an inch. "So that's how you were planning to kill me?" laughed Lin Feng coldly. He looked perfectly calm and unaffected by what just happened. Everybody was stunned. They hadn't thought of the possibility that Lin Feng would be a strong cultivator. "I warned you before about attacking me," said Lin Feng in a cold tone. He then slowly raised his hand, and then pointed his finger. Lin Feng's finger was pointing directly at He Shan. Suddenly, Lin Feng's finger started to move, which frightened He Shan, who started to quickly retreat. However, as weak as he was, would he have a chance to retreat? Lin Feng's finger immediately landed on He Shan's throat and slit from ear to ear. After grabbing his throat and convulsing, he slowly collapsed onto the ground, dead. "He Shan is dead?" He Mu was shocked, and his heart was now palpitating even more violently. He Mu was blankly staring at Lin Feng's figure. He would never have thought that the delicate and handsome-looking Lin Feng was actually a powerful cultivator. "Because of a few words from them, you wanted to kill me. How ridiculous," joked Lin Feng. He Mu wanted to kill him because of what the second young master said. He Mu was convinced that Lin Feng was a weak young noble and not a powerful cultivator. However, If he had known that the second young master from the wolves of the desert was only an insect in comparison with Lin Feng, he would have acted very differently. He was shocked by the turn of events. Nuana was dumbstruck as well when she saw Lin Feng attack. She also hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful. Lin Feng looked like a weak young noble from the city. When they first met, she assumed that he had run away from a noble family and entered the desert. Meeting them and then encountering the wolves of the desert had caused this situation. Interesting, joked the second young master, interrupting everybody's train of thought. The second young master was still sitting atop his horse. He then smiled and said, "I wouldn't have thought that the tribe would allow someone like you to cultivate. Even if you have cultivated a little bit, the truth is that everyone from the Blackwood tribe is useless." When Lin Feng heard him, he was surprised but immediately laughed and shook his head. That second young master was really a waste of space. He hadn't even been able to determine Lin Feng's strength from such a blatant display of power. "Xianxia, take some people and bring me his head," said He Mu in an ice-cold tone while pulling a long face. Xianxia was the strongest warrior of the Blackwood tribe. He had already broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer. He was using his famous weapon as well, his wolf-tooth club. His wolf-tooth club weighed 150 kilograms. With a single attack he could tear flesh and break bone. Xianxia was a huge muscular man who was bareback. He grabbed his wolf-tooth club and rested it onto his shoulder. He looked imposing and domineering. His eyes were large like copper bells, and he was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. "I don't need anyone else to interfere. I will kill him myself," said Xianxia in an ice-cold way. He only took a few huge steps in Lin Feng's direction and immediately arrived in front of Lin Feng. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he raised his wolf-tooth club and was aiming at Lin Feng's head. While attacking with his weapon, a whistling sound filled the air as an extreme force crashed through the air. The members of the Blackwood tribe were staring at his weapon. Lin Feng had no possible escape from that wolf-tooth club. But at that moment, everybody was astonished. The wolf-tooth club had struck down, but Lin Feng wasn't there anymore. He suddenly appeared by Xianxia's side. Boom! The wolf-tooth club landed on the ground and the shock made Xianxia's entire body tremble. The crowd then suddenly saw a strange action from Xianxia. He fell onto the ground and started crawling. He didn't have the power to stand up. Blood could then be seen dripping onto the golden sand, turning it a deep shade of red. Finally, the crowd realized what had happened and started shaking. Their hearts were racing. The strongest warrior of the Blackwood tribe was dead. But they didn't even see how he died. The only thing they knew was that he'd been killed by Lin Feng. There was no doubt about that. Lin Feng had killed him in the blink of an eye. "If you are planning on killing me, everyone here should join forces. One or two people will just waste time," said Lin Feng indifferently, which astonished everyone present. Lin Feng was telling everyone their join forces and fight together against him. He Mu was gnashing his teeth and fixedly staring at Lin Feng, but he didn't give another order. "Trash! Go together and kill him, then bring me his woman," shouted the second young master impatiently. He couldn't stand watching this any longer. Lin Feng turned his head towards him and released a monstrous ice-cold energy. It was extremely sharp and piercingly cold, which made the second young master start to shiver. He felt like ice-cold needles were piercing through his skin. "Second young master, we will kill him and bring you that girl to play with," said a few bandits while galloping towards Lin Feng. However, at that moment, he had already released a powerful deadly energy which covered the sky. Those who were attacking Lin Feng were astonished and immediately stopped moving. They didn't dare move against Lin Feng anymore. The crowd was astonished. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared from his initial position and appeared in front of the person who had just spoke out, humiliating Meng Qing and Lin Feng. "Ha!" When that person saw Lin Feng's ice-cold eyes, he started to shiver. He looked puzzled. He was mounted atop an armored horse and should be looking down at Lin Feng. But surprisingly, Lin Feng was stood eye level with him. How was that possible? The man's eyes then followed Lin Feng's body down, and when he realized what was going on, his heart almost leapt from his chest and a shiver ran down his spine. His face looked terrified and hopeless, because at that moment, Lin Feng was floating in the air. He was walking on air, which meant that Lin Feng was at least a Xianxia layer cultivator. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of everyone beating hearts was audible. The one on the horse was still shaking and his facial expression was hideous. Xianxia layer. Xianxia layer. Those were the only words that filled his mind. Xianxia layer. He wasn't the only one. When the others saw Lin Feng's body float through the air, they all froze in shock, like statues. Lin Feng was a cultivator of the Xianxia layer, but he was so young. He Mu was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He had given his tribe the order to kill an extremely strong cultivator of the Xianxia layer. On top of that, he was extremely young, which meant he was talented. He Mu was regretting everything. He was finally realizing that his daughter was right. Lin Feng, from start to finish, had never even known about running away. Otherwise, why would he come back to the Blackwood tribe with her, only to flee afterwards? On top of that, Lin Feng had never seemed like he was scared of the wolves of the desert. The most ridiculous thing was that He Mu had never even considered that such a thing might be possible. After he heard He Shan tell him about the wolves of the desert, he had only thought about how to appease them and never considered anything else. He had tied his daughter up and delivered him to the enemy. At that moment, he was realizing that in his panic, he had sided against Lin Feng, who was much stronger than the wolves of the desert. Thinking back, he should have treated Lin Feng as a respected guest. However, what really happened was ridiculous. He Mu had been so scared of a weakling, and because of that weakling, he ordered people to kill an extremely strong cultivator, Lin Feng. The second young master and the tribe were astonished. Lin Feng had the strength of the Xianxia layer. "What did you say a moment ago?" asked Lin Feng while looking at the man who had just humiliated Meng Qing and him. His voice was cold and emotionless. The man could only tremble and look blankly at Lin Feng. He kept shaking his head and saying, "I didn't say a word." "Nothing." Lin Feng was smiling. His smile was particularly resplendent. He then released a monstrous deadly energy which burst into the sky and enveloped the man's body. The energy was so oppressive that he was almost falling to the ground. "Die," said Lin Feng. A bright and resplendent light flashed through the atmosphere and fell towards the bandit. A spot of blood then emerged between his eyebrows. After collapsing to the ground, his eyes were still wide open but apart from a few convulsions. His body was lifeless. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's hearts were pounding while looking at the dead body beneath Lin Feng, who was still floating in the air. PSSH. PSSH. Blood suddenly sprayed into the air. All of the people who were just rushing to attack Lin Feng together had collapsed and fell from their horses. The crowd could only see the light from Sword Qi, but they never saw a sword being unsheathed. Some of the men urged their horses and started galloping in the opposite direction. However, anyone who tried to run was immediately killed under the sword lights. Countless silhouettes were falling from horsebacks one after the other. They were all dead. It was terrifying. Everyone was terrified and panic-stricken. Fear continued to fill the people's hearts as they then saw Lin Feng slowly rise higher into the air. A moment before, they looked down on Lin Feng. However, they were now looking up at him and admiring his strength. Lin Feng, to them, was as dazzling as the sun. "You want to kill me?" Lin Feng's arms streaked across the sky. He was surrounded by the midday sunlight which made his figure seem even more majestic. A few bandits let out horrible shrieks and their bodies flew away. Lin Feng had taken their lives. "You humiliated Meng Qing?" Lin Feng raised his hand again and his sword light shot through across the sky. Immediately after, more blood splashed into the air. He was killing each of the wolves of the desert one by one. Lin Feng didn't stop killing. His sword light was dancing across the sky as blood filled the air. At that moment, Lin Feng was still floating in the sky. He looked like a god of death. He was absolutely merciless as he continued his massacre. The members of the Blackwood tribe were all astonished and fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Their jaws were agape. They were dumbstruck and had fallen into despair. In what seemed like an instant, he had already killed a great number of people. In no time, He had slaughtered hundreds of people from the wolves of the desert, and at that moment, only one was left. The second young master. You. The second young master of the wolves of the desert looked around him and saw that all of his comrades were already dead. He was still on his horseback, but he was shaking with fear. He looked terrified. You want to kill me? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone while walking towards the second young master. The second young master wanted to kill Lin Feng? Could he? At that moment, all of his followers had been killed by Lin Feng. Now his life was in Lin Feng's hands. You wanted to kidnap my wife and force her become your wife? Said Lin Feng while releasing some deadly energy, which caused fear to penetrate deep into the second young master's heart. I am the second young master of the wolves of the desert. I am the son of the king of the wolves. Outside the city, we are the most influential and powerful group. If you kill me, an endless number of people will hunt you down and slaughter you, said the second young master. His voice grew louder and louder. He was attempting to restore his courage. He was the son of the king of the wolves. Lin Feng wouldn't dare to kill him. There is no need for them to hunt me down. After killing you, I will just wait here for them, said Lin Feng indifferently. He didn't even feel the slightest bit intimidated by his interlocutor's threat. Lin Feng even looked like he was going to burst into a fit of laughter. In 3 seconds, I am going to end your life, said Lin Feng, which stupefied the second young master. 3 seconds? 2 seconds, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly at the second young master, who was now galloping away like a madman. A sword rose into the air. It was a scorching sword. Don't! Shouted the second young master in despair, but it was useless. After that, the light from the sword crashed into his body and turned his internal organs into ashes. His eyes were wide in disbelief. Immediately after, the remains of his body fell to the ground. He was clearly dead. The majestic second young master of the wolves of the desert had just died with his eyes wide open. Lin Feng looked as emotionless. He slowly turned around and looked at the members of the Blackwood tribe, and more particularly at He Mu. Lin Feng still looked like he was going to burst into laughter. He Mu's lips were twitching. He wanted to say something, but the words weren't coming out. Because of a few words from the second young master, he wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that moment, he realized that Lin Feng had single-handedly killed all the wolves of the desert. How ridiculous had he been to want to kill Lin Feng? A sharp sound filled the air and Nuana's ties were cut. At that moment, she was staring at Lin Feng and she was speechless. Lin Feng was so young and he had already broken through to the Xianxia layer. What a terrifying talent. Lin Feng, leave quickly. The wolves of the desert will be coming for you. They won't just let something like this go. Take advantage of this opportunity and leave, Nuana suddenly shouted. Outside of Tianyahage, the wolves of the desert were the largest power, and they were the undisputed strongest. They had many extremely strong cultivators. They had a dozen tribe heads who were all at the Xianxia layer. They would definitely hunt down Lin Feng and avenge their people. When Lin Feng heard Nuana, he shook his head and smiled. Leave? Why did he need to leave? Lin Feng, even though you are extremely strong, the wolves of the desert are neither weaklings nor cowards. They will definitely come for you, said Nuana. She was extremely anxious. Nuana, that's enough. Young Master Lin Feng is certainly strong enough to cope with the wolves of the desert, said He Mu at that moment. He then continued, Young Master Lin Feng, I was blind before. I failed to appreciate your kindness. I hope that we can find a way for you to forgive me. You are always welcome to stay in my tribe and we will properly receive you as venerable guests. Lin Feng looked amused when he saw He Mu's face. He had killed that group who belonged to the wolves of the desert. He had even killed the second young master. Those bandits would inevitably seek revenge. If they sent people to the Blackwood tribe and found out that Lin Feng wasn't there, they would slaughter everyone. Therefore, He Mu was being very polite and friendly, hoping that Lin Feng would forget that they had just tried to kill him. Get out of my sight. I don't want to see you again, said Lin Feng coldly, which stupefied He Mu. He then replied politely, If you remain here, I will make sure to stay out of your sight. While talking, Heimu moved back into the crowd, as if he really intended to stay out of sight, like Lin Feng said. Lin Feng and Meng Qing didn't leave the Blackwood tribe. They wanted to stay with Nuana. Concerning Heimu, he kept casting his eyes to the distance. If Lin Feng left, nobody could save the Blackwood tribe. One day passed and then another. Outside of the Blackwood tribe, the sound of galloping horses could be heard on the horizon. The galloping horses were making the ground shake, giving people a feeling of majesty and pride. But the people of the Blackwood tribe weren't excited at all. They were all terrified. The wolves of the desert had come for their revenge. The ground continued to shake. A cloud of golden sand could be seen on the horizon. Everybody in the tribe remained silent as the cloud of sand grew closer. They were all trembling with fear. The group of horses then stopped outside of the tribe. Immediately after, the one who seemed to be their leader said, "Kill everybody. Slaughter every person from the Blackwood tribe." Yes, the sound of galloping horses filled the air again, but this time they were attacking the Blackwood tribe. Die! A terrifying and cruel chi dashed into the skies and crashed into the crowd of people. All the people who had been touched by that terrifying chi died. Oh! Ah! Help! Blood-curdling shrieks filled the air. The wolves of the desert had only one thing in mind: slaughter. Without saying a word, they had already killed a huge number of people. It was a bloodbath. In a different corner of the tribe, Heimu could clearly sense that his people were being massacred. His silhouette flickered and he immediately moved towards Lin Feng's room. After a short time, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and said, "Young Master Lin Feng, the wolves of the desert have come to slaughter us." "So what?" said Lin Feng coldly while looking at Heimu. "They have come to kill you," said Heimu, whose facial expression was twitching. "If they try to kill me, I will of course deal with them. I don't need you to worry about such things. Now, get lost," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He looked absolutely emotionless. "But the wolves of the desert are slaughtering the members of my tribe," said Heimu. He still wasn't leaving. He was expecting Lin Feng to help. "What does that have to do with me?" said Lin Feng, whose voice was getting colder. "I was hoping that you would show yourself to the wolves of the desert and stop them." Lin Feng burst into laughter, an evil laughter. He took a step forwards and stood in front of Heimu. His face turned ice-cold and he said, "The Blackwood tribe wanted to kill me on multiple occasions, and now that you are in a critical situation, you want me to protect you? Is that a joke?" "I, Lin Feng, am not a fool," said Lin Feng, and at the same time he released a terrifying deadly energy. "If you don't get out of my sight immediately, I will kill you." Some deadly energy pressed against Heimu's body. He was so scared that his legs became weak. He regretted everything and felt hopeless. He turned around and his silhouette flickered as he ran away. It was over. The Blackwood tribe would soon be destroyed. They had tried to kill Lin Feng and now they wanted his protection. Was such a thing possible? Lin Feng wasn't a saint. He wouldn't fight to save the Blackwood tribe that wanted him dead. Even if he was going to fight in the future, he wouldn't lift a finger to help them. Heimu walked through the territory of the tribe and all he could see were the scattered corpses of his tribe members. A sudden pain invaded his heart. Everything was his fault. Not far in front of Heimu, there was a person riding atop a fiery red wolf. That person looked majestic and cruel. Heimu's silhouette flickered and in a flash, he appeared in front of the person. Then, Heimu said in a very respectful way, "Venerable and respectable King of the Wolves, Your Highness, I am the head of the Blackwood tribe. I am terribly grieved by the second young master's death, but it is neither my fault nor that of my people. I had already pledged my loyalty to the second young master. I had promised to devote my entire life to him. The one who killed the second young master isn't one of us. His name is Lin Feng. He is a young man. Look, he is in there. I beg of you, Your Highness, please forgive us." The king looked at Heimu indifferently and then looked in the direction in which Heimu was pointing. The king of wolves, expressionless, said, "Fire wolf, let's go." The fire wolf heard the king and its eyes diffused a dazzling light. Apart from its dangerous eyes, the fire wolf's fur was entirely red. "I beg you, please forgive my tribe," said He Mu while bowing in front of the king. The king moved next to He Mu and smiled. I forgive you, so you can all die happily. When He Mu heard the king, he was stupefied. Immediately after, the wolf howled and an incredible scorching hot chi emerged. The fire wolf started to breathe fire around its surroundings. In a flash, He Mu was a burnt corpse. He Mu had died, devoured by the flames. The king of the wolves had shown no mercy at all. Let's go, said the king of the wolves while walking in the direction which He Mu pointed. At the same time, a group of people were following closely behind him. Their deadly chi was thick and dense. Those people were also all releasing their murderous intent in that direction. I don't need so many people to follow me. A few is enough. The others can continue massacring the tribe members. None of them are to be left alive, said the king of the wolves in a deep voice. Many people turned back and continued looking for members of the Blackwood tribe who may have run or gone into hiding. They were going to keep killing until no one was left. At that moment, Lin Feng was sitting on the roof of the house where he had been staying. He was calmly looking at the silhouettes on the horizon. They were moving in his direction. Lin Feng looked absolutely carefree and unaffected by it though. Very quickly, the king of the wolves and the others arrived to where Lin Feng was sitting at. They raised their heads and looked at the calm-looking young man. They were all surprised. That young man was very brave. Didn't he know why they were here? Didn't he know that they were going to kill him? Wolf King, I will kill him for you, said someone who was standing next to the king of the wolves. He wanted to show his loyalty. All right, Luosen, go and take his life. Use your sabers to behead him. Then bring his head back to me, said the king while nodding. Don't worry, Wolf King. My sabers have grown thirsty after not tasting blood in such a long time, said Luosen while moving forwards. He was slowly approaching Lin Feng. He then raised his head and looked at Lin Feng who was still sitting on the roof with a carefree appearance. Don't worry. I will not kill you slowly. My sabers will first slowly slice away at your flesh, slash by slash, until eventually your head falls down, said Luo Sun in a cold and bloodthirsty manner. Lin Feng was gazing into the distance, calmly and serenely, as if Luo Sun hadn't opened his mouth at all. Luo Sen initially wanted to scare Lin Feng, but it didn't work. A bloodthirsty look appeared in his eyes. He looked ferocious and wild. He didn't even look like a human being anymore. He looked like a bloodthirsty wolf. Lin Feng glanced at Luo San, and when he saw that bestial-looking face, he was stupefied. He looked like a hideous wolf. Remember, the one who will take your life is one of the heads of the wolves of the desert. My name is Yao Lang Luo Sr. When he finished talking, Luo Sun threw himself at Lin Feng. In his bestial-looking eyes appeared a fiery red light. He really looked like a wolf at that moment. His right hand suddenly became longer and what looked like 5 sharp blades appeared. They looked piercingly cold and extremely sharp. Besides, an ice-cold evil chi was emerging from them. Those were the sabers he had been talking about. Each and every single member of the wolves of the desert was smiling evilly, as if they could already see Lin Feng's body in front of them. At the same time, Lin Feng released a terrifying deadly chi which rolled through the air and enveloped Luo Sen's body. That monstrous deadly chi made Luo Sen suddenly feel extremely cold, and he started to shiver from head to toe. He suddenly looked surprised and was scared. Die, said Lin Feng while releasing a pure deadly energy that was as sharp as a sword, which pierced straight towards Luo Sen. Luo Sen was astonished. His sharp claws immediately landed on the deadly energy, emitting a sharp metallic sound. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was already standing and had started moving. He released more deadly energy and it slowly formed a black sword in his hand. His sword was unleashed and a monstrous amount of deadly energy emerged from it and crashed into Luo San. His saber claws were shattered instantly. Aya woo woo! Luo San howled like a wolf. The black sword then immediately penetrated into his body and sliced him apart. Luo San was dead. Lin Feng took another step through the air and moved towards the other members of the wolves of the desert. He was still releasing a monstrous amount of deadly energy. Initially, Luo Sen's corpse was behind Lin Feng. However, without anyone noticing, the corpse disappeared. It had disappeared completely, as if it had never been there. It was very strange. The other members of the Wolves of the Desert were stupefied. Lin Feng's strength was unbelievable. That scary, deadly energy was surrounding them, and they were all terrified. "Let's kill him together," said the king of the wolves. The people who were facing Lin Feng with him at that moment were all heads of the subdivisions of their tribe. Anyone who tried to take on their combined force would die. They were such a large and powerful group that they had to be divided into subgroups. They were living in packs like wolves. Everybody was scared of them. If anyone dared to threaten them, they would join hands and kill that person together. Their eyes were all ferocious and bestial, just like a wolf pack. Boom! Lin Feng took another step and released more deadly energy which soared into the skies. Some deadly energy surrounded the group and started to suppress them. The wolves of the desert were now realizing how terrifyingly strong this young man was. Lin Feng took another step and it seemed like the ground was going to collapse. His deadly energy grew even more powerful and applied a greater pressure. "Destroy him!" shouted the king furiously. They couldn't wait any longer. They had to attack and kill Lin Feng immediately. After hearing the king, all those heads threw themselves at Lin Feng. Bestial lights were twinkling in their eyes. Lin Feng didn't have the impression that he was fighting other people. He had the impression that they were all ferocious beasts. "Die!" Lin Feng's voice filled the air as a sword descended from the sky and immediately sliced through multiple people. Those people howled with pain as they fell down onto the ground and died. This time, when their silhouettes disappeared, the king's body started to shake. He grabbed their bodies with his hands and in a flash, their corpses turned into fiery red smoke which penetrated into his body. "Ha!" Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't understand what was happening. What technique was that? But immediately after, his deadly energy became even more powerful and he continued attacking with his sword. He continued to kill his way through the group. One person fell after another. The king was shaking. He took a deep breath and continued to absorb the fiery red smoke from those people. It looked particularly frightening. But the faces of those who hadn't died didn't change at all. They looked like this was absolutely normal. In their eyes, there was only savage thoughts. They wanted to tear apart Lin Feng. However, they were much weaker than Lin Feng and it was obvious trying to kill Lin Feng was the same thing as willingly courting death. Each time Lin Feng moved his sword, someone died. With every movement he would take another life. Lin Feng realized at that moment that each time he killed someone, they were being absorbed by the king of the wolves, and each time he absorbed that smoke, his chi was becoming more rampant, and he was thus becoming stronger and stronger. At that moment, Lin Feng stood with his deadly sword in his hand. Its deadly energy had enveloped the Wolf King's body. The king was glaring at Lin Feng and releasing a coarse and wild chi. The king hadn't thought that Lin Feng would be so powerful, but he didn't look scared at all. His eyes were only filled with endless ferocity. His eyes actually looked like those of a wolf. "Human yet not a human. Beast yet not a beast," said Lin Feng. His opponent gave him the feeling that he was neither a beast nor a human. He just looked extremely cruel and ferocious. Surprisingly, he was able to absorb power from his dead comrades and turn it into his own power. "Aowa!" The Wolf King howled loudly while repeatedly shaking his head. His actions seemed just like a wolf. He looked particularly bestial. He didn't even pay attention to what Lin Feng was saying, and his eyes continued to grow more ferocious and bestial. So that's how it is. The Wolf King from the Wolves of the Desert must be an actual wolf. Lin Feng raised his deadly sword and firmly pointed it towards the Wolf King. Lin Feng's sword suddenly slashed towards the Wolf King at full speed. The Wolf King was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He crouched to the floor and his hands started to transform into a pair of horrifying red claws which glistened in the sunlight. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. His deadly energy filled the air as his sword descended. "Gggr." The Wolf King let out a violent growl and launched himself from the back of his fire wolf. His speed was incredible. His red claws revealed their sharp edges as they slashed towards Lin Feng. Suddenly, a terrifying fire chi emerged from the claws which collided with Lin Feng's sword, causing a fiery explosion in the air. The sword chi started to disperse, leaving Lin Feng astonished. After having absorbed the power of his tribe members, the king had become unimaginably strong. At that moment, he had strength similar to the fourth Xianxia layer. Ah woo 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 woo. The Wolf King howled once again in a high-pitched tone and threw himself towards Lin Feng with all his might. Lin Feng was shocked. The Wolf King moved so fast that he seemed to vanish from sight. Lin Feng took a step forwards and a rumbling sound filled the air. Lin Feng released waves and waves of deadly energy into the air, but it hardly slowed the Wolf King's speed. Die! Shouted Lin Feng again. He continued to release more deadly energy with increased power. It then collided with the Wolf King's fire energy, which created a stalemate between the two energies. The atmosphere was filled with the sound of collisions as the energies continued to fight against each other to decide a victor. Die! Lin Feng's was surrounded by his deadly energy, which was growing denser as he continued to release it into the atmosphere. The sword in his hand had started to turn a deeper shade of black. It looked ominous. Lin Feng didn't retreat, he continued to charge forwards. His pure qi had started to transform into deadly energy, which bombarded the atmosphere, causing the Wolf King's heart to tremble. The bloodthirsty eyes of the Wolf King gradually revealed a look of surprise. Lin Feng's deadly energy was becoming denser and more powerful over time. Woo! The Wolf King howled again while looking to the sky. A sea of flames burst from his body, and he threw himself towards Lin Feng, who was slashing down with his sword. Neither side was backing down, they were both pressing forwards gain. Two behemoths were clashing. Boom! 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 The atmosphere was shaking and shockwaves spread through the air each time the deadly energy and flames collided. It started to form a hurricane-like wind across the surroundings. All around them, the scenery was desolate. Everything in their surroundings had been completely destroyed. The people in the distance were surprised when they noticed their fight. How powerful! They were obviously surprised by the Wolf King's strength. But Lin Feng's strength surprised them even more. He was incredibly young and already had such a terrifying strength. Nuana was especially astonished. She was standing on the eaves of a house while watching the Wolf King and Lin Feng's battle. Her mouth had grown completely dry and she was unable to speak any words. It was too shocking. Lin Feng was even stronger than what she had imagined. It was inconceivable. At that moment, Nuana looked perplexed. Even though Lin Feng had saved her from the second young master, her father had died and all the other members of the tribe were being exterminated. Even if her tribe initially wanted to deliver her to the enemy, she was still very close to many members of the tribe, and they were still her family. This calamity could have been avoided. Lin Feng's strength was sufficient to deal with the king of the wolves. If her father hadn't ordered people to act against Lin Feng, their relationship with Lin Feng wouldn't have deteriorated. After that, the tribe moved to kill Lin Feng because of the second young master. If they had welcomed Lin Feng and not acted against him, everything would have been different. Boom! Another collision caused the surroundings to shake, which interrupted Nuana's train of thought. She then turned her attention back to the fight. She only saw Lin Feng's sword slashing down. The Wolf King couldn't bear the pressure. He started to move back. Lin Feng's deadly energy was too frightening. On top of that, it continued to grow more powerful as more deadly energy was released by Lin Feng. It was incredibly scary, it never stopped growing in power. The Wolf King's ferocious eyes looked even more bestial than before. He howled in a deep voice and moved back. However, at that moment, he sensed a terrifying deadly energy envelop his body. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng's silhouette in the sky above him. He was holding his deadly sword, which was now a deep black, surrounded by bright flames. They looked like the flames of a scorching sun. Besides, the powerful sun was shining onto the sword, which seemed to increase the ferocity of the flames. When Lin Feng's sword descended, the sky was torn asunder, leaving a fiery black trail in its path. It looked like a black and red rainbow had formed above their battle. The black deadly energy and red flames slashed across the sky. The sword moved at an inconceivable speed. It appeared out of nowhere, just like the wind. The Wolf King was stupefied but immediately released its terrifying bestial qi, which exploded in every direction. Woo! The Wolf King howled in anger. Nuanan, who was watching the battle, was deeply shocked. At that moment, the Wolf King's skin started to tear off as he actually started to transform into a wolf. The wolf looked to the sky and gave a long howl. He was an actual wolf. Flames started to fill the air and surround the wolf. There was no rumbling or sound of a collision. There was only a subtle sound that pierced into people's ears. It was a terrifying screeching sound. A large area around the Wolf King was burned to ashes. The Wolf King and Lin Feng's silhouettes disappeared from sight. There was only raging flames surrounding them. Aowuri. The flaming Wolf King swiftly moved through the flames. The fire wolf mount, which hadn't moved, suddenly turned into a red smoke which rushed towards the Wolf King. It swallowed the fire wolf's power, and then the flames around its body suddenly grew more intense. It was magnificent. A beast. The people watching were astonished and their hearts were unsettled. He was a beast. The king of the wolves of the deserts was a ferocious beast. Lin Feng's silhouette could once again be seen in the air. He was fixedly staring at the wolf. Those eyes really looked like those of a wolf. Lin Feng's heart was shaking as well. How was that possible? Lin Feng had already seen a ferocious beast during its transformation process. Only a Tian-level beast could transform into a human. But the king of the wolves didn't seem to be at the Tian level. At that moment, an intense fire started burning around its body, and it released a monstrous and terrifying beast chi. In front of everybody, the tail of the wolf grew longer and started to split apart. 3 more tails were formed. The wolf had suddenly become much bigger and now had 4 tails. 4 tails? Lin Feng didn't understand. After the 4th tail grew, the wolf seemed to stop its transformation. At that moment, the Wolf King, which was an actual beast, was still glaring at Lin Feng. It looked hideous, ferocious, and cruel. How ferocious? Lin Feng didn't understand. The king of the wolves of the desert was an actual wolf? Aya! A sharp scream filled the atmosphere. Nuana was the person who screamed out. When she saw the terrifying beast, she was overcome with terror. Her eyes were wide and filled with dread. Nuana wasn't the only one to react. The members of the wolves of the desert, they were ordinary people and were so shocked that they stopped moving. They were just blankly staring at the wolf surrounded by flames. A 4-tailed wolf. Everyone, at that moment, thought about the same terrifying story which involved fire wolves. That story went back to ancient times. All the people watching had conflicting feelings, because they never believed that the story was anything but fiction. They didn't think such a thing was possible. The wolves of the desert. Desert. Wolves. When people thought about it, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. The name Wolves of the Desert had another meaning. In Tianyahage, there was a legend which came from the ancient past. In ancient times, Tianyahage didn't exist. There was only an extremely vast open land. The land was constantly exposed to extremely high temperatures which caused the ground to crumble into sand, forming the desert. Under the ground, deep under the land, there was an ancient fire which radiated endless heat. That fire burned for eons until it finally started to gain consciousness. Several parts of the fire transformed into wolves. That was the legend surrounding how fire wolves emerged in the desert. Besides, fire wolves were known for having special powers. Some of them were proficient in using powerful illusions. Even if the wolves hadn't reached the Tian level, they were able to use the illusions to appear human. After that, the wolves would appear no different from anyone else. Nobody was ever able to identify a fire wolf's illusion. Time passed by and the legend turned into a story about the humans who entered a bloody war against the fire wolves, with the humans emerging victorious. However, every few hundred years, fire wolves would emerge from under the desert and the bloody cycle would repeat. After countless bloody wars, the humans built the city of Tianyahage and sealed the ground surrounding the city. However, outside of Tianyahage, there was still a vast desert for them to emerge. The wolves didn't try to break the seal in Tianyahage. Instead, they would emerge in the outer desert and begin their rampage. A sea of fire wolves would appear outside of Tianyahage every few hundred years. Most people didn't believe the ancient legend, but they knew the story regarding the bloody wars. Since the last time the wolves emerged, the story had faded from people's memories. Even though the king was riding a fire wolf, no one would ever connect it to the story regarding fire wolves. However, at that moment, the Wolf King had transformed into a four-tailed fire wolf, which filled everyone with dread. Those tails were a sign of an upcoming catastrophe. The number of tails indicated the level of the wolf. The Wolf King had 4 tails, which proved it was a 4th-level Shen beast. If it had 5 tails, it would mean that it was a level 5 Shen beast. The external part of Xianxia Hage is doomed. Everything is going to be destroyed, thought the tribe members while shaking. Those fire wolves were extremely ferocious and vicious. They were known for their bloody massacres. The emergence of fire wolves would be a terrifying event. It would cause the desert to be dyed red with blood. In fact, all the leaders from the wolves of the desert must have been fire wolves which had transformed themselves to appear as humans. That was how the Wolf King was able to absorb their power. The tails of the Wolf King were swinging through the air. Its eyes looked cruel, and it was fixedly glaring at Lin Feng. It then said, "Initially, we wanted to start at a later date, but you have forced us to speed up our plans." The wolf was still speaking in human tongue. Its voice was ice-cold. After it finished speaking, a terrifying fire chi filled the air, and the wolf disappeared into the sand. Lin Feng wasn't born in the desert. He didn't know about the story regarding fire wolves. He frowned and released a terrifying deadly energy and rushed forwards. He wasn't going to let the Wolf King escape. Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Nuana shouted out, which surprised Lin Feng. He turned his head and looked towards Nuana as if he didn't understand. He only saw that Nuana looked absolutely terrified. Lin Feng was confused by the turn of events. It seemed like everybody there was terrified by the wolves of the desert. Lin Feng, let's leave quickly. We have to flee the desert and move to the city, shouted Nuana, who was panic-stricken. At the same time, the members of the wolves of the desert also started to escape at full speed. Everyone was crazily trying to escape. They rushed through the desert like lunatics. "What's going on, Nana?" asked Lin Feng. He had no idea what had caused the people to run scared. The Wolf King had turned into a wolf. Lin Feng was surprised, but not that much. Could it be that Nuana was surprisingly terrified because of that? But at that moment, Lin Feng suddenly felt a tremble run through his body. He looked astonished. Meng Qing and Lin Feng glanced at each other. They both looked extremely surprised. The fire chi which they had sensed under the ground was the ancient fire from legends. At that moment, the fire chi was growing stronger. As if a volcanic eruption was close, it was a disaster. "Let's go, we have to run, otherwise we won't make it. I will tell you the details on the way." Anna ignored the fact that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were confused. She immediately rushed over to grab Meng Qing's hand and started running towards Lin Feng and said, "Hurry up! We have to go and reach the city if we want to keep our lives." Lin Feng was stupefied. It seemed like everyone was terrified because the fire chi beneath the desert. "Meng Qing!" shouted Lin Feng. Meng Qing immediately understood and rose into the air while holding on to Nuana. Nuana let out a squeal of surprise. She had always wondered what it would be like to fly through the sky, but at that moment, she only felt nauseous. Meng Qing had only grabbed hold of one of her arms. Suddenly another hand grabbed Nuana's other arm. She turned her head and noticed Lin Feng had flown over. Meng Qing and Lin Feng were each holding one of her arms as they flew through the sky. How strong! Lin Feng and his wife are both so powerful, thought Nuana in surprise. Flying through the air was something that she had always dreamt of, and at that moment her dream had come true. However, this was not how she had imagined it. She wasn't as excited and happy as when she dreamt about it. Her father was dead and her tribe had been destroyed. On top of that, the fire wolves were about to emerge for another bloodbath. "Nuana, what's going on?" The pure chi was whistling through the air as they flew through the clouds, which made Lin Feng's voice hard to hear over the whistling sounds. Lin Feng, approximately every 100 years, the fire wolves emerged from the depths of the earth. These wolves were born in a sea of fire, and when they are unleashed into the desert, they started a massacre and moved to attack Xianxia Hage. With the powerful wind hitting her face, it was difficult for Nuana to form a sentence. She then added, "Those fire wolves were able to use illusions, the leaders of the wolves of the desert are actually all fire wolves that disguise themselves as humans. Since the wolves have already started to emerge, and didn't immediately attack, it means that they have developed a larger strategy over the past 100 years. So you are telling me that since the Wolf King was a fire wolf, it means that there is an army of fire wolves that have been plotting underground? They were not attacking the humans previously because they were preparing something on a larger scale. When Lin Feng heard Nuo Na's explanation, he remained silent for a moment and then continued to question her. He was surprised. The fire wolves came from the depths of the earth. It seemed like the fire chi that Meng Qing and Lin Feng had sensed wasn't an illusion. Indeed, they were preparing a large-scale strategy, but because they identified them and because the wolves they were using for the plan were killed by you, they will attack while they still have the element of surprise, said Nuo Na while nodding. Her hair was messily fluttering through the wind. Her forehead was wrinkled and her eyes filled with dread. An army of fire wolves would soon emerge. Fire wolves? Whispered Lin Feng. He gazed into the distance and saw countless fire wolves emerging from the sand. The wolves varied in size, some were large and others were small. Some only had a single tail while others had numerous tails. It's really happening. Nuo Na was stupefied and continued. Lin Feng, we need to hurry. We have to take shelter in Tianyahage as soon as possible. Each time the wolves emerge, some monstrously strong fire wolves will be leading them. It's terrifying. The wolves will continue to emerge until the desert is filled with a sea of wolves, and then they will begin their attacks on Tianyahage. How far is Tianyahage from here? Asked Lin Feng. About 500 kilometers, replied Nuo Na, which shocked Lin Feng. Another 500 kilometers. It seems like we are going to have to fight with the army of fire wolves, said Lin Feng while smiling wryly. 500 kilometers. Meng Qing and Lin Feng couldn't possibly carry Nuo Na over such a long distance. First, they would consume too much pure qi attempting it, and second, they weren't able to cover that distance, especially while carrying another person. Nuo Na, we have broken through to the Xianxia layer, but we cannot continuously fly. We need to use pure qi in order for us to fly. Only cultivators of the Tianqi layer are able to fly freely through the sky, said Lin Feng, then continued. I have a large number of purity stones, but it's possible that it won't be enough to reach Tianyahage. Nuo Na was speechless. So would they have to fight against the wolves? Don't worry, Nana. With Meng Qing and me here, a few fire wolves won't be much of a problem, said Lin Feng while smiling. His voice sounded comforting and he was attempting to lighten Nuo Na's mood. But Lin Feng's mind was still reeling. He was shocked that there was a beast swarm which could emerge from underground. Lin Feng, Meng Qing and Nuo Na were still floating amongst the clouds and looking across the boundless desert. More and more fire wolves emerged from the ground. They were looking for humans to satisfy their bloodlust. Nuo Na looked exhausted and desperate. She had encountered another catastrophe. It was the worst catastrophe that could happen to all the tribes living outside Tianyahage. It would be a one-sided slaughter. Lin Feng looked expressionless, but his heart felt heavy. He had tempered his heart through killing, but he wasn't emotionless. Because he had lived through so many massacres already, he was accustomed to people dying. He didn't have the powers of a god. Lin Feng wasn't able to directly oppose fate and save everybody. If he tried, death would come quickly. On the path of cultivation, he had to remain determined and clear-headed. He couldn't let his heart be swayed by the cruelty of fate. On the ground, there was a group of fire wolves that seemed to notice them flying in the sky, which caused the wolves to howl aggressively. I can see some of fire wolves transforming into humans. At that moment, Nuo Na couldn't believe her eyes. She had just noticed an extremely strong fire wolf transforming into a human. Seeing it in person caused her mind to race. It's over. Nuo Na's face turned deathly pale. She had never encountered a fire wolf outbreak, and she was just noticing how terrible it was going to be. What's wrong, Nuo Na? Asked Lin Feng. Quickly. First, they are going to take control of the outer desert. When they're done with that, they will try and infiltrate Tianyahage before they begin their attack. Those wolves can transform into the shape of humans after all, said Nuo Na in a low voice. Even though her voice was low, Meng Qing and Lin Feng clearly understood her meaning, leaving them slightly shocked. Nuana, you mean that Tianya Hage will block entry to everyone attempting to enter the city? At that moment, the fire wolves that were emerging in the desert could transform into humans. Would the people of Tianya Hage foolishly accept people into the city before an attack? How would they know if the people they accepted were wolves or not? The people of Tianya Hage are extremely powerful. The people who do not belong to the city are thrown into the desert to be the first wave against the wolves. When the wolves attack, the first to be killed are always the tribes of the desert, whispered Nuana. The people inside the city disdain the tribes that live in the desert. Now the wolves are emerging to attack. They will not let anyone into the city, even though we will all die. Lin Feng was surprised. Nuana was right. There was no way they would ever let them into the city. Maybe I'm thinking too much, suddenly said Nuana while smiling and trying to console herself. The three of them were still flying through the sky as they discussed. Lin Feng's quickly retrieved some purity stones. He started to absorb the qi from the purity stone to increase their speed. After some time, Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing to his left and said, Meng Qing, we need to find a safe place to land. At that moment, Lin Feng was well aware that while flying, he was burning his qi much faster than his body could replenish it. His head had started to grow dizzy and his vision had started to blur. Meng Qing would probably be feeling the same. All right. Meng Qing slightly nodded and they immediately found a safe place for their group to land. Lin Feng's senses were growing dull. He then added, we have to hurry. If we waste time, it will become more dangerous for us. We have to travel by foot the rest of the journey to Tianya Hage. Meng Qing and Nuana obviously wouldn't argue. Even though it was dangerous to be on the ground, they had to keep moving. Lin Feng was at the front of the group, clearing a path for the two people behind him. Even though running at top speed also required him to use pure qi, it used a great deal less than flying through the sky. When flying they had to use qi to directly oppose gravity. In comparison, running didn't require much pure qi at all. It was much easier for the group to travel by land. Awoo! The howls of the wolves filled the air in every direction. Lin Feng was confronted with two fire wolves that were directly in their path. Even though the fire was burning around their bodies, that fire wasn't comparable to the Wolf King. Their bodies were much smaller in comparison to the other wolves as well. They were probably only fire wolves at the Ling level. Get lost! Shouted Lin Feng, while releasing a pure qi which shot from Lin Feng's mouth with his words and crashed into the two fire wolves. They cried out painfully, as their bodies burst apart and transformed into flames which penetrated back into the ground. Those fire wolves were not beasts of flesh and blood. They were born from fire. What could cause fire to take the form of a beast? Thought Lin Feng. He was visibly shocked when he attacked those two wolves. Their bodies became fire which then shot back into the ground. Their bodies had completely disappeared. Next time, I should pay closer attention, thought Lin Feng. As they continued to run forward, Lin Feng could sense the powerful fire qi of the wolves around him. He didn't try to avoid the fire wolves and instead, he immediately ran to fight them. Xian-level fire wolves. Lin Feng sensed the qi coming from the direction of the fire wolf. It was definitely a Xian-level fire wolf. When it came into vision, it had one tail. Lin Feng, without the slightest degree of hesitation, released a terrifying deadly energy which made the fire wolf retreat. Could sense that the energy was extremely dangerous. Lin Feng didn't stop there. He continued to shoot forward using the power of the wind. He immediately arrived next to the fire wolf, and his sword slashed down on the wolf. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng killed the wolf. A terrifying qi burst into the air. Lin Feng stared at the body and noticed as it started to disperse. The body transformed into fire and smoke. However, Lin Feng saw something strange. Inside the flames, there was a beautiful red crystal. When the crystal touched the ground, it disappeared just like the flames. What was that? Was it something valuable? Lin Feng was greatly shocked. That crystal seemed like it contained the power of the fire wolf. It contained an immense fire qi. If it really contained the fire qi of the wolf. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at Meng Qing and Nuana who were still closely following behind him and he dashed forwards. This time he was directly searching for more fire wolves. They soon encountered another Xian-level fire wolf with one tail. Lin Feng quickly killed the wolf. This time, Lin Feng was testing a theory. After killing the beast, his silhouette flickered and he immediately grabbed the red crystal that appeared inside the flames. Lin Feng's body was surrounded by raging flames which began to transform into a small black lotus. Lin Feng slowly moved the red crystal closer to the black lotus. In a flash, the black lotus absorbed the crystal and the fire chi inside. Lin Feng had a huge smile on his face. The black lotus in his hand started to transform back into sun chi which surrounded Lin Feng's body in the form of raging flames. Pure sun chi. It worked just as I expected, thought Lin Feng with a delighted expression. His gamble had paid off. Those red crystals were fire crystals and they were the core of the fire wolves, which contained all of their fire chi. Besides, Lin Feng's grim fire black lotus was able to absorb and process every kind of fire. It was able to transform the fire chi from the crystals into grim fire and then transform that grim fire back into sun chi. This would allow Lin Feng's cosmos-burning sun skill to grow more powerful. Lin Feng wanted his cosmos-burning sun skill to continuously advance. He wanted it to advance into a true sun skill. His sun chi would also grow stronger as he advanced. It was a symbiotic relationship. As his sun chi grew stronger, the skills would advance to higher levels, and as the skill advanced, the sun chi grew stronger. The sun chi and the cosmos-burning sun skill benefited as the other grew stronger. Lin Feng continued walking forwards. He had an idea. He wanted to stay in the desert and kill more fire wolves and collect their crystals. He could use this as an opportunity to enhance his sun chi. But Lin Feng wouldn't do that with Meng Qing by his side. It was too dangerous. She didn't need to brave such a dangerous situation. He kept moving forwards, while still paying attention to the wolves surrounding them. They made sure to avoid the more powerful fire wolves, and Lin Feng would kill the weaker ones with a single sword strike. As long as the wolves hadn't reached a level 3 Shin beast, they wouldn't have the ability to defend against Lin Feng's sword. Sometimes they would encounter groups of fire wolves, but Lin Feng would kill them all in the blink of an eye. He was like a meteor shooting through the sky. Lin Feng continued to absorb the crystals he gathered without hesitation. After some time, Lin Feng had already absorbed several dozen fire crystals. He could clearly sense that his sun chi was growing more intense and the flames grew more powerful. His sword skills, which used sun chi and his black lotus power, were advancing to higher levels. Lin Feng was impatient to increase his power. Lin Feng and his group were still running at full speed, leaving only a cloud of dust in their wake. In the distance, there was a gigantic gate entered their vision. They were almost at Xianxia. "We are almost there," whispered Nuana. The journey had been extremely tiring yet enriching as well. Lin Feng's battles had given her countless insights and advancements on her path of cultivation. The strongest cultivators that Nuana had ever encountered in the past were at the Ling Qi layer, including her father, but Lin Feng was fearlessly fighting against Xian-level fire wolves as they ran. It was no longer the ferocious beasts that were killing humans, it was Lin Feng who was killing ferocious beasts. On top of that, Lin Feng would absorb the fire crystals that acted as their core after each battle. Nuana had never thought things like absorbing an opponent's chi were possible. Nuana sighed. Strong cultivators had many abilities and were able to do whatever they wished. If she had been extremely strong, she could also fight against those fire wolves and receive benefits. Unfortunately, the strongest cultivators were from the city of Xianxia. Only if the Wolf King chose to attack the city would they emerge to fight, otherwise they would not take action. They would let the tribes of the desert be devoured by the fire wolves. That was the cruel reality of the world. People were only able to protect themselves, they weren't able to protect everyone. They were by no means saints and would not sacrifice themselves to save the desert tribes. Ah woo-woo. Woo-woo. Wolves were howling from every direction, which caused Lin Feng to frown and narrow his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. "It's a wolf pack," whispered Lin Feng. This pack of fire wolves had gathered near Xianxia. They were waiting to enter the city and slaughter the people. Therefore they began gathering outside the city. They were all staring at the city, waiting for their army to gather. Then they would begin their siege. Ah woo-woo. The unceasing howls of the wolves were painful to people's ears. It seemed like they were calling out for all the wolves to gather. Every wolf was howling together. When the people heard the howls, a chill invaded their hearts. Those wolves were all howling at the sky. It was terrifying. A wolf pack. Nuana's face turned deathly pale. Xianxia was surrounded by wolves. This wolf pack would be more like an army. There were no words to describe her fear. A wolf pack wasn't the same as a few wolves. They would all work together and none of them feared death, just like the group from the wolves of the desert that fought against Lin Feng. Even if they knew that they would die by Lin Feng's hands, they would still fearlessly lunge towards him as a pack. The more wolves there were, the more terrifying the pack became. As their numbers grew, so did their fearlessness. Besides, in each wolf pack, there was always a leader which was much stronger than the rest of the wolves. As Lin Feng and the others approached Xianxia, they noticed that the desert became flat. But because it was flat, Lin Feng's group could clearly see the wolves that were gathering. A myriad of ominous eyes all looked hungrily towards their group. But Lin Feng continued to run forward. He didn't stop even for an instant. He too was fearless. It was as if the wolves were invisible to him. Meng Qing, take Nuana to the city. I will open a path, said Lin Feng. Meng Qing slightly nodded. They couldn't afford to waste time. Die! Shouted Lin Feng while releasing a terrifying deadly energy. Lin Feng charged forward with an incredible speed. He looked like he had gone berserk. Woo. When that wolf pack saw a human charging towards them, they couldn't help but grow even more ferocious. A countless amount of sharp claws made their way through the air as they slashed towards him. Suddenly, Lin Feng slammed his feet down and jumped into the air, leaving a large crater where his feet had been. Pure sun qi was released as flames started to engulf his body. The sun was shining down onto his flaming figure as a dazzling light shone around him. Lacerate, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. Inside that dazzling light, Lin Feng's figure had disappeared. Only his sword was in sight, a scorching sword. Ggrrr. The wolves started to growl aggressively towards the sky. Many of them even threw themselves towards Lin Feng. They wanted to kill Lin Feng, but under the pressure that was released from his body, the wolves felt like they were going to be ripped to shreds. Lin Feng's sword and energy had frightened a number of the wolves. Lin Feng's sword descended from the sky. It seemed like the entire sun had been condensed inside that sword, which sliced through the wolves in its path. It seemed like the sun had fallen from the sky and was crashing down towards the wolves. Boom! A woo-woo. The howling from the wolves sounded like the wailing from ghosts. A myriad of wolves had been lacerated by Lin Feng's sword and a crevice had been cut deep into the ground. The crevice was so wide and deep that a great number of the weaker wolves fell into the abyss. Let's go, said Lin Feng in a low voice. Meng Qing reacted very quickly and ran forward. She jumped through the air like a graceful goddess. Even in a situation where their lives were on the line, Meng Qing still had a graceful aura. Lin Feng jumped through the air and appeared in front of Meng Qing. His sword condensed in his hand, and the wolves started to back away, which enabled Lin Feng to open a path to the city. Meng Qing dragged Nuana behind her as she ran from the wolves. Woo. Terrifying howls filled the air. The wolves wanted to chase them, but Lin Feng quickly turned and stopped in the air with a dangerous light in his eyes. His eyes were ice-cold and emotionless as he glared at the wolf pack. Lin Feng started to release his grim fire. In front of Lin Feng, a black lotus was forming. That black lotus was filled with powerful grim fire, which was condensed into the form of a lotus. Its power was terrifying. Those wolves could sense the power fluctuations coming from the black lotus as it formed. They quickly stopped chasing Meng Qing and Nuana. They were all watching Lin Feng and at his black lotus. Lin Feng was also looking at that wolf pack. Across the vast desert, he was able to see the flames coming from the gathered wolves. There were countless wolves gathered outside the city. Each cluster had around 1,000 wolves. Lin Feng's eyes had turned black and he slowly closed his eyes. He then released a number of surplus souls which merged with his black lotus. It caused the black lotus grow much larger and more powerful with each soul. As the lotus grew, the powerful deadly energy started to run rampant and invade the atmosphere. Break, said Lin Feng. In a flash, the black lotus split apart and formed into a myriad of black lotuses. After the large black lotus split into the smaller lotuses, their power once again grew calm. If a single black lotus contained too much power, Lin Feng would have trouble controlling it. The lotuses then split again into small black lotuses. The sky was filled with countless small black lotuses. The power of a single black lotus was more powerful than these wolves. Lin Feng's eyes were still closed. His complexion looked pale and his brow had formed into a frown, however. His face looked more determined than ever. His lips trembled as Lin Feng started to speak. Annihilation, shouted Lin Feng. His terrifying deadly energy filled the air. It seemed like the black lotuses were an army unleashing their battle cry. They immediately charged towards the wolves. The howls of the wolves were still unceasing. They threw themselves towards the black lotuses. Some of them even tried to swallow a black lotus whole. But after swallowing them, a monstrous black fire would disintegrate their bodies. Very quickly, the red sea of howling fire wolves had turned into a black sea filled with shrieks of agony. Over 1,000 fire wolves had been burnt to ashes. It seemed like the black flames wanted to burn the entire desert. Luckily, nobody noticed it, otherwise they would have been terrified. Lin Feng was deathly pale and sweat was dripping from his brow. He looked completely exhausted. Lin Feng gnashed his teeth. His senses were extremely acute to his surroundings. Show yourself, shouted Lin Feng evilly. Several black lotuses were floating around Lin Feng. Each of these lotuses contained more power than the smaller ones used a moment before. Go, shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The black lotuses condensed together and rushed through the air towards their target. Lin Feng was still killing his way through the group of fire wolves while Meng Qing and Nuana were rushing towards Tianyahage. But at that moment, the gate was closed and showed no signs of movement. Besides, at the top of the gate there were a great number of people. They were all from Tianyahage. Since the wolves had emerged, the strongest cultivators of the city would gather at the city walls in preparation to defend against the wolves. There were also a number of talented young people on the walls. They were all particularly excited to show everyone their capabilities. At the same time, it would serve as vital battle experience for them. When they saw Meng Qing and Nuana beneath the gate, they all looked at them with cold and detached gazes. They didn't say a word. They just calmly watched the pair. Gentlemen, I am Nuana from the desert tribes. This is my friend, Meng Qing. I hope that you will allow us to enter the city, said Nuana to those people, but they remained silent. They were still looking at them with the same cold and detached glares. The atmosphere filled with an oppressive silence which made Nuana's face grow pale. It seemed like she had guessed right. Entering the city was impossible. I beg you to let us into the city, said Nuana pitifully. She started to kowtow when she saw that they were unmoved. She had started begging them. The people from the tribes are all weak. How would you possibly make it through that sea of wolves to reach the city? Said one of them in a cold tone. They didn't believe that these two were human, which made Nuana even more desperate. Gentlemen, please, you must believe us, said Nuana again. She was trying her best to convince them. Lin Feng was still fighting against the fire wolves. If they didn't enter the city soon, they would be surrounded and killed by the wolves. No matter what, they had to enter the city. How could we believe such a thing? Said someone in a mocking tone. Nuana turned her head and saw a young man leaning against a wall. In his hand, there was an arched saber. He was looking at Nuana and Meng Qing with an evil and ferocious gaze. The two women looked very attractive, especially the one with the fine veil covering her face. Fire wolves can take the form of humans, but they are still beasts. You should take off all your clothes and show everybody that you are really human. That's the only way for us to verify your humanity. Then we will open the gates for you, said the young man with an evil tone. In a flash, everybody started laughing. Sir Ku is right. Take off your clothes and we'll be able to verify your humanity. If you are able to meet our requirements, we will open the gates to the city, added someone else. Indeed, we're all watching. Hurry up and remove your clothes, jeered one person after the other, which stupefied Nuana. Besides, Meng Qing had already started releasing her ice energy. The people of Tianyahage were all extremely strong cultivators, and the weak were always the prey of the strong. Even on the streets, a murder could happen at any time. If someone didn't have the power to protect themselves, no matter if it was for a precious item or a love interest, they would lose their life because of it. Nuana was well aware of that. Tianyahage was a desert city ruled by strong cultivators from the desert. It was a city where the laws of the jungle reigned supreme. The city was savage and lawless. The streets were filled with robbery and death. Those who didn't have a powerful background, those who didn't have enough strength, would be forced out of the city. Only the strong could survive inside this city. The cultivators on the walls were shocked when they sensed Meng Qing's ice energy. That woman seems good. She looks tasty. I want to verify her identity in my private chambers, said Sir Ku while standing up. As he spoke, everybody burst into laughter. Die! A terrifying ice energy burst into the air. Meng Qing's silhouette flickered and she shot towards the wall. She threw herself towards Sir Ku. When Nuana saw that Meng Qing was attacking the people from Tianyahage, her face turned even paler. There was no longer any chance of them entering the city. Nuana turned her head and saw a group of wolves in the distance. There were countless sand clouds filling the air. Nuana noticed a silhouette in one of the sand clouds. It was Lin Feng. When Nuana saw Lin Feng, she started to regain her confidence. She had an absolute faith in Lin Feng. Ha! The crowd suddenly noticed a powerful qi moving towards them. They raised their heads and looked into the distance. Immediately, they saw Lin Feng, who had a cloud of sand trailing behind him. Boom! A sand cloud rose into the air as Lin Feng jumped into the air, shooting directly towards Sir Ku. Stop! A figure shot into the air. That person was attempting to stop Lin Feng. At that moment, a terrifying deadly energy filled the sky. It was astonishing. The person who had just jumped into the air was confronted by the terrifying deadly energy. He quickly regretted his decision. He wished he had never gotten involved. Die! The deadly energy whistled through the air. The person looked terrified and his eyes filled with endless regret. His body was enveloped by the deadly energy which made his heart leap from his chest. A powerful sword qi rapidly shot through the air. The people on the walls were terrified. The sword was so fast that none of them felt they were able to stop it. PSSSSSHHH. At that moment, the person's body was sliced in two halves as blood rained down from the sky. Who was that young man? How brutal! How violent! He didn't understand the meaning of mercy. In Tianyahage, there was no law. The weak could only suffer at the hands of the strong. Everybody in the city enjoyed picking on those weaker than themselves, and the weakest of them could only suffer the abuse in silence. When Meng Qing and Nuana arrived, Nuana had begged, which amused the people on the walls. They mocked them and they disregarded them as weak. However, when Lin Feng arrived, he didn't waste any words before ruthlessly killing, which left them speechless. Nobody was making jokes anymore. They were terrified. This was the cruel law of the jungle where strength and ruthlessness were king. Boom! A gigantic collision sound spread through the air. Meng Qing and Sir Ku's power collided and they were both propelled backwards. However, Lin Feng immediately caught Meng Qing and placed her onto the ground. Are you all right? Asked Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Meng Qing nodded, but she still looked ice-cold. Leave it to me, said Lin Feng indifferently. He turned his head and looked at the people on the walls. He rose into the air and released a terrifying deadly energy. When the crowd saw Lin Feng's eyes, they all felt a shiver run down their spine. Those eyes were so cold. These were the eyes of a killer. It seemed like the girl they had just humiliated was his woman. Lin Feng turned his head and looked towards Sir Ku, which left him stupefied. He also stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng condensed a sword in his hand. The edges of the sword were engulfed by a terrifying black flame. Lin Feng's entire body was covered in terrifying black flames. His grim fire seemed like it was able to burn the world to ashes. Sir Ku looked respectful when facing Lin Feng. He unsheathed his arched saber, which diffused a desolate light. It looked like a crescent moon which could illuminate the earth. Lin Feng charged forward without a word. His deadly energy would do the talking. His energy was growing more powerful with each movement and his sword grew more dazzling. The crowd was hypnotized by the terrifying black flames which surrounded his body. As the sun shone upon Lin Feng's body, it surprisingly increased Lin Feng's power. Lin Feng rushed forward. He had condensed all of his energy into grim fire. There were only the black flames remaining. Boom! Lin Feng's black flames grew wilder as they increased in power. Everybody's heart was on edge. What happened? He just broke through to the next layer. Everyone was speechless. Lin Feng's had turned all of his energy into grim fire which engulfed his body in flames. The sun that was shining on his body transformed into qi which caused his flames to continuously grow stronger. But he unexpectedly used this to break through the barrier into the next Xianxia layer. How terrifying! He broke through to the next cultivation layer while fighting. Lin Feng had to fight so many intense battles that he didn't have time to quietly cultivate to the next Xianxia layer. So he broke through in the middle of a fight, causing his strength to surge. The situation was becoming extremely dangerous for Sir Ku. When Sir Ku saw Lin Feng breaking through to the next cultivation layer, his heart felt heavy. Lin Feng was a terrifying individual. If he had known that Meng Qing and Nuana were accompanied by such a tyrannical young man, he wouldn't have acted so aggressively towards them. There was no going back for him. He had already made Lin Feng his enemy. He had no choice. If he didn't fight, Lin Feng would still kill him. Lin Feng didn't feel anything strange after breaking through to the third Xianxia layer. He had gone through so many battles. All of those battles were fought with all of his strength. He had gained insights regarding qi and the use of energy when he was reunited with his father. On top of that, he had also absorbed a large number of fire crystals. Breaking through to the third Xianxia layer was only a matter of time. Where the water overflows, a channel will form. Lin Feng's qi and soul had already been strengthened beyond the third Xianxia layer. At that moment, when he broke through to the third Xianxia layer, he didn't feel tired at all. His cultivation was already stable. The black flames surrounding his body were becoming more and more dazzling. When the crowd on the walls of the city sensed his energy, they were even more terrified. The scariest part was that Lin Feng's sword didn't only contain a scorching sun qi. It also contained a terrifying, deadly qi. That sword had the power to annihilate everything. Wherever that sword was directed, the only destruction would follow. Lin Feng's energy was whistling through the air as it moved towards the top of the city gate. Many of the people that were near Sir Ku started to move away to avoid getting involved. They didn't dare get close to Lin Feng's sword. If that sword reached them, it would be the end of them. Sir Ku looked serious and solemn. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. He was starting to feel the pressure. When facing a powerful cultivator, a single mistake would be fatal. Lin Feng was very powerful, so Sir Ku didn't dare to act carelessly. He knew he had to use his full strength. Sir Ku's facial expression was calm, but also desolate and dreary like a crescent moon. An arch-shaped saber spirit was released behind him. Sabers were Sir Ku's specialty. He was extremely well known within the city. Every time he used his saber, people would tremble and run cold with fear. However, at that moment, his dreary and desolate saber looked pale in comparison with Lin Feng's scorching sword. It was like comparing the moon to the sun. His saber looked insignificant in comparison. I, Ku, have been practicing saber cultivation for 15 years. People at the same level wouldn't dream of attacking me. Those who do inevitably die, said Ku in an ice-cold tone. His saber energy grew more violent and domineered with each word. When Lin Feng heard him, his face still looked cold and expressionless. Lin Feng took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. His terrifying, deadly energy crashed through the atmosphere towards Ku. My enemies who were at my cultivation level, they didn't even know how they died, said Lin Feng indifferently. With his sword, Lin Feng could easily deal with people the same cultivation level as him. When he used his full strength, they would die in an instant. Lin Feng's words caused everyone to tremble. Ku said that people who dared to attack him died to his saber. He said that to destroy Lin Feng's confidence and regain his own, but Lin Feng's sentence had destroyed Ku's confidence instead. Besides, Lin Feng had remained calm this entire time. His sword was able to kill people with a higher cultivation using only a single strike. "You will be no exception," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. The sky was filled with deadly energy which continued to grow stronger. "Die! Die! Die! Die!" Lin Feng's single word, "die," echoed through the atmosphere. His scorching sword was engulfed in black flames. It seemed like everything else in the world was lacking in comparison with Lin Feng's sword. Sir Keiyu looked astonished. That sword was making him nervous. It was terrifying. He gnashed his teeth and brandished his saber. Keiyu, who had always been able to kill his opponents with ease, seemed powerless when confronting Lin Feng. Everyone watched as Keiyu's saber chi was consumed by Lin Feng's sword chi. Sir Keiyu was shocked as he watched the sword descend. He regretted everything. He wanted to take everything back. His future was supposed to be filled with glory, but because he assailed Meng Qing with obscenities, nobody could save him. A subtle sound filled the air as Lin Feng's son's sword descended and slashed Keiyu's body. His body was engulfed by black flames and disintegrated. Not a single part of his body remained. Only a small amount of blood gushed into the air. This was the price for humiliating Meng Qing, which was the price for angering Lin Feng. Only deathly silence filled the air. Lin Feng was terrifying. Just like he had said a moment before, Keiyu didn't even know how he died. Even if Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the third Xianxia layer, his sword would still have been enough to kill Keiyu. At that moment, Lin Feng coldly glanced at the crowd, which made them shiver with fear. They didn't dare look Lin Feng in the eyes. "Meng Qing, who else was it?" asked Lin Feng. Those who had dared to humiliate Meng Qing started shaking with fear. They were terrified. Lin Feng was asking the girls to point out those who had humiliated them. He would kill them all. "Him, her, and him," said Nuana while pointing at 3 people. Those 3 had also humiliated them and jeered them. Of course, Nuana wouldn't hold back. The people who Nuana had just pointed at were shaking, their hearts pounding violently. They turned their heads because they could feel Lin Feng's glaring eyes. At the same time, a terrifying, deadly energy rushed through the air towards them. "Run!" they shouted loudly as they tried to escape. They immediately started running in the direction of the city, hoping to escape. Escape? Lin Feng remained detached. He was as swift as the wind when catching up to the closest one who was fleeing. His sword descended. Immediately after, a horrible shriek spread through the air. That sword had penetrated into his chest and destroyed his internal organs. His body then slowly collapsed to the ground. "Humph!" Lin Feng sighed. The 2 others had also tried to escape. Lin Feng released his purple spirit, which immediately caught them with inconceivable speed. CRRR. CRRR. The 2 people were astonished. Purple snakes had tightly constricted their bodies and trapped them. The purple snakes dragged them back towards Lin Feng where they met his sword, ending their lives. 1 sword, 2 corpses, they were killed in a flash. Lin Feng looked calm and serene. He had just killed 3 people without any mercy. He took a step and suddenly appeared atop the wall again. He said to Nuana, "Anyone else?" Nuana glanced at them and shook her head. All the people who humiliated them and told them to take off their clothes were dead. Nuana wasn't going to have Lin Feng kill everybody. The main culprits were enough. Lin Feng nodded and didn't say any more. In the distance, the wolves were still howling, and a terrifying fire chi filled the air. "The wolf pack has arrived," whispered Lin Feng. Immediately after, his silhouette flickered, and he landed next to Nuana. He helped Meng Qing carry Nuana as they flew onto the city ramparts. Everybody had heard Lin Feng and started to gaze into the distance. They were astonished. That terrifying bestial fire chi was quickly approaching. They had fire-red eyes and were howling at the sky. Their fire wasn't like the one Lin Feng had just released. They were monstrous and bestial. Those fire wolves wanted to turn Tianya Hage into a bloodbath. Nuana looked at the crowd and then looked to Lin Feng. Her heart was still racing. She had felt extremely scared this entire time. At first, she was scared that they wouldn't be able to enter the city, but at that moment she was scared of everything. She lived in a world where the strong devoured the weak. If anyone wanted to stop them from entering the city, Lin Feng would kill them. He had used his overwhelming power to barge into the city. Who would dare to block his path again? Besides, Lin Feng had shown that he wasn't an emerged fire wolf. Would a fire beast be a master of swords? Whatever happened, strength would always be the deciding factor in the desert. If those people saw someone that was weak, even if they knew they weren't fire wolves, they would still take advantage and ridicule them. However, if someone was strong just like Lin Feng, they didn't need to ask permission. If anyone tried to stop them from entering the city, they would immediately kill anyone who blocked the way. If the weaker ones objected, it was the same as courting death. The stronger cultivators from the city wouldn't get involved. Why would they want to create enmity with a powerful unknown cultivator? The fire wolves were growing nearer, which started to draw more and more people's attention. They had already gotten so close, the whole pack was in view. What seemed like an endless sea of fire wolves was madly charging across the desert. It looked like a blazing sea of fire spreading across the land. Not even a grain of sand would survive under such scorching heat. The ground was being burnt black. The wolf pack scorched the earth in their wake. What amazed people even more was that the flames had caused smoke to rise from the scorched earth. How scary, thought the onlookers. Their hearts were beating violently. That group of fire wolves was enough to shock everyone awake. A moment before, they were excited and felt high-spirited, but now they had seen the wolves and they were realizing how terrifying the battle would be. This would really be a bloody battle. That group of terrifying fire wolves destroyed everything in their path. The tribes who lived outside of the city were probably exterminated already. Nobody believed that anyone could survive against such a monstrous pack of wolves. If anything ran into the sea of wolves, they would die. Many people were slightly shaking, they felt weak in the knees, they didn't feel like fighting against the wolves any longer. They were too scared. Finally, the wolf pack arrived at the city walls and stopped. The people on the walls gazed into the distance and could only see an ocean of wolves. Every wolf was surrounded by flames and their tails were drifting in the wind. Everybody could feel the intense stares from the beasts outside the city walls, making them feel uneasy. At the same time, the temperature had increased drastically. The atmosphere had turned into an unbearable inferno. At the front of the wolf pack, there was a fire wolf. Its body was gigantic and it had intense flames surrounding its body. Besides, it had 7 tails. The 7 tails were swinging in the wind. It looked majestic. That fire wolf must be a level 7 Xian beast. It had 7 tails. Its strength was the same as a cultivator of the 7th Xianxia layer. Its power was terrifying. If a human being of the 3rd or of the 4th Xianxia layer fought against it, it would be eaten with a single bite. Even the most superficial look at those terrifying eyes was enough to make somebody's heart pound. "Beast!" shouted someone in a deep voice as a tornado rose into the air. Everyone started to raise their heads and saw a silhouette in the sky. That person was wearing black clothes and had long hair which fluttered in the wind. Even though the crowd was facing his back, they could still feel his powerful energy. If he dared to go against a level 7 Xian beast, he was probably extremely powerful. He wasn't the only one. Whistling sounds filled the air as many people started to rush forward. Those people were all revealing their powerful qi. They were all extraordinary cultivators. They all stood in a line, ready for battle. The wolves are extremely strong. This is the strongest attack in 1,000 years. If we don't want them to invade Tianyahage and exterminate all of us, we must work together, said the one in the black clothes, which caused a surge of motivation. The strongest attack in 1,000 years. It seemed like Tianyahage was going to be soaked in blood. Lin Feng frowned and gazed into the distance. There were thousands and thousands of wolves. He wasn't sure exactly how many. Besides, the number of wolves continued to increase. That wolf pack was growing larger by the second. Lin Feng had arrived on the ramparts of Tianyahage. He had rushed here with all of his power, but at that moment, they were surrounded and escape was impossible. Trying to escape by flight would be impossible, especially if he came across an extremely powerful wolf. It would be the end of him. After all, a level 7 Xian beast had already appeared. Who could guarantee that there weren't more powerful wolves among the sea of wolves? Maybe there were some with 8 or 9 tails. or even Tian-level wolves. Let's watch how things progress and then decide, thought Lin Feng. Absorbing fire crystals enabled him to grow stronger, so this was a good opportunity for him to improve his strength. Die! Shouted the one in black clothes in a dreadful voice. In a flash, he released a monstrous deadly energy and released his pure chi. Boom! The pure chi from the one in black clothes attacked into the wolf pack, slaughtering a large number of wolves in the blink of an eye. But, considering the number of wolves, it only a drop in the ocean. The battle had begun and many people had rushed to attack at the same time. Pure chi filled the air from all directions and shot towards the wolf pack. All of the people attacking were at the Xianxia layer. There wasn't a single weak cultivator in the group. They were all slaughtering the wolves and tempering themselves in the heat of battle. Cultivating through potentially fatal situations was an excellent method to improve one's battle potential and make advancements. When those on the walls saw the people attacking, a sharp light filled their eyes. Everyone was fighting with all their power. They were fighting to stay alive. This was the only way for them to continue to live and continue growing stronger. Many strong cultivators were already engaged in battle. Besides, inside the city, people were rushing over to join the battle. After all, there still weren't enough people to fight against the monstrous number of wolves. Meng Qing, stay here with Nana and wait for me to come back, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing. Meng Qing glanced at Lin Feng and nodded. Even though she didn't want him to fight against those wolves, she still understood that if Lin Feng wanted to become stronger, he would sometimes need to risk his life. The path of cultivation was filled with dangers. Meng Qing had agreed to stay with Lin Feng and accompany him no matter what the situation. She wasn't going to prevent Lin Feng from getting stronger. She respected Lin Feng's choice. Lin Feng's goal was to become a stronger cultivator. She needed to follow and support him. If you need me, call out to me, said Lin Feng to Meng Qing, who silently nodded. Immediately after, he jumped from the walls and landed in the center of the wolf pack. He released his powerful deadly energy and it condensed in his hands. In the blink of an eye, many wolves died underneath that sword. In the area surrounding Lin Feng, there was a large empty space. He condensed his grim fire and an astonishing black lotus appeared. Lin Feng's black lotus was filled with a combination of sun qi and deadly energy. Break! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. His black lotus then split into many small black lotuses. There were a few thousand lotus flowers which all contained a powerful deadly energy. The wolves wanted to attack Lin Feng, but they were scared of the black lotus flowers. Lin Feng closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his heart and allowed his surplus souls to emerge from his body, which immediately merged with the black lotus flowers. When using his surplus souls technique, he could already release a monstrous amount of surplus souls. The surplus souls had the power to control the black lotuses. Lin Feng was sitting down. He wasn't fighting directly. His soul was focused entirely on controlling the black lotuses. Lin Feng had to use the entire power of his soul. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the strength to control thousands of lotus flowers. He wouldn't have the power. However, Lin Feng was able to sit down and control the black lotuses to attack from a distance. The weakest wolves were easily exterminated under the onslaught. Besides, Lin Feng was able to kill stronger wolves, while simultaneously controlling the black lotus flowers to consume the fire crystals dropped from the wolves. Thus, each of the black lotus flowers were growing more and more powerful. Very quickly, the area around Lin Feng was cleared again. The fire wolves weren't able to get close to him anymore. If they tried, they immediately died under the attack from the black lotus flowers. Those black lotus flowers would penetrate into the wolves' bodies and absorb their fire crystals. Those black lotuses were the enemy of these fire wolves. Many people had noticed Lin Feng's actions and were shocked. Lin Feng's method was actually quite suited to dealing with the fire wolves. He was sitting still and controlling thousands of black lotuses. How much of a burden would that be on his soul? In order to accomplish that, an extremely powerful soul was required. Lin Feng didn't only draw the attention from the cultivators. The stronger wolves were also paying attention to what he was doing. A few of them started rushing towards him. Each of the wolves had 4 tails and some had 5 tails. They were all higher Shen level fire wolves. They were terrifying. They all wanted to get rid of Lin Feng, whom was a detestable thorn in their side. Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes and a black light started flashing through his eyes. Even though he had closed his eyes to control the black lotuses, he could distinctly perceive everything around him. Nothing would be able to distract him even though he had his eyes closed. Many black lotuses rushed back to Lin Feng's side while emitting whistling sounds, and they condensed together. Lin Feng was trying to block the wolves rushing towards him. But at that moment, a flag appeared in front of him. It was a gigantic flag that was filled with deadly energy. That flag rushed towards the wolves charging at Lin Feng, and in a flash, they were consumed by that flag. It was a shocking sight. That's not a flag. That's a banner. An extremely powerful treasure. Lin Feng was stupefied. He could still hear the wolves howling, which made Lin Feng shiver. He gazed over and saw that those wolves were trapped inside the banner. Inside that banner, a group of ferocious wolves appeared, but the image was very blurry. They were struggling with all their might to escape, but no matter what, they were unable to escape. "Annihilate!" shouted the middle-aged man who was controlling the banner. In a flash, the wolves let out a sad shrill cry. Their bodies started to melt and formed into a pattern engraved into the banner. The chi of the banner grew much stronger after absorbing the wolves. "It's similar to my black lotus, which can absorb the fire crystals from the wolves," thought Lin Feng. He was surprised and stupefied to see a banner that could absorb ferocious beasts to grow stronger. "Continue killing them. I will watch over you," said the man while smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. Why would the man want to help him? But since that person was willing, Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, sir." Then, Lin Feng closed his eyes again and continued controlling the black lotuses with his soul. He was absorbing the fire crystals from each wolf he killed. Besides, when the extremely strong wolves tried to attack him, they were absorbed by the middle-aged man's banner. The other strong cultivators were also fighting against the wolves. The most astonishing battle was between the man in a black cloak and the seven-tailed fire wolf. The cultivators and fire wolves were in a constant struggle. On the ground and in the air, swords and bestial flames were colliding. The seven-tailed wolf suddenly increased in size and was soon the size of a small hill. The fire from its 7 tails also grew more terrifying. It was unimaginable. All the other strong cultivators were engaged in a bloody battle against the fire wolves, not letting a single wolf enter the city. All woo-woo. After a while, the 7-tailed fire wolf howled furiously while looking to the sky. A great number of wolves suddenly stopped fighting. Then the 7-tailed wolf turned and started to run away. The speed was inconceivable. In a flash, the crowd noticed that all of the powerful wolves had escaped. Everyone was extremely surprised. The wolves had retreated and run away. The fire wolves still had much greater numbers than the humans defending the city, but surprisingly, they issued a retreat. While looking at the scorched earth, it gave an unsettling feeling. What a terrifying wolf pack! When the one with the black cloak noticed the retreat, his facial expression became ice-cold. He was staring at the 7-tailed fire wolf and frowning. "This time, the battles will be much more terrifying and bloodier than we thought. That was just the first wave. The next wave will strike us much harder than the first," said the man with the black cloak indifferently as he left. Such a monstrous wolf pack. That was only the first wave? It seemed like it was going to get tougher as time went on. Lin Feng released his black lotuses. They transformed into sun qi and then penetrated into his body. He opened his eyes, which contained a trace of dazzling sunlight. He looked otherworldly. "My friend, that was amazing, you're terrific," said the man who had used the banner to Lin Feng while smiling. "Your banner is also very strong," replied Lin Feng. "My name is Li Shang. My banner is not bad, but it's far from being as good as those lotus flowers. If I'm not mistaken, it seems that your attack requires a very strong soul to control multiple flowers, so your soul must be extremely strong." "I am Lin Feng," replied Lin Feng. "Lin Feng," whispered Li Shang. He smiled and said, "Lin Feng, do you know what the most important thing is for me when using my banner?" Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't know much about using those types of attacks. My banner is a spiritual banner. The most important thing is to have an extremely strong soul. You need to merge pieces of your soul into the banner, making it a part of your body," said Li Shang. He was speaking slowly. He then continued, "You already have that black lotus which enables you to absorb the fire crystals. Coupled with your powerful soul, you could easily create a fire banner. If you create a fire banner, you can imprison those beasts and absorb their fire crystals. Then you won't need to use so much soul power to control so many black lotuses." Lin Feng frowned and said, "Why are you telling me these things? Frankly speaking, I rarely meet people who are an appropriate match with my banner skill. I want to help you create a fire banner. I want to see how powerful your banner will become," said Li Shang while looking overjoyed. He then added, "The banner is an amazing treasure. I look forward to making a banner with you and seeing how powerful it can become." Lin Feng looked perplexed and looked Li Shang directly in the eyes. Lin Feng learnt a principle in his previous life in the world: nothing was ever free. Nobody gave anybody anything for free without expecting something in return. That banner was certainly extremely valuable, but Lin Feng's interlocutor surprisingly wanted to teach him the skill and wanted to help him create a fire banner. Lin Feng didn't understand his motives, but Lin Feng couldn't understand anything from looking into his interlocutor's eyes. He only saw excitement and impatience. "If you think that I am trying to trick you, let me tell you something. Even though you are strong, I am much stronger than you. Why would I need to trick you into anything?" said Li Shang while smiling. Lin Feng remained silent. Li Shang was right, he was much stronger than Lin Feng, but if Lin Feng used his full strength, he would be able to fight against him. Of course, that was providing that Li Shang was telling the truth and hadn't hidden his strength during the fight. "A fire banner," whispered Lin Feng. He then said, "If you teach me how to create the banner, what do you want in exchange?" "Nothing," said Li Shang while shaking his head. "All right, I accept," agreed Lin Feng while nodding. "All right, good. Come with me," said Li Shang while smiling. He looked even more excited, which made Lin Feng trust him even more. He also didn't want anything from Lin Feng. He just looked overjoyed and excited, like a child with a new toy. But did such people really exist? Could a strong cultivator want to help someone just to satisfy his own curiosity? Li Shang started walking towards the city center. Lin Feng was following closely behind him. He waved at Meng Qing, who immediately nodded and followed with Nuana. Xianxia wasn't that different from a city of Shuiyu. The streets were wide and the buildings were high and lofty. Li Shang brought Lin Feng to a fortress before they came to a halt. "Lin Feng, this is my residence. It's relatively calm. Nobody will disturb us," said Li Shang. It was indeed really different from the rest of the city. There weren't many people around. It was a calm and quiet location. "Come," said Li Shang while entering the fortress. There was a cold and evil qi inside the fortress. It looked like a palace inside and was extremely well lit. There were cauldrons everywhere and a fire was burning under each of them. Besides, in the main hall, there was a cold wind which caused Lin Feng's soul to shiver. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. Li Shang lived here? What a majestic place. The only problem was that strange cold wind. "I practice a banner skill and my banner is a spiritual banner. It requires a powerful soul to use. That's why the wind here affects the soul. It allows me to strengthen my soul. There's no need to worry about it," explained Li Shang as if he had guessed what Lin Feng was thinking. They then walked to the edge of the fortress. Inside the room, there was a gigantic praying mat made from woven cattail. In front of that mat, there was a large cauldron, the largest cauldron in the house. "Lin Feng, that's how you create the banner. You need to use the power of your soul on this to learn how to create the banner," said Li Shang while handing over a jade stone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took the jade and was surprised. Contained a peculiar qi. "It's a memory jade." Lin Feng was stupefied. By putting his soul into it, he could absorb all the memories contained within. It was an extremely precious and valuable jade. Strong cultivators would be able to absorb the memories into their soul. The memory jade was able to record extremely strong and powerful techniques, Only extremely strong cultivators could record their memories onto a memory jade. Weaker cultivators were unable to. Besides, the people who put their memories inside memory jades wouldn't waste their energy to put useless skills inside. The instructions to create the banner were surprisingly inside the jade. As expected, it was an extremely valuable weapon. The price of that jade stone was also incredible. Surprisingly, Li Shang was handing treasure after treasure to Lin Feng without hesitation. Lin Feng didn't understand Li Shang's motives. Was he only really just a curious type of person? Lin Feng groaned and immediately put his soul into the jade and explored the memories inside. In a flash, Lin Feng felt like his soul was sucked into a whirlpool of consciousness. Countless memories started to appear in his mind. The banner wasn't a weapon like the others. It needed to merge with a person's soul. The strength of a cultivator's soul was one of the most essential aspects when creating the banner. Only a cultivator with a powerful soul would be able to use a spiritual banner. If a cultivator didn't have a strong soul, the power of the banner would be limited. Besides, if the soul was too weak, it wouldn't have the power to merge with a banner. Lin Feng digested the memories and looked at Li Shang. In order to create a banner, I need an emptiness tree as a base. I have some emptiness trees, said Li Shang calmly, which stupefied Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never seen an emptiness tree, but according to the memories in the jade, the tree was able to form a separate space inside it. The emptiness trees needed to accumulate multiple age rings in order to form a separate space. Only then would it be suitable for crafting. Besides, every part of the emptiness tree could be used to create all sorts of treasures related to space. It was an extremely precious tree, yet Li Shang was calmly telling Lin Feng that he had them. Lin Feng, I have all the materials required to create your banner. Don't worry. You just need to provide your soul, that's all. It's not difficult to learn. The hardest part is merging your soul into the banner, said Li Shang. Lin Feng was surprised. He knew how to use the surplus souls technique, so creating a banner would be very appropriate for him. As he continued to inspect the memories, he started to feel very excited. I will try my hardest, said Lin Feng. Li Shang nodded and said, let's not waste time. Let's start creating your banner. What you need to decide on now is, do you want to create a fire banner or a different type of banner? With your powerful soul, you will be able to choose what best suits you. There will be no problem for you to merge with it. I want to create a fire banner, said Lin Feng without hesitation. Li Shang nodded without commenting. He slightly moved and a number of items appeared in front of Lin Feng. Amongst those things, there was a red tree. The tree was surrounded by a space chi. It was an emptiness tree. That emptiness tree was very small, about 1 meter high. However, Li Shang made a small movement and the tree suddenly started to grow several times larger. Very quickly, it had transformed into a huge red tree which reached the ceiling of the fortress. How mysterious, thought Lin Feng. He was stupefied. That emptiness tree was useful when creating space treasures or dimensions. Even after being uprooted, it still contains such powerful space energy. Do you want to make it, or should I? Asked Li Shang to Lin Feng, who was staring at the gigantic emptiness tree. I will do it. Lin Feng moved and in a flash, a gigantic fire started burning all over his body. It was filled with a scorching hot sun chi. Ignite! Shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. His sun chi moved through the air towards the emptiness tree. Immediately, it engulfed its roots, then climbed up the trunk and spread across the branches until it reached the tree's peak. Very quickly, the tree was ablaze with scorching hot sun flames. However, there were no signs of a raging inferno from the tree. There were no huge flames. The flames were tiny. It seemed more like a small ember. Only the sound of the rampaging flames allowed Lin Feng know that the tree was burning. That tree was ablaze and emitting a scorching heat. Despite the lack of flames, it was very intriguing to witness. As the tree was burning, Lin Feng released his powerful surplus souls, which started to penetrate into the emptiness tree. Li Shang was just observing Lin Feng as he was working on the banner. He was extremely surprised. Lin Feng was extremely skilled when controlling the intricate fire and the power of his soul. He was outstanding. He must have studied the art of fabricating weapons in the past. This couldn't possibly be his first time. It would obviously be beneficial for Lin Feng to have fabricated weapons in the past when creating his own banner. Besides, fabricating a banner wasn't a difficult task. The hardest part was the merging of one's soul into the banner. Time passed slowly, half a day soon passed by, but Lin Feng and Li Shang were still in the same place and hadn't moved the entire time. Besides, apart from the wind blowing through the fortress, there was also a scorching hot qi moving through the halls. The entire fortress was filled with an intense heat. In the depths of the fortress, Lin Feng and Li Shang haven't moved an inch. At that moment, Lin Feng's eyes were closed and he intensely focused on his task. Besides, his face was starting to grow pale. It was the most crucial moment in the fabrication of the banner. The emptiness tree in front of Lin Feng had already transformed into something which almost looked like the spiritual banner, but was still extremely large. "Flames!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, a terrifying sea of flames emerged from his body and rushed through the air. It immediately rushed towards the tree. The banner was still in its embryonic form. Bzzz. A buzzing sound spread in the air. The banner was surrounded by flames, but the flames didn't look like they would burn the banner. Instead, it formed a small crack in the middle of the banner. Emptiness tree. That small crack is the separate space. It contains the power of fire and space. It's so difficult to pierce into it, whispered Lin Feng. Immediately after, he moved and his soul started to move towards the banner. It seemed like there was an army of small souls twining around the fire and using it to penetrate into the small crack. A subtle cracking sound filled the air and it seemed like the separate space was going to fracture. The myriad of surplus souls and the sea of flames penetrated into the banner. There were no more flames around the banner at all, but the fire qi it had started to emit was scorching hot. There were no flames, but the fire qi was monstrous. "Soul sacrifice!" shouted Lin Feng. His face instantly turned deathly pale. The banner started shaking and immediately after, it started to shrink. It was now the size of a regular banner and it seemed like a gentle breeze might blow it away. However, the banner suddenly unleashed an incredible fire qi in retaliation. Fusion! Lin Feng gnashed his teeth as the flames continued to fill the air. The banner was circling through the air as if it was caught in a hurricane. Done! Lin Feng's face was deathly pale, but he looked delighted. He had the feeling that he now had another arm. He could feel the banner as if it was part of his own body. It was the first time that Lin Feng had merged his soul with a weapon. It felt like he could move it as freely as he did his arms or legs. Li Shang had given him the memory jade and the instructions to create the banner. Lin Feng stretched his arm and the banner shrunk to the size of his palm. It was miraculous. Emptiness trees are extremely mysterious, thought Lin Feng while putting his banner away. He turned to Li Shang and smiled. "Lin Feng, you're good at fabricating weapons. When facing the wolves, you will no longer need to exhaust so much energy. You only need to absorb them into your banner." Lin Feng nodded, but he felt a bit strange. Why did Li Shang help him to such an extent? "If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have managed to create this banner. Thank you very much. If you need anything, just ask and I will gladly return your kindness." Li Shang looked particularly excited and said, "All right, can you give me the method you used to give your soul such magic powers? Then I will also take your ring with the Na stone. I want everything that is inside. I want all those things in exchange for the banner. It's because I helped you create the banner." "Huh!" Lin Feng was astonished. Li Shang wanted the surplus souls technique and everything that Lin Feng possessed in exchange for the banner. Even though the banner weapon was valuable, Lin Feng's surplus souls technique was much more valuable. It seemed like Li Shang knew that Lin Feng was practicing a soul technique. "Are you not asking for too much?" asked Lin Feng without losing his temper. He remained calm. Li Shang shook his head and said in an indifferent tone, "I'm not a greedy person. I didn't absorb your soul, that's what a greedy person would do. Besides, I gave you all the materials and instructions to create your banner. I've been extremely nice." Lin Feng just sat there and said nothing while looking at Li Shang. Li Shang was also silently looking at Lin Feng with a cold look. Boom! A monstrous deadly energy filled the air and Lin Feng's silhouette suddenly rose into the air. Lin Feng raised his hand and a sword started condensed which illuminated the entire room. It then moved straight towards Li Shang. Humph! Li Shang groaned coldly. He raised his hand and an evil wind emerged from the palm of his hand. It contained a powerful evil energy. It seemed like 1,000,000 ghosts were trapped inside his palm. A rumbling sound spread through the air as the powers collided. Lin Feng wasted no time and was already flying through the air towards the exit. In a flash he had disappeared from sight. Li Shang's cold expression suddenly changed into that of a large grin, and he looked like he had gone insane with excitement. He rushed towards the exit while flying on the evil wind. Lin Feng came out of the fortress and glanced around. He immediately noticed Meng Qing and Nuana. "Meng Qing, we are leaving. Let's go," shouted Lin Feng, which stupefied Meng Qing. Immediately after, Meng Qing glanced to Nuana then flew into the air following behind Lin Feng. A hurricane of cold air rushed out from the fortress. Li Shang looked even more excited than before, and he was watching Lin Feng with a huge grin on his face. His wind swirled around his body and rushed through the air, carrying him towards Lin Feng. On the ground, Nuana was astonished. She was fixedly staring at the silhouettes disappearing on the horizon. Immediately after, Nuana's face turned red. She felt both hopeless and desperate. She understood Lin Feng's intentions. He only called out for Meng Qing to leave with him, which meant he wasn't going to take Nuana with him. Lin Feng was leaving her behind, because she was too weak and would only be a burden. If Lin Feng and Meng Qing had to take Nuana with them, they would have no chance of escaping. They had the choice of staying to fight Li Shang or leaving her behind. They chose to leave her. "I hope we meet again," said Nuana, who was profoundly surprised. She hadn't thought that they would be separated so suddenly. Her father was dead. Her tribe had been annihilated and Lin Feng was now abandoning her. It seemed like she was all alone. But immediately, she smiled. Even though there were tears in her eyes, her smile was resplendent. Even if she ended up alone, she lucky to be alive. In the sky, the three silhouettes were rushing through the city. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were flying in the front. They were clearly trying to escape. However, Li Shang was following behind them while maintaining the same distance, neither catching them and not falling behind. Lin Feng's facial expression was cold. He released his deadly energy, but he was very clear on how strong Li Shang was. With his banner, he was easily able to handle Xian beasts of the 4th and 5th Xian level. It was becoming more obvious that cultivators at 5th Xian Qi layer wouldn't stand a chance of resisting Li Shang. If Lin Feng fought against him, he would need to be cautious as he was no longer sure if he could win. "How fast? His speed is incredible," thought Lin Feng, whose expression was still ice-cold. At that moment, he was using his full strength to escape with Meng Qing, but it seemed like it was impossible to escape Li Shang, and on top of that, Li Shang was only casually flying through the air. He wasn't even using his full power. "Lin Feng, I just want to learn your soul technique and to see if there's anything useful in your ring. I have already said, I am a nice person and won't kill you. Why are you being like this?" said Li Shang. He was still smiling and continued to mention that he wasn't going to kill them, as if this was his way of being friendly. Lin Feng ignored him and continued to fly forwards. Very quickly, their group could be seen flying over the city gate. If they left the city, they would encounter the countless fire wolves. The desert around Tianyahage was probably filled with countless powerful fire wolves. Lin Feng stopped. It seemed like he was done running away. He landed on the ramparts of the city and looked at Li Shang with a cold stare. Li Shang stopped in midair when he saw that Lin Feng had stopped running away. He was looking at Lin Feng with a big grin, but his expression had grown slightly tense. He seemed extremely carefree and imposing as he stood in the air. "Li Shang, I asked you if you wanted anything in exchange and you said no. Now you are going back on your word," said Lin Feng. His body was surrounded by a shocking deadly energy. He took a step forwards and his sword whistled through the air. Lin Feng slashed his sword towards Li Shang with all his power. "Wait? You want to fight me?" said Li Shang, looking confused. He gave a small wave of his hand which formed a hurricane of pure qi. The hurricane then dashed forward and collided with Lin Feng's sword energy. Lin Feng's sword energy immediately vanished and his deadly energy was blown away. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. As expected, Li Shang hadn't revealed his true strength. He had blocked Lin Feng's sword attack in such a relaxed and carefree way. His pure qi contained unbelievable power. There was no longer any doubting his strength. He was much stronger than a cultivator at the peak of the 5th Xianxia layer. He might still be even stronger than that. Lin Feng didn't continue to talk. His pure qi filled the air and his deadly energy was once again released into the air. Li Shang frowned and his face looked surprised. Lin Feng's deadly energy was extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it seemed like nothing when facing against Li Shang. A black sword condensed in the air. That black sword was filled with an incredible deadly energy. "Ah, interesting," said Li Shang with a grin. He released some more pure qi which grew stronger and stronger. His entire body was surrounded by a hurricane which seemed like it had the power to tear the sky apart. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng furiously, while releasing a monstrous deadly energy which crashed towards Li Shang like a tidal wave. However, Li Shang was still calm and carefree. His hurricane tore through the wave of deadly energy and then collided with Lin Feng's sword. A rumbling sound spread through the air, then suddenly the pure qi hurricane seemed to be angered as the power drastically increased. Lin Feng continued to release an endless amount of deadly energy towards the hurricane. However, it couldn't be stopped. Boom! 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 A huge burst of power crashed through the air, destroying everything in its path. Li Shang's entire body had been surrounded by a black ocean, which was Lin Feng's deadly energy, and Li Shang's clothes were disheveled. The atmosphere had returned to normal, but Li Shang's face was now expressionless. He still looked calm and carefree, but also cold. At that moment, Lin Feng and Meng Qing's silhouettes were gone. When Lin Feng sensed Li Shang's pure qi suddenly surge in strength, he realized that he was never a match for Li Shang. Li Shang was stronger than Lin Feng had ever imagined. Therefore, while Li Shang was distracted by the deadly energy, Meng Qing and Lin Feng immediately fled at full speed. They entered the desert filled with wolves and were gambling that Li Shang wouldn't dare to follow them. When Li Shang saw them leaving, he started to grin again. He immediately rushed through the air and appeared at the same distance behind Lin Feng and Meng Qing as before, then continued to follow from behind. He didn't even hesitate before entering the desert, which was overrun with wolves. Some even had 7 tails. Some might have more. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. He was still chasing them. They were now in the wolves' territory, but he continued to chase them without a second thought. Lin Feng and Meng Qing's facial expressions had changed. They were flying higher and higher into the sky. They were trying their best to avoid the fire wolves. They didn't dare to slow down and actually seemed to increase their speed. Since Li Shang was still following behind them, there was only one place to run. They had to back to the place where they first arrived. That was the only way for them to leave the desert and escape from Li Shang. Li Shang obviously couldn't know what Lin Feng was thinking, so he was still following behind them in a relaxed manner. He continued to maintain the same distance. He still wasn't using his full strength to chase them. It almost seemed like he was playing with them. Lin Feng, is this really necessary? I only want a few things. I don't want to see you run to your death, said Li Shang calmly as he followed behind Lin Feng, which made Lin Feng pull a long face. Li Shang was never interested in seeing Lin Feng's banner. It seemed like he only wanted to play around. The ground was scorching hot and emitting an extreme heat. Certain parts of the ground would burst into flame, but there were no fire wolves to be seen. Lin Feng was surprised. Did those fire wolves really come from the depths of the planet? But Lin Feng didn't have time to think about anything else. All he wanted was to escape from Li Shang. Even though Li Shang wasn't chasing them with all his power and looked like he was playing around, who could tell when he would grow bored and kill them? Of course, if Lin Feng was pushed too far, then he wouldn't care about the consequences and would unleash the evil swords. They continued to fly through the air for a while and Lin Feng was exhausted. He made a slight movement and the banner appeared under their feet and started to grow. The huge banner flew through the air while carrying Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Flying on the banner required Lin Feng to use less energy. He started to remove some purity stones from his and continuously absorb them to recover his power. Li Shang looked even more excited when he watched this. He was still following Lin Feng in a calm and relaxed way. His speed was neither slow nor fast. No matter how fast Lin Feng tried to escape, the distance between them remained the same the entire time. We're almost there. After a long period of time, they could finally see the plateau, which meant they had almost arrived. If they were able to make it back, they would be able to safely leave the desert. Lin Feng was more concerned about Li Shang, who had been flying this entire time. He was afraid that Li Shang might suddenly catch them, and there was nothing they could do to stop him. But Lin Feng's fears didn't become a reality. They soon landed on the ground and arrived back to the place which transported them there. Li Shang was still following them, but maintained his distance. He was still flying leisurely in the air as he smiled while looking towards Lin Feng and Meng Qing. "You're not going to continue running away?" "Running away?" A smirk appeared on Lin Feng's face. He grabbed Meng Qing's hand as he added, "CYA." When he finished, Lin Feng and Meng Qing vanished from sight, and Li Shang was shocked to see them escape his senses. When Li Shang saw that Lin Feng and Meng Qing were gone, he was shocked, but immediately after, his grin grew wider and he looked even more excited. Li Shang slowly raised his head towards the sky and leant back, closed his eyes and took a long deep breath. He looked like he was savoring this moment. Immediately after, he opened his eyes and a spectacular light could be seen in his eyes. Ha! Aha ha! Aha ha ha ha! Aha ha 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 ha! Li Shang had burst into an endless fit of laughter. An insane laughter. Ha 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 ha! Li Shang's laughter grew more and more hysterical. He was releasing a terrifyingly powerful qi which shook the heavens. If Lin Feng was able to see this scene, he would know that they would never have escaped from Li Shang if he didn't allow it. Li Shan's power could bring Lin Feng to his knees, unable to move or breathe in Li Shang's presence. The ground as far as the eye could see was shaking because of Li Shang's hysterical laughter. His qi was flowing in all directions. It tore through the sky and ripped apart the earth. Shortly after, the ground burst open, forming a large valley beneath his feet. Shortly after, Li Shang's silhouette rose into the air. His black cloak was violently fluttering inside the hurricane. Kacha! The valley was being forced open by a powerful force which seemed to be shifting the entire earth. An extremely powerful fire energy was rising from beneath the valley. Soon, the valley was filled with bright red flames. It was magma. The terrifying magma started to overflow from the valley and spread across the desert. The entire desert seemed like it had vanished. Only flames from the magma remained where the sand used to be. Besides, the magma continued to rise into the air. It shot into the sky like an erupting volcano. It was terrifying. Li Shang finally stopped laughing and looked towards the terrifying magma as it rose into the sky. He looked happy and carefree. "Li Shang!" shouted a husky voice from inside the magma. Then, a pair of eyes suddenly opened on the surface of the magma. As the magma rose into the air, it slowly started to take the form of a gigantic beast, more precisely a fire wolf. It was a gigantic fire wolf. "Fire King, what brings you out?" said Li Shang while looking at the terrifying fire wolf as if he was greeting an old friend. "Li Shang, what's wrong with you? Why are you laughing so loudly? What could possibly make you so happy?" asked the Fire King. Its voice caused the atmosphere to tremble. "Didn't you see it? You probably knew about that exit a long time ago," said Li Shang. "I know of it, but that exit will not work for you. So why are you laughing here like a fool?" said Fire King indifferently. He had lived here since ancient times. How could he not know about the exit to Shuiyu? "Well, I gave him an extremely precious gift to take outside with him," said Li Shang while looking at the sky and taking a deep breath. Immediately after, the clouds in the sky started to swirl, and a huge hurricane formed around Li Shang. Boom! Li Shang unleashed a terrifying energy from his fist which crashed through the air, causing a thunderous boom. Boom! 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 Li Shang continued to violently attack the same area, trying to force the door to appear for him. "This bloody world is a cursed world. I, Li Shang, will find a way to leave. The earth was violently shaking and the heavens seemed like they would collapse at any moment. Being powerful is a burden. The more you know about this world, the more it drives you insane. If you're like other people, you will never understand what kind of world this is. But you have already found out the truth of the world we live in. But I can tell you that what prevents us from leaving is not a seal. And this world is not cursed. This is a normal world just like any other, sighed the Fire King. Its voice had grown ancient and weary. He was much older than Li Shang. The gap in age was tremendous. It was born at the very center of the world. Over the years, it eventually formed its own intelligence. It had a vast and broad knowledge which spanned over millennia. The Fire Wolf was well aware of the limits of this world. They were unable to break the boundary of that world and escape their cage. But there were paths to the outside which allowed people to enter. Therefore, the wolf knew that Li Shang's dream of leaving would remain just that. What about you? What are your plans? Asked Li Shang towards the Fire King. All I want to do now is attack Tianyahage and slowly gain control over this world. If I manage to conquer the world, I would have no reason to leave it behind, said Fire King slowly. I wish you success and I hope you'll be able to achieve your dream in the future, said Li Shang while smiling. His body was then consumed by light and he immediately disappeared from sight with incredible speed. The Fire King was just looking at Li Shang's figure in the distance, then slowly moved back into the magma. Very quickly, the desert returned to its original state as if nothing had occurred. After having escaped from the desert, Meng Qing and Lin Feng appeared in front of the ancient tree. They felt refreshed breathing in the cool air of the lovesick forest. They felt like it had been a lifetime since they had felt such refreshing air. Lin Feng and Meng Qing looked at each other and smiled. They had gone through a very mysterious and mystical experience. They seemed to teleport to a mysterious region which was vastly different from their own. Lin Feng turned around. His eyes were alight while looking towards the illusion surrounding the tree. Suddenly, Lin Feng released a very sharp qi and his hand pierced through the air. A slicing sound emerged and a tree fell, blocking the entrance to the illusion. Lin Feng continued attacking until the entrance was completely sealed shut. Little Feng, what's going on? When Yu Menghe heard the loud noises, her silhouette flickered and she appeared in front of Lin Feng, for women had accompanied her. She was surprised. Why had Lin Feng sealed the entrance to the illusion? Mother, we can never go to that place again, said Lin Feng while looking at Yu Menghe. Lin Feng looked strange. He felt like they should never go back to that region. It was a dangerous place filled with evil and death. The Fire Wolves had an army powerful enough to conquer the land. Who knew whether they would succeed or not? Yu Menghe remained silent for a few seconds and replied, "All right, we won't go there again." Lin Feng smiled and started walking with Yu Menghe. He asked, "Mother, has anything particular happened the past days in Xueyu?" "Nothing important. Some people from the Dragon Mountain Empire have arrived in Xueyu. They probably came to discuss the great competition of Xueyu," said Yu Menghe while frowning, and then continued. "Besides, those people from Dragon Mountain have also brought along some people from the country of Tianfeng. Tianfeng is just like Xueyu. It's a country under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mountain Empire." "The great competition of Xueyu," whispered Lin Feng. Last time, the national competition of Xueyu had abruptly stopped due to corruption and tampering. Lin Feng was wondering how the people of Dragon Mountain Empire would select their cultivators. "Little Feng, do you want to participate in the great competition of Xueyu?" asked Yu Menghe. "The most outstanding disciples of the 13 countries of Xue, you will engage in battles which will allow them to grow stronger." "Why wouldn't I want to?" Lin Feng's eyes were filled with excitement. He couldn't stay in Xueyu forever, he had to leave at some point. Xueyu was only the start of his adventure. Yu Menghe remained silent. Actually, she had contradictory thoughts to Lin Feng. On one hand, she was hoping that Lin Feng wouldn't want to leave Xueyu. But on the other hand, she was also hoping that Lin Feng would be to explore the world and be a free spirit. If the Empire thought that Lin Feng was outstanding, nobody in Xueyu would dare to harm him. She was even hoping that Lin Feng would, one day, be able to take revenge for all the grievances of the past. After all, she wanted to get her revenge too, but she wasn't powerful enough. Lin Hai and Yu Menghe had suffered a terrible fate. They were forced into hiding. They didn't have enough power to truly be together. They were forced into secrecy. But she had only one son, Lin Feng. If Lin Feng went and participated in the great competition of Shuiyu, it would be a very difficult challenge for him. Yu Menghe didn't want Lin Feng to carry such a heavy burden by himself. She didn't want Lin Feng to eventually crumble under the pressure. She was scared that he would eventually lose his life because of past grievances. Yu Menghe and Lin Hai would normally share a similar opinion on most matters. They both wanted Lin Feng to live a normal and ordinary life. If he didn't, they at least wanted him to be safe. But since Lin Feng had already entered the world of cultivators, he couldn't stop walking the dangerous path. It was impossible. Lin Feng had to keep moving forwards, step by step, until the day he stood at the very top. Little Feng, no matter what, whether you want to go or not, you have to remember how important your life is. You have to keep living. That is the only thing me and your father wishes for, said Yu Menghe while staring at Lin Feng. Don't worry. It's not easy to kill me, said Lin Feng while smiling, which stupefied Yu Menghe. Lin Hai was still in front of the tree with the cabins. He was still carving into trees. He was absolutely still and seemed like he wasn't part of this world, as if he had forgotten everything. Lin Feng kept walking and didn't go and disturb his father. He also knew about his father's seal. It seemed like Lin Hai was trying to increase his strength and vitality. He was trying to break through the seal that was placed on him. Having his power sealed and part of him locked away, Lin Hai didn't feel that he was truly living his life, even if he didn't say it. Lin Feng understood how much his father had suffered to protect him. He was shunned and eventually expelled from the clan of his own flesh and blood. He wasn't able to step up and protect his son from danger, and when he was inside the imperial city, he was forced to hide away, unable to freely be with his own wife. He was unable to take his revenge and was constantly hiding in fear from the imperial clan. Lin Hai had a great burden on his shoulders. Even if he was always smiling, his smile was only to hide the suffering in his heart. Mother, I am leaving for a while, said Lin Feng, who didn't want to disturb Lin Hai. Yu Menghe smiled and nodded in reply. In the imperial city, everybody was now aware that Lin Feng was her son, so it was unlikely that anyone would attack Lin Feng. His enemies would have to think twice before trying anything. Besides, Lin Feng's personal strength was also extraordinary, so Yu Menghe wasn't too worried about Lin Feng's safety. The depths of the lovesick forest was a restricted area. Nobody was able to enter that area without permission, but Lin Feng could enter freely. Lin Feng and Meng Qing left the lovesick forest and headed to the Celestial Academy. When the students of the academy saw Lin Feng and Meng Qing, they all looked at them with respectful gazes. The students worshipped them. At the national competition, everyone had seen how powerful Lin Feng was, including a large amount of people from the academy, and even those who hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes had heard about what had happened. As expected, they are destined soulmates, thought many people when they saw Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng looked elegant and imposing. Meng Qing looked pure and holy like a celestial being. They were a perfect match, just like a string of pearl and jade. The students of the Celestial Academy all stopped what they were doing when they noticed Meng Qing and Lin Feng. They started to follow them, which made Lin Feng smile wryly. He wasn't used to people worshipping him. He went to the military students' quarters and encountered Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua. Lan Jiao, Jing Yun, and Yishui were also there when Lin Feng arrived. Besides, they had already befriended the two strange old men. What bothered Lin Feng was that the two old men were relaxing and playing chess. Jing Yun and Yishui were preparing tea for them, and Lan Jiao was next to the old men watching them play with a worshipping gaze. Lin Feng was shocked, speechless. Mr. Hua, I am intelligent and a fast learner. Please teach me alchemy, said Lan Jiao to the old man. But Mr. Hua ignored her and continued playing chess. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qi, you really know how to enjoy life, said Lin Feng while smiling and walking over to the old men. You and your goddess were able to take a break and have a tranquil and carefree lifestyle. Why wouldn't you allow these two old men to enjoy some relaxation? Said Mr. Qi while laughing wholeheartedly. Lin Feng looked very different than in the past. When they decided to follow Lin Feng, he was still very weak and still had the air of youth. But they had seen the battles of Xianxia Lake. The two old men knew that Lin Feng had already surpassed their power. Besides, he had surpassed them in such a short period of time that the two old men couldn't even believe their eyes. It was like a dream. They had initially thought that Lin Feng would surpass them after a few years, but in fact, he had needed less than a year and he was already much stronger than them. He could easily kill cultivators of the third and fourth Xianxia layer like they were insects. Not to mention that Lin Feng's background was also incredible. "Ha ha!" laughed Mr. Hua and then said while looking at Lin Feng, "Don't listen to Mr. Qi. If you need anything, just give us an order." Lin Feng was surprised, but he quickly returned to normal again. Mr. Hua was extremely kind. He was the most understanding of Lin Feng. "Mr. Hua, what orders are you talking about? Back then, you decided to follow me, a little nobody. I will always remember that," said Lin Feng while shaking his head and smiling. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qi nodded and said, "If we hadn't understood you back then and had no relationship with you, we wouldn't have followed you." "Indeed, Lin Feng. Why do you need to talk that way and sound sentimental? You're so womanly," said Mr. Qi. "Haha. Yes." Lin Feng nodded. He then continued, "Mr. Hua, I need you to go back to Yangzhou City and then bring a troop to the Yunhai mountain chain. I want you to encircle the mountain chain for 7 days." Jing Yun shivered and her eyes started to twinkle. "Bring people to the Yunhai mountain chain? Encircle it for 7 days? What did Lin Feng want to do? Besides, I also want to ask you, Mr. Qi, to take a troop to the Hao Yu sect and exterminate them," said Lin Feng, which made Jing Yun shiver again. Chu Zhanpeng and his father Chu Qing were dead. The Hao Yu sect was at its weakest and most vulnerable state. Lin Feng wanted to keep his promise and resurrect the Yunhai sect. Those who participated in the extermination of the Yunhai sect needed to die. The time had come to get revenge for the Yunhai sect. "No problem. No problem here either," the two old men replied and nodded. They then immediately stood up. "Lin Feng, it is said that the former territory of the Yunhai sect has been invaded by those who helped destroy it. Besides, the Yunhai mountain chain is also inhabited by a number of new sects. It is because of the Black Wind Mountain. It is a great location for sects to train and cultivate. The location gives many advantages to those sections," said Jing Yun to Lin Feng as she explained the situation. Lin Feng slightly nodded. He understood why the Yunhai mountain chain was a good location for a sect. Surround it for 7 days. Nobody should even think about taking a single step inside the territory. People who are residing in the mountain chain will have 7 days to evacuate. If they are not gone after 7 days, kill them all. Mr. Qi, after destroying the Hao Yu sect, have some people bring the spoils of war back to Yangzhou City. Then move the troops towards the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Wait for me at the halfway point and I will meet you there," said Lin Feng coldly. There were no laws in the world of cultivation except for the law of the jungle. In the past, Duan Tianlang had influenced the Ice and Snow Mountain village, the Hao Yu sect and the Wanshou sect to join hands and destroy the Yunhai sect. 3 years had passed since that bloodbath and a debt of blood had to be paid with blood. "I know what to do," said Mr. Hua while nodding. "Let's not waste time, Lin Feng. Mr. Qi and I will leave immediately." "All right," said Lin Feng while nodding. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua then immediately left without wasting a single moment. Jing Yun looked at Lin Feng and her eyes were bright. She had known Lin Feng for a long time and she had seen him accomplish so many great things. Jing Yun could still remember how Lin Feng was back then when he had only broken through to the 6th Qi layer. He was just an ordinary disciple of the Yunhai sect and was considered very weak. Then, he suddenly started to dazzle everyone like a meteor flashing across the sky. He had fought his way through many life and death battles, and step by step, he made progress on his cultivation. Now, he considered as an extremely powerful cultivator and he easily had the power to destroy a sect. Lin Feng was already stronger than Nan Gongling was in the past. Maybe he really could resurrect the former glory of the Yunhai sect. He was a young man, only 18 years old, yet so elegant and prestigious. He had become the most talented disciple of the Yunhai sect, and his glory was unmatched. If he was unable to resurrect the Yunhai sect, then no one could return it to Xueyu. Jing Yun had overheard conversations in the past regarding the Yunhai sect and Nan Gongling. People would say that if the Yunhai sect hadn't been annihilated, then it would have flourished once again. 2 years before, the Yunhai sect was at its weakest. It was a period of decline for the sect, which was why they couldn't defend themselves from attack. In the end, Lin Feng survived and inherited the Yunhai sect. Its resurrection was in his hands. Lin Feng had made a promise, and these were things that he needed to do. Lin Feng, shouted Lan Jiao at that moment. Lin Feng turned his head and looked towards her. She looked like she was laden with grief, and her face was contorted. Lin Feng, I'm leaving, said Lan Jiao, which surprised Lin Feng, but he immediately regained his composure. Lan Jiao was neither his friend nor his enemy. He had accepted to take her with him because the Dream Pavilion had been exterminated. Lan Jiao wanted to keep on living, so she had had to follow Lin Feng. A long time had passed since those events, and Lan Jiao wanted to live her own life. When she saw Lin Feng remain silent, she continued, "The people from the Cosmic Pavilion are already in Xueyu. They are in the Imperial City." The Cosmic Pavilion. Lin Feng was stupefied. The Dream Pavilion was a subgroup of the Cosmic Pavilion, which was an influential power in the Dragon Mountain Empire. They were extremely powerful, more than those small spheres of influence in Xueyu. Surprisingly, they had come to Xueyu. Lan Jiao, even though you know everything about what happened in Celestial River, you shouldn't tell them about it. The second Prince Duanwu, you shouldn't be offended at any cost. While they are in Xueyu, the Cosmic Pavilion does not have the power to harm him, warned Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Duanwu Ye often had contact. Lin Feng still didn't understand why Duanwu Ye always acted so friendly towards him. It was unfathomable. Lin Feng really didn't understand Duanwu Ye. In Celestial River, Duanwu Ye had even dared attack an evil ectoplasm king. If Lan Jiao wanted to use this opportunity to attack Duanwu Ye in Xueyu, she would be killed and Duanwu Ye would emerge unharmed. "I know," replied Lan Jiao while nodding. "What happened in Celestial River will not be mentioned. I will pretend to know nothing about it." "All right then," replied Lin Feng while nodding. Lan Jiao was still one of his acquaintances, and Lin Feng hoped that nothing bad would happen to her. "Is there anything you want to tell me?" asked Lan Jiao while looking towards Lin Feng in a warm and friendly way. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Lin Feng said, "Take good care of yourself." "I will," said Lan Jiao while smiling. Immediately after, she turned around and left. She didn't take anything with her. She simply left with empty hands. After Lan Jiao left, Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng and said, "She doesn't want to leave. You should ask her to stay." Lin Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. "Jing Yun, do you want to go back to Yangzhou City and then go back to Yunhai sect with the others?" asked Lin Feng towards Jing Yun. "I will go to the Yunhai sect first, and I will wait for Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua there," replied Jing Yun while smiling. She was also a member of the Yunhai sect. Even though she used to be a simple ordinary disciple, the Yunhai sect was a beautiful memory from her youth. She had always been sad after its destruction. Being able to see the Yunhai sect's revival was a great thing for her. It's another possibility indeed. "All right then, Yishui, you can come with me to the Lovesick Forest." These days, they didn't need to stay inside the Celestial Academy. There was nothing for them to gain there. "What about Duan Feng?" asked Jing Yun. "He should stay here and practice cultivation. I think the Celestial Academy is more than happy to nurture him," replied Lin Feng with a faint smile. 1,000 ties linked Duan Feng to the Imperial clan. Besides, he had extremely high natural abilities and a very pure heart. The best thing for him was to practice cultivation in a peaceful and calm location. Lin Feng wasn't willing to have too much contact with Duan Feng. He didn't want to influence his cultivation. "That's good too," nodded Jing Yun. Jing Yun and Yishui then started cleaning and tidying their residence before leaving the palace with Lin Feng. At the academy, everybody was still staring at Lin Feng, which made him smile wryly. Lin Feng suddenly noticed a familiar face before he left the ground of the academy. Nanshan. Jing Yun, go to the Yun Hai sect alone, but be careful. Meng Qing, take Yi Shui with you and go to the lovesick forest, said Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw Nanshan, he knew that something had come up. Son of Yu Meng He. As expected, Nanshan was smiling and run towards Lin Feng, so fast that it seemed like he was going to attack him. Call me Lin Feng, okay? Said Lin Feng while smiling. Son of Yu Meng He sounded too unusual for Lin Feng. Son of Yu Meng He. I will call you young master instead, said Nanshan while shaking his head and smiling. Young master, everybody has seen how strong you were at the national competition. You killed Chu Zhanpeng and Chu Qing. Now, everybody knows that you could become a high official, but for that you first have to pass the test. If there was no test, you would already be a high official. The term high official means nothing to me, said Lin Feng while shaking his head. He didn't care about the high officials. He knew how vast and boundless the continent was, and there were many strong cultivators lurking in the shadows. Being a high official wouldn't influence his true goal. But even if it is meaningless to you, it is also a way to prove your strength, said Nanshan while smiling wryly. Many people dreamt of becoming a high official. In their eyes, the 8 high officials were the most amazing cultivators of the country. However, Nanshan could see that Lin Feng didn't care about that at all. Lin Feng only attached importance to the high official's strength, but didn't care for the fame. Let's talk about something else. Did the second prince send you to talk to me? Asked Lin Feng. He didn't feel like talking about the high officials anymore. Each time Nanshan appeared, it had something to do with Duan Wuya. This time was no exception. Indeed, nodded Nanshan and said, Lin Feng, His Highness the Second Prince has been waiting for you for a very long time. What do you mean? Asked Lin Feng. Young master, after the national competition at Xianxia Lake, some people from the Dragon Mountain Empire arrived to select who was going to participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. They also brought the outstanding cultivators from Tianfeng with them. This way, the outstanding cultivators of Shuiyu will be able to measure their strength against the cultivators of Tianfeng. Shuiyu has organized a banquet for everyone to celebrate the occasion. Some of the most outstanding cultivators of Shuiyu were invited, but because you were unreachable, the banquet was postponed. The people from Dragon Mountain and Tianfeng have already started complaining, said Nanshan while smiling wryly. He then continued, I've been waiting for you every day all day. I searched the lovesick forest, but I never saw you. Today I heard that you were here, and I immediately rushed here to inform you. The second prince wants the banquet to happen tonight. I hope that you can understand why we are in a hurry and accept the invitation to the banquet. Members from the Dragon Mountain Empire had come, and Shuiyu was the official host of that banquet. Organizing a banquet was an obligation. However, because of Lin Feng, Duan Wuya had asked to postpone the banquet, which shocked Lin Feng. Besides, he also realized that Nanshan had become much politer to him. That meant that Duan Wuya attached even more importance to Lin Feng. Nanshan represented the second prince. Lin Feng understood that much. Nanshan, tell the second prince that I will be there, said Lin Feng while smiling. Nanshan agreed and said, Thank you very much, young master. I will inform him right away. All right, nodded Lin Feng. Nanshan then bowed in front of Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng was looking at Nanshan's back as he left and looked perplexed. A sharp light was twinkling in his eyes. Nanshan's behavior had changed. He was being extremely polite and courteous. Besides, Nanshan represented the second prince Duan Wuya, which meant that Duan Wuya also respected Lin Feng. It meant that Duan Wuya thought that Lin Feng was important. Everything has changed because of my mother, suddenly thought Lin Feng. It was a flash of enlightenment. He suddenly understood the mysterious actions of other people which he didn't understand before. Duan Wuya was good to him because he had always known that Lin Feng was Yu Menghe's son. Back in the lovesick forest, Duan Wuya hadn't intervened in Yu Tianxing and Lin Feng's fight and seemed to side with Lin Feng. Yu Qiu's cultivation was then crippled by Lin Feng's mother for attempting to kill Lin Feng. Duan Wuya's people always supported Lin Feng in his actions. It seemed like all those events had been planned by Duan Wuya. Everything went according to plan because Lin Feng was Yu Menghe's son. That was also why the Yu clan didn't dare to openly retaliate against Lin Feng. In Celestial River, Duan Wuya had stolen the heavenly dragon cauldron from everybody. He had astonished everyone with his power and was the victor of a huge battle. He was the only one who had the right to obtain the ancient cauldron. Duan Wuya was monstrously powerful. His strength was incredible, but his temperament and methods were just as incredible. Even though Duan Wuya was good to Lin Feng because he had other motives, he also wanted to help Lin Feng. He never planned to harm Lin Feng and would only benefit him. Back in Celestial River, someone stole the ancient cauldron from Duan Wuya and gave it to me, but I don't know who that person was. Lin Feng thought. That person with the powerful sword aura wasn't his mother, but they must be related. When I see my mother again, I will ask her. Lin Feng didn't know many strong cultivators, he only knew Yan Yu Pingshang, but he didn't know who returned the cauldron to him. Why did that person help him? Besides, the ancient cauldron was extremely valuable. Why did they give it to Lin Feng? Why didn't he keep it for himself? It was probably one of his parents' friends. Everything started to make sense. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the sky. Immediately after, he said to Meng Qing and the others, "You can leave now, I am going to the Imperial Palace." "Be careful," said Meng Qing. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. This time, at the banquet, Lin Feng would meet the people from the Dragon Mountain Empire. Besides, all the cultivators from Tianfeng would also be extremely strong. There were no weak cultivators involved. They would need to compare the strength of all the outstanding disciples. Besides, a conflict between cultivators during the banquet was inevitable. Tianfeng and Xueyu were countries under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mountain Empire. They probably wouldn't be on good terms with the other party. But those minor conflicts wouldn't be a problem. Nobody would want any accidents to happen during the banquet. The Dragon Mountain Empire also didn't want anything regrettable to happen to the participants before the great competition of Xueyu. During the fighter selection process, conflicts were unavoidable, and no matter who won the battles, no battle was permitted to end in the death of a selected talent, as it might weaken the Dragon Mountain Empire's chances at victory. The great competition of Xueyu wasn't only about a single empire. In Xueyu, there were 3 empires with other countries under their jurisdiction that were competing. The great competition of Xueyu was the biggest event of the region. All 3 of the empires wanted their participants to dazzle everyone else. The confrontations of all the outstanding disciples were actually closely related to the country's respective national affairs. Young cultivators were the future of their countries. If the young cultivators were strong, then their country would prosper. Meng Qing and the others nodded and left. Meng Qing brought Yixue to the Lovesick Forest, and Jing Yun left for the Yunhai sect. Jing Yun didn't count as a strong cultivator, but in the lands outside of the imperial city, she would be considered very powerful. Lin Feng's silhouette then flickered, and he rushed straight towards the imperial palace. Lin Feng hadn't asked Nanshan where in the palace the banquet would be held. He only knew the time it started. He arrived in the vast and boundless imperial palace, but Lin Feng asked nobody for directions. Instead, he continued to fly above the palace. Under him, there were many pavilions, lakes, mountains, and rivers. Lin Feng then saw a part of the imperial palace where he had already been in the past. It was a forest in a valley. When Lin Feng saw that valley, he immediately landed. A group of women in white clothes appeared next to him, but when they saw that it was Lin Feng, they dropped their guard and returned to their positions. They had obviously recognized Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, are you here to see Her Highness the Princess?" asked one of the maids. Lin Feng immediately nodded. "Please wait for a moment. I will inform Her Highness," said the maid. Immediately after, she went into the depths of the forest while Lin Feng waited outside. He looked at the valley. It was still a very magnificent landscape. It was so beautiful, graceful, and elegant, just like Duan Xianxia. After a short moment, Lin Feng saw a woman running towards him. She had a magnificent and resplendent smile on her face. "Lin Feng," said Duan Xianxia. She was very happy and excited to see Lin Feng. When the maids saw the princess, who was usually so calm and introverted, smile in such a resplendent way, they were stupefied and looked knowingly at Lin Feng. What magical powers did that young man have? The princess was bewitched by him. Lin Feng, when he saw Duan Xianye's magnificent smile, he smiled radiantly. Duan Xianye's smile was so pure that it allowed people to forget about their troubles. Lin Feng walked towards Duan Xianye, stretched out his hand and fixed Duan Xianye's hair that was messily covering her face. He then smiled and said, "I was going to come in and see you. There was no need for you to run all the way here." Duan Xianye's lips shook. She smiled and shook her head while saying, "It's not the same." "What's not the same?" asked Lin Feng, who was confused. "If you come to see me, it means that you want to see me. If I come out to see you, it means that I also want to see you. It's obviously not the same," said Duan Xianye with a pure smile on her face. She then grabbed Lin Feng's arm and brought him inside the valley. When they passed in front of the maids saw Duan Xianye holding Lin Feng's arm and were astonished. They all looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The princess was in love. In the valley, there were many cliffs which were decorated with portraits. Those portraits were lifelike and all of the same person. "Lin Feng, look at my paintings, haven't I progressed a lot?" asked Duan Xianye to Lin Feng while pointing at the portraits she had painted. There were small portraits of Lin Feng, large portraits of Lin Feng. There were portraits of Lin Feng everywhere. He smiled wryly and shook his head while saying, "I look much better in your paintings than I do in reality. Xianye, why do you waste your time painting me? When you're not here with me, I can look at all the paintings around me and see you," said Duan Xianye in a gentle and soft tone, which made a warm feeling invade Lin Feng's heart. However, he also felt remorseful and uneasy. He almost never came to see Duan Xianye. His visits could be counted on one hand. "Wait until you get married. At that moment, when you look around and only see me, you will get sick of my face," joked Lin Feng. "Well, when are we getting married?" suddenly asked Duan Xianye while looking into Lin Feng's eyes in a meaningful way. She looked impatient. Lin Feng was shocked and smiled wryly. He was speechless and didn't know what to say. "I'm just kidding," said Duan Xianye while smiling. She then turned her head and didn't look at Lin Feng any longer. She then added, "You and Meng Qing can get married. The most important thing is that you keep me around. That's enough for me," said Duan Xianye while smiling, but her smile was hiding her sadness. However, she wasn't going to cry. She was already clear about Lin Feng's feelings after their last discussion. The most important thing was that Lin Feng didn't abandon her. That was enough. If she lost her social status, it didn't matter. She just wanted to remain with Lin Feng. Actually, Duan Xianye's thoughts were simple. She loved him and wanted to be with him. It was as simple as that. Lin Feng grabbed Duan Xianye's hand and held it firmly, which made Duan Xianye smile in an even more magnificent way. "Xianye, tonight, the second prince invited me to a banquet. Some people from the Dragon Mountain Empire and Tianfeng will be there. Shall we go together?" said Lin Feng suddenly, which stupefied Duan Xianye. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "Really? Do you think that I would try and fool you?" asked Lin Feng while making a grimace and then laughing. "Thank you, Lin Feng," said Duan Xianye, whose face turned a bit red. Suddenly, some tears appeared in the corner of her eyes, and she felt very warm in her heart. "Xianye, what are you doing? Come on," said Lin Feng while wiping off her tears. He felt powerless. "I'm so happy," said Duan Xianye using her sleeves to wipe off her tears. She looked free and unrestrained at that moment. She was really happy. If Lin Feng wanted to go to the banquet with her, she would go, not as the crown princess but as Lin Feng's woman. Besides, that banquet would be exceptional. There would be all the noble aristocrats of the country. Lin Feng would thus show to everyone that Duan Xianye was under his protection. That was the only reason, but Duan Xianye agreed anyway. "You have done so much for me. Everything I do now won't be enough," sighed Lin Feng. Having Duan Xianye side with him before was a bit difficult. Duan Xianye was a princess and she was revered by everyone. Back then, Lin Feng, apart from his title of marquis and officer, he didn't have much prestige. He didn't have enough power to be accepted in the past either. Many people who were courting Duan Xianye in the past were much stronger and had powerful backers. Of course, the situation had now changed. Lin Feng was Yu Menghe's son and everyone knew about it. She had told everybody that Lin Feng was her son at Xianxia Lake. Everybody knew about Lin Feng's background in Shuiyu, so Lin Feng had what it took to be in an intimate relationship with Duan Xianyi. When Duan Xianyi heard Lin Feng, she smiled even more. She then said, "I'm going for a bath. Wait here for me." "All right," nodded Lin Feng. At that moment, they had already arrived inside Duan Xianye's residence. At the edge of Duan Xianye's bedroom, there was a stone door and behind it, there were hot springs. Only extremely wealthy and noble people would have such a luxurious thing as part of their residence. But Duan Xianyi was a princess, so it wasn't surprising at all. "Lin Feng, keep watch for me," said Duan Xianyi in a sweet voice. She then opened the stone door and went through. She immediately started to bathe in the hot springs. Lin Feng could see the hot steam float in the air and hear the sound of water. He could also smell the pleasant fragrance filling the room. Lin Feng suddenly felt uneasy. Duan Xianyi was having a bath and she hadn't shut the door. Didn't she trust Lin Feng a little bit too much? "Xianyi, are you not scared that I would peep at you?" said Lin Feng. Even though he had a strong willpower and determination, he found the situation enchanting. Lin Feng was lost in wild and fanciful thoughts. "It's not as if you have never seen my body before," replied Duan Xianyi while laughing, which astonished Lin Feng. He remembered that time at the Z government in MOU, which made him feel even more strange. After a short time, which felt like eternity for Lin Feng, Duan Xianyi finishing bathing and came out. Her smile was resplendent and her fragrance was pleasant. She looked at Lin Feng with a seductive glance. Lin Feng smiled wryly and looked at Duan Xianyi. She was beautiful, graceful, and elegant. Her face was beautiful and pure. After her bath, her skin was beautiful and smooth. She looked enchanting and her fragrance was alluring. "At least you won't lose face with me next to you," said Duan Xianyi while smiling, which stupefied Lin Feng. She was a princess. How could she be afraid of him losing face? "Xianyi, I will feel like everyone is watching me if I am next to you," said Lin Feng while smiling and shaking his head. "Humph." Duan Xianyi grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Her pleasant fragrance immediately invaded Lin Feng's nose, which made his nose slightly itchy. "Lin Feng, let's go," said Duan Xianyi gently. "Go." Lin Feng smiled wryly and pointed at the sky. He said, "Look, is it the night yet? The banquet hasn't even started yet." Duan Xianyi saw that the evening sun had just started to set. The sky was still quite bright. Duan Xianyi just smiled. She was excited and didn't realize the banquet hadn't started yet. On Duanwu Mountain, there is a scenic palace with a beautiful waterfall. It was usually very calm, but at that moment there were various sounds coming from the palace. It was already night outside and the imperial palace was brightly lit. However, the palace on Duanwu Mountain didn't have any lanterns lit. There was only the light of the moon to illuminate the beautiful scene. The moonlight glistened on the waterfall, and the stones of the mountain radiated a pale glow. Duanwu Mountain was beautifully lit by the moonlight. It looked beautiful. Lin Feng and Duan Xianyi arrived together. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw two guards in silver armor. Seeing guards here was something very rare, but because of the banquet, Duanwu had guards prepared to ensure that they weren't disturbed. When they saw Duan Xianyi with Lin Feng, they didn't stop to check their identities before entering. However, the guards were glaring at Lin Feng. Even though everybody knew Lin Feng's name in the imperial city, only those who had seen Lin Feng, for example at Xianxia Lake, could recognize him. The guards of the imperial palace weren't able to go to Xianxia Lake. Therefore, they couldn't recognize Lin Feng. When they saw a young man who was being close with Duan Xianyi, they were surprised, envious, and jealous. The princess was extremely beautiful. Many men dreamed of courting her. However, surprisingly, those guards had never seen this young man who was with her at that moment, which meant that he wasn't a noble from the imperial palace. Being that close to the princess was probably his good luck. While going on up the mountain, Lin Feng sensed that the guards were glaring at him. He smiled wryly and said, "Xianyi, All those wealthy and noble young men of the imperial palace are going to be angry at me tonight, don't you think? You've got so many enemies already. A few more doesn't really matter, said Duan Xianyi while smiling in a tender way. Lin Feng had offended a great deal of large powers in Xueyu, the Yu clan, the Wanshou sect, etc. They were all extremely powerful and influential groups within Xueyu. If those people couldn't attack Lin Feng anymore, these nobles couldn't even dream of it. Therefore, offending more people wasn't a problem for Lin Feng. His situation wouldn't change. Lin Feng understood what Duan Xianyi meant. He couldn't help but smile wryly over and over again. He had, indeed, offended a number of people, but it was always him being provoked. Lin Feng was only following his path on becoming a strong cultivator, and they became the thorns and thistles in his way. If a strong cultivator couldn't continue walking down the path of cultivation because of a few thorns and thistles, he would die. The only way to move forwards was to cut through everything in his path. In other words, it was necessary for Lin Feng to encounter difficulties and overcome all the obstacles in his way. For you, I would have to do this much, said Lin Feng while smiling, which stupefied Duan Xianyi. The moonlight was shining upon her beautiful face, which made her look like a goddess. On Duanwu Mountain, there was a huge cultivation field created for battles between cultivators. Under the moonlight, the field reflected the stars to be shown beneath their feet, so while standing on it, people would feel like heroes standing amongst the stars. On that field, there was a pavilion from which one could observe the battles. At that moment, there were many people inside the pavilion. There were many people sitting around the pavilion, and there were fine liquors and delicacies in front of them. But it seemed like they were still waiting for people to arrive, as there were still a few open seats. Nobody had tasted the food or the alcohol. Instead, they were unceasingly talking. Duan Wuya wasn't sitting on the main seat, which was higher than the others. Instead, he was sitting on a seat next to the main one, and his seat was slightly lower. He was sitting amongst a group of people from Xueyu, who sat in a position even lower than him. Opposite of Duan Wuya and the other people from Xueyu, at the very front, were some people who looked introverted and had no energy emerging from their bodies. However, Duan Wuya didn't seem to neglect them. Opposite Duan Wuya, it was the prince of Tianfeng, Feng Chun. Besides, the other people who were emitting to energy were members of the 7 envoys of Tianfeng. The 7 envoys of Tianfeng were the strongest young cultivators of Tianfeng, just like the 8 high officials of Xueyu, but in Tianfeng there was only 7. Strangely, there was only 6 of them present. On Duan Wuya's left, there were large seats. The 3 people who sat on them looked indifferent. They had a noble aura surrounding them. They were the 3 from the Dragon Mountain Empire. 2 of them were ambassadors for the Empire, and one of them was an elder of the Cosmic Pavilion. The ambassadors had invited him to join them in coming to Xueyu. Besides all of the well-known figures, there were some other people who looked extraordinary as well. They were the high-ranking officials from the court of Xueyu. Opposite them were the powerful guards of the ambassadors of the Dragon Mountain Empire. There was also some cultivators from the Cosmic Pavilion. Everybody in the pavilion had an extraordinary social status. But what surprised people was that there was a free seat next to Duan Wuya. Nobody was sitting there, which meant there was an incredible person who had still not arrived. Wuya, Your Highness, please forgive me for my curiosity, but the one who made you postpone the banquet, isn't it the one who hasn't arrived yet? Asked Feng Chen in a calm voice. Actually, the tone of his voice showed that he was reproaching Duan Wuya for postponing the banquet. Please accept my most sincere apologies. This person is extremely important in Xueyu. Besides, he might participate in the great competition of Xueyu. I am convinced that the ambassadors from Dragon Mountain can understand my position. Sorry for the inconvenience, said Duan Wuya while slightly bowing in front of the ambassadors. He was extremely polite and courteous. They were the ones who would select the fighters for the great competition. He had to be polite to them. After all, the great competition wasn't only about Xueyu, it was also about the Dragon Mountain Empire. Well, the ambassadors and the seniors of the Cosmic Pavilion, like me, must be very curious to know who that person is. You postponed the banquet because of him, and even now he's late, said Feng Chun in a low voice while sounding annoyed. I am curious too. Is it the first of the 8 high officials, the Crown Prince Duan Wudao? But if it was him, you wouldn't be sitting there, said Feng Chun mockingly. Feng Chun was the second strongest envoy of Tianfeng. He had heard about Duan Wudao a long time ago and knew that Duan Wudao was the strongest of the 8 high officials. The strongest from the 7 envoys of Tianfeng hadn't come this time. When Duan Wuya heard this, he said in a calm and indifferent way, "The first of the 7 envoys of Tianfeng hasn't come, so my brother obviously wouldn't bother to come either." Duan Wuya stupefied the envoys of Tianfeng. He was quite aggressive. His simple sentence meant that Duan Wudao wasn't going to bother himself for Feng Chun. "I have heard that the princess of Shuiyu, Duan Xianxia Her Highness, is extremely beautiful like a goddess. Besides, she is old enough to marry but still doesn't have a husband. Look at us, envoys of Tianfeng. Any of us will happily accept her," said the 7th envoy, which made many wealthy and noble young men from Shuiyu grow angry. The people from Tianfeng wanted to humiliate their princess. "My sister already has someone in her heart. If there is an opportunity, I will introduce him to you," said Duan Wuya while remaining calm. At that moment, the sound steps filled the atmosphere. Duan Wuya and the others were all extremely strong cultivators. They could all hear the footsteps approaching, as they looked to see who was approaching. "Brother, who wants to see me?" said a gentle voice at that moment. Immediately after, a young woman appeared. She looked graceful and elegant. There was nothing covering her face so everybody could see her beauty. They were astonished. They hadn't thought that the princess of Shuiyu would be so beautiful. But they also felt upset because there was a young man by her side, and he looked extremely close to her. They were even holding hands. Lin Feng. When the people of Shuiyu saw Lin Feng, they were shocked. Lin Feng had come with the princess. Besides, it seemed like they were very close. Immediately after, they saw Duan Xianxia hug Lin Feng closer to her. Then they moved towards the pavilion together. Everybody was astonished. Duan Xianxia had surprisingly come with Lin Feng, and it seemed like they were lovers. Since when were Lin Feng and Duan Xianxia together? Wasn't there a pure and holy woman, who looked like a celestial being, by Lin Feng's side already? Many people looked upset when they saw Lin Feng. He had too much luck with women. All the women around him were gorgeous. Meng Qing looked like a celestial being, pure and holy, and Duan Xianxia looked like a goddess under the moonlight. Was that seat next to Duan Wuya reserved for that young man who had come with Duan Xianxia? At that moment, Lin Feng and Duan Xianxia were slowly walking towards the pavilion. Lin Feng smiled at Duan Wuya and said, "Sorry for making you wait." Duan Wuya looked surprised. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would come with Duan Xianxia. He was of course happy to see it. "We didn't wait for too long. Hurry up and sit," said Duan Wuya while pointing at the seat next to him. He was talking to Lin Feng in an extremely polite manner which stupefied all the people from Shuiyu. That seat wasn't for Duan Xianxia, it was for Lin Feng. Duan Wuya was postponing the banquet because of Lin Feng. "Xianxia, why are you not greeting your brother? And why didn't you tell me that you were coming? In that case, you can sit with Lin Feng on his lap," said Duan Wuya while smiling. Many people were extremely upset and looking at Lin Feng with jealousy. It seemed like Duan Wuya accepted Lin Feng and Duan Xianxia's relationship. Actually, at Xiangyang Lake, things changed once everyone knew of Lin Feng's status. Those wealthy and noble people who had always despised Lin Feng, thinking of him as an insect, used to think that he had no right to sit with them, but things quickly changed. Duan Wuya had prepared a better seat for him than the ones he had prepared for any of them. Besides, the beautiful princess would sit on his lap. If they weren't jealous of Lin Feng, it would be strange. Lin Feng didn't feel proud or arrogant at all though. He walked to the seat Duan Wuya had shown him and sat down with Duan Xianxia. Everybody felt even more envious and jealous when they saw his actions. The people from Dragon Mountain and Tianfeng looked at Lin Feng in a strange way. The banquet had been postponed because of him. Behind the envoys of Tianfeng, there was a person who continued staring at Lin Feng and Duan Xianxia. They were looking at Lin Feng in a strange way. Lin Feng. As if Duan Xianxia had felt something, she looked at that person and saw it was a woman. She was beautiful and looked alluring. She was stupefied and suddenly waved at her. That woman was the one who had left Lin Feng, Lan Jiao. When Lan Jiao saw Duan Xanye's smile, she was shocked and forced to smile. Immediately after, she glared at Lin Feng. No wonder Lin Feng was never interested in her. Apart from Meng Qing, there was another beautiful woman by his side. Besides, she was a princess. Lin Feng also glanced at the crowd. The three most important people seemed to be two middle-aged men and a young man. All of them looked introvert and unfathomable. Besides, in front of him there were 7 people. Feng Chun and the other envoys of Tianfeng. All of them were glowing with power and strength. Dangerous lights were twinkling in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng. The 6 envoys from Tianfeng were all very strong and undoubtedly talented. Amongst all of that group, Lan Jiao was the weakest. Besides, there was Yu Tianming, Wu Qing, 2 people from the Yu clan, Yu Qin and Yu Jian. There was also the high official Luo Shui who all sat below Lin Feng. The other high officials were Duan Wu Dao, Duan Wu Ye and Chu Zhanpeng, who was now dead. Those 8 were the high officials of Shui Yu. Yu Qin was the 5th high official, Yu Jian was the 8th, Luo Xia was the 7th, and since Chu Zhanpeng had died, the 6th position was unoccupied. Under the officials, there was Yun Fei Yang as well. Even though he had always been unknown, he had shown his strength against Shi Qiong. If Yun Fei Yang fought against Luo Shui would definitely lose. The powerful cultivators were the protagonists of the banquet, so they had been attributed the best seats. Besides, there were also some wealthy and noble people from Shuiyu, for example Duan Tianlang. Now that we're all here, let's begin our banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, let us toast the 2 lordships from Dragon Mountain have come here. They traveled over thousands of miles to reach Shuiyu, said Duan Wuya in an extremely polite way while raising a glass of alcohol. Everybody raised their glasses one after the other and looked at the people from Dragon Mountain. Whether it was people from Shuiyu or Tianfeng, none of them were willing to offend people from one of the 3 empires. Our second glass is dedicated to an eminent person joining us from Tianfeng, said Duan Wuya while raising another glass before downing it. He was clearly talking about Feng Qin. Duan Wuya, dear prince, you are too polite, said Feng Qin while smiling and downed his glass as well. Even though the crown prince, the highest of the 8 high officials of Shuiyu, isn't here today, it is still an honor for us to meet such incredible geniuses. This glass is for them, said Feng Qin. Feng Chun was a prince as well. He understood that he needed to be courteous and polite to Duan Wuya in return. Duan Wuya had raised a glass to him, so he had to return the gesture. The first of the 7 envoys of Tianfeng isn't here either, but he is probably practicing his cultivation and getting ready for the great competition of Shuiyu. My brother is the same. On the day of the great competition, my brother will be present, replied Duan Wuya. The first of the 7 envoys of Tianfeng and the first of the 8 high officials of Shuiyu would definitely participate in the great competition of Shuiyu. They didn't have to be selected, they already stood at the top of their respective country. If the 2 most outstanding disciples of those 2 countries didn't participate, who would? What is Duan Wu Dao's current cultivation level? Asked someone at that moment. It was a young man sitting on one of the important seats. Everybody looked at Duan Wuya when they heard him. They all wanted to know how strong Duan Wu Dao had grown. Duan Wuya looked at that young man. It was a young man from the Dragon Mountain Empire. He had come with the ambassadors, which meant that that young man was probably extraordinarily strong. He had probably come to Shuiyu, just like those from Tianfeng, to measure his strength against the other potential candidates for the competition. I'm not sure what my brother's cultivation level is. Of course, he is much stronger than me, replied Duan Wuya in a courteous tone. Well, can you estimate his strength? Approximately? Asked the person again. He seemed very interested in Duan Wu Dao. In fact, in the Dragon Mountain Empire, many people had already heard of Duan Wu Dao's name because Duan Wu Dao had already visited in the past and had fought against cultivators from the Dragon Mountain Empire. Each time he won. But seeing Duan Wu Dao was very difficult. Only those who had the strength to fight against him could meet with him. I would say 7th Xianxia layer or possibly above, said Duan Wuya while smiling, which made the person frown. 7th Xianxia layer? Everybody was sighing with amazement. 7th Xianxia layer. That was already amazing. Duan Wu Dao's strength was, as expected, terrifying. But when people thought of what had happened at Xiangjiang Lake, they slightly shook. Duan Wu Dao had attacked the Luoxia sect and none of them were able to avoid his attack. He had easily killed people who angered him. He was, as rumored, extremely aggressive and would not show mercy. The first envoy of Tianfeng has also broken through to the 7th Xianxia layer, said someone from Tianfeng at that moment as if he was trying to prove something. I believe you, this is nothing surprising, said Duan Wu Ye while laughing. Why try to compare people who are not here today? Duan Wu Ye, you should introduce the person sitting next to you, the one we've waited so long for. Is he the second strongest cultivator of Xueyu after Duan Wu Dao? The envoys of Tianfeng were looking at Lin Feng in an aggressive way. They were all nobles and had been forced to wait for Lin Feng for such a long time. On top of that, the beautiful woman was lying in Lin Feng's arms. They were jealous. Therefore, they couldn't help but provoke him and see what he was made of. All right, since you're interested, I will introduce him, said Duan Wu Ye while smiling and laughing. He is my sister's lover. Duan Wu Ye had said it without hesitation, making Duan Xian Ye's face turn red. She lowered her head and hid her smile. She was so beautiful that everybody was fascinated by her beauty. People were even more jealous of Lin Feng when they saw her reaction. You've probably all heard of the 4 outstanding cultivators which shook the entire country of Xueyu 18 years ago, right? Asked Duan Wu Ye to the crowd. The people from Dragon Mountain slightly nodded and said, back then, Ren Ho, His Highness and the 3 others weren't only famous in Xueyu. In the Dragon Mountain Empire, they were extremely famous for their fighting prowess, especially His Highness. Such geniuses only appear once every 100 years. Some of our incredibly outstanding geniuses from Dragon Mountain are still inferior to them. Lin Feng was calmly listening to them. Duan Renho was surprisingly considered a powerful cultivator in Dragon Mountain as well. His strength was probably incredible. Of course, the 3 other outstanding cultivators, Yu Meng He, Zhuge Wu Qing and the other whose name is unknown, were all outstanding. Those 4 people all were very rare talents, said the ambassador, which made people from Xueyu grow proud. After all, those 4 geniuses were from Xueyu just like them. At that moment, Xueyu seemed much better than Tianfeng to the people of the empire. Ambassador, you know so much about my country. You're incredible, said Duan Wu Ye, making a polite remark. No, I don't, said the ambassador while shaking his head. Such geniuses are known everywhere. Once someone has shown their strength in the great competition of Xueyu, they quickly become famous in the entire region of Xueyu, and even in other regions of the world as everybody spreads their stories. Many people's eyes were shining. They were eager to become famous. Could it be that Lin Feng has something to do with those 4 outstanding cultivators? Asked the ambassador while smiling and looking at Lin Feng. Duan Renho was a member of the imperial clan. He could only be related to Duan Wu Ye and Duan Wu Dao, but not to Lin Feng. However, Duan Wu Ye had mentioned those people while introducing Lin Feng. It was easy to guess a few implications from this. Lin Feng must be related to one of the 3 other outstanding cultivators. Duan Wu Ye smiled and said, Lin Feng is the son of 2 of those outstanding cultivators, Yu Meng He and the one who was unnamed, Lin Hai. What? The ambassador was astonished. 2 of those 4 outstanding cultivators had had a son together? He didn't know the story. No wonder, in that case, the proverb should be like parent, like son. Lin Feng's parents are geniuses, so he is probably a genius too. He has the strength of the 3rd Xianxia layer approximately, so what? He's a weakling, said someone on the side of the people from Tianfeng. Everybody in the pavilion looked at the person. You're sure he has only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer? Asked the 7th envoy of Tianfeng. He could determine other cultivators' strength, and he thought that Lin Feng's cultivation level was too low. Tianfeng brought this person for a reason. His cultivation level is no higher than the 3rd Xianxia layer. That person was sure. I thought that he was a genius, but everybody only gives him face because of his parents. He even made us wait for so long. How shameless. It seems like his parents haven't educated him properly, said the seventh envoy when he heard that Lin Feng had really only broken through to the third Xianxia layer. He was surprised, but immediately became rude and arrogant. He was making fun of Lin Feng. It was a rare opportunity and he seized it to humiliate Xueyu. Even though I've only broken through to the third Xianxia layer, I can easily kill idiots like you, said Lin Feng while putting his glass on the table. His voice was cold and detached. When everyone heard Lin Feng's voice, it was as if time had stopped. When the crowd heard him, they were stupefied. People from Xueyu knew how aggressive Lin Feng was, and this was no exception. Back when Lin Feng had the strength of the second Xianxia layer, he could easily kill people of the fourth Xianxia layer. Now that he had broken through to the third Xianxia layer, what did a seventh envoy mean to him? But on the side of the people of Tianfeng, everybody was glaring at him with looks of disdain. Third Xianxia layer, nothing more, and he dared act so arrogant. The seventh envoy from Tianfeng had broken through to the fourth Xianxia layer. Since you want to argue, let's fight, said the seventh envoy from Tianfeng in an ice-cold tone while releasing some ice chi. Lin Feng dared say that killing him would be easy. He had to prove his words. The banquet has just started. Keep calm and don't get too impatient. Let's first eat and drink, listen to some music and dance. Battles can wait. Let's enjoy this fine moment and the beautiful scene. Battling right now would just spoil the atmosphere, said Duan Wuya while smiling. He was just delaying the battles but not preventing Lin Feng from fighting. He knew that it would be easy for Lin Feng to defeat the seventh envoy. If they first argued and then fought, the defeat would be even more painful for the seventh envoy. Wuya is right. Let's enjoy this moment. How come no beautiful dancers have come out for us? Said the elder of the cosmic pavilion. He seemed to be in a very joyful mood. Duan Wuya raised his hand and clicked his fingers. In the distance, some dancers appeared and started to move towards them. First, they were going to eat, drink, and enjoy watching the performance. All the dancers looked extremely graceful under the moonlight. Their movements were like an illusion. The women dancers were all incredibly beautiful. There was one who was playing the zither who was particularly beautiful. She had long and graceful fingers. Her fingertips were floating across the strings, just like water. Duan Wuya knows how to organize a banquet, said some people at that moment. Everything looked so pure and relaxing. The moon, the beautiful dancers and the fantastic music. Everything was phenomenal. The tension which had appeared a moment before seemed to drift away. The one playing the zither is so beautiful. Unfortunately, she isn't as beautiful as Xianxia, and she also can't play the zither like her, said Duan Tianlang, which stupefied many people. The princess can also play the zither? Really? In Xueyu, Duan Xianxia is one of the best zither players, said Duan Tianlang while smiling, which surprised all the people from Tianfeng. She's extremely beautiful. If she could play the zither or dance for me, the moonlight would be pale in comparison with her, said the fifth envoy of Tianfeng while looking provocatively at Duan Xianxia. He looked excited and ignored Lin Feng who was with her. Duan Xianxia was stupefied and said nothing. Then Lin Feng coldly glanced at that person and said, "Are people from Tianfeng also ignorant and rude?" Duan Xianxia was a princess and he wanted her to dance for him. How ignorant! The people of the Dragon Mountain Empire and the Cosmic Pavilion are here. The princess dancing for them should be an honor for Xueyu. There is nothing bad about it, said the fifth envoy of Tianfeng. He was using the people of the Empire and the Cosmic Pavilion as an excuse. I see that you have a sword with you. You should get up and perform a sword dance. It would be your honor that the people of the Empire and the Cosmic Pavilion watch you. My sword is not for dancing, said the fifth envoy in an ice-cold tone. The princess is not someone who you can have dance. Even if she does dance, it won't ever be for you. You don't even know the height of the heavens and the depths of the earth. You don't even know your status, said Lin Feng. The music and the show continued, but people didn't feel relaxed anymore. Hee. That person laughed and said, I have practiced sword cultivation to incredible heights. This is the first time someone has asked me to perform a sword dance, especially a little cultivator who is only at the third Xianxia layer. You are just a frog in a well. It is also the first time that I see someone entering the imperial palace of Shuiyu and telling the princess to dance. The people from Tianfeng must be exempt from basic courtesy, said someone with a smile yet not a smile on his face. It was Yu Tianming, who was sitting just beneath Lin Feng. Exempt or not, I am sick of wasting words. After the show, I, the fifth envoy of Tianfeng, will see how strong the 8 high officials of Shuiyu are. Who do you think you are to have the authority to talk that way? If someone can talk that way to me, it should be him, said Yu Tianming while pointing at Feng Chun, the second envoy of Tianfeng. Yu Tianming's eyes looked extremely sharp, which made the fifth envoy's facial expression change drastically. That person was extremely strong. Don't be impatient, said Feng Chun in a cold and detached tone. Lin Feng said he could kill the 7th envoy easily. Let them fight first. Humph! Yu Tianming smiled in an ice-cold way. They were convinced that that 7th envoy could kill Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng said he could kill me easily. Later I will definitely fight against him. By the way, let's put something up as a stake, said the 7th envoy. What do you want to put at stake? Asked Lin Feng coldly. If you lose, I get to dance with the princess. If I lose, I will perform a sword dance, said the 7th envoy slowly while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't reply for a second and took a sip from his glass. He then put his glass down and said, "What gives you the right to get the princess involved? And do you think that anyone actually wants to see such a shameful sword dance? Besides, when I bet with someone, I wager with my own belongings. Getting the princess get involved is rude and humiliating," said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. Even if he was sure to win, he wouldn't put the princess at stake. If he lost and let the princess dance with that guy, what kind of person would he be? And what kind of person would people think the princess is? If you want to bet something, put your life at stake, said Lin Feng while releasing some deadly energy. If you want to bet something, put your life at stake, said Lin Feng. His words were like thunder and made everyone's hearts pound. They were all staring at Lin Feng. That guy was extremely aggressive. He wanted to have a battle to the death with the 7th envoy of Tianfeng. The 7th envoy took himself too seriously and thought too highly of himself. What gave him the right to think that he could use the princess as a stake in a bet? He didn't respect Duan Xianxia and had humiliated her by proposing it. Lin Feng wanted to kill him. On the side of Shuiyu, everyone seemed like they wanted to laugh with joy. Even though some of them didn't like Lin Feng, the 7th envoy had humiliated Shuiyu and their princess. They were rooting for Lin Feng. The 7th envoy was strong, but he was as strong as Xianxia. That wasn't bad at all, but Lin Feng, when he had the strength of the 2nd Xianxia layer, could already kill Xianxia, and now he had broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer. Killing that 7th envoy was not a problem for him. If he killed that 7th envoy, it would humiliate everyone from Tianfeng who spoke so arrogantly. Tianfeng's people coldly glared at Lin Feng. He surprisingly wanted to have a battle to the death. The 7th envoy's face looked particularly glum. Even though Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer, he was sitting next to Duan Wuxia, which meant that he thought highly of Lin Feng. The 7th envoy understood a principle: when strong cultivators challenged somebody to the death, it meant that they were sure they would win. I have broken through to the 4th Xianxia layer. I am much stronger than a normal cultivator of the 4th Xianxia layer. He has broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer and is sure of his victory, but in reality he can probably only fight against ordinary cultivators of the 4th Xianxia layer. I don't believe that he can defeat me, thought the 7th envoy. Dangerous lights were twinkling in his eyes. Lin Feng wanted a battle to the death, so he would gladly accept. The 7th envoy looked at Feng Chun and the ambassadors from the Dragon Mountain Empire, and then said, "Seniors, I have come with you to Shuiyu. We have come here to battle and learn from each other. That person is pushing me too far. He wants to fight a battle to the death against me. Since that is the case, I have to accept." "I have no objection," said Feng Chun indifferently. He looked at Duan Wuxia, who was remaining silent, which meant that he was tacitly agreeing. Thus, Feng Chun couldn't refuse. It would have meant that he didn't think the 7th envoy could win against Lin Feng. The ambassador from the Empire looked at Lin Feng and Feng Chun and said indifferently, "The purpose of the banquet was to find young and outstanding cultivators. The goal wasn't to have battles to the death or see anyone injured. However, cultivators will have conflicts and will wager on battles. If they wager their own lives, nothing can be done. Some cultivators don't fear death." When people heard the ambassador's remarks, they understood that he was agreeing. The winner would live, the loser would die. The people of the Empire had first gone to Tianfeng. They selected those young and outstanding cultivators and brought them to Shuiyu. They wanted to see who, between the outstanding juniors of Tianfeng and Shuiyu, were the strongest. For the great competition of Shuiyu, they wanted to have the most outstanding cultivators of Shuiyu. The purpose of the battles was to eliminate the weakest by process of elimination. If the weaker ones in the group died, it didn't matter too much. At least, the ambassador didn't think it mattered much. Weak cultivators had no value. If they died, it didn't matter to him. Everybody was well aware of his thoughts, but nobody dared to say anything. "All right," said the seventh envoy while nodding solemnly and staring at Lin Feng. He then said coldly, "I accept your challenge." Immediately after, the atmosphere was invaded by an oppressive silence. Because the atmosphere had become too oppressive, the beautiful girl playing the zither had grown nervous and a string on her instrument broke, bringing the music to an abrupt stop. When the zither stopped, the dancers also stopped dancing. They were all starting to tremble from fear. They didn't know what to do. "Go back, it's all right," said Duan Wuya indifferently. At that moment, nobody felt like listening to music anymore. The graceful dancers left, just like mist floating in the air. The seventh envoy looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were cruel. "Your Excellency wants a battle to the death. I accept." The seventh envoy stood up. His silhouette flickered and he appeared on the vast cultivation field. He was extremely fast. "Come," said the seventh envoy while staring at Lin Feng. People from Tianfeng were also all staring at Lin Feng, and the fifth envoy said, "You proposed a battle to death and the seventh envoy is already waiting. But you are still sitting. What do you mean by this? Could it be that you were just talking big? Could it be that you are nothing more than a coward?" Lin Feng glanced at the fifth envoy. He slowly stood up and immediately left the pavilion. Boom! He took a step and a strong wind rushed straight towards the seventh envoy. "Ha!" The seventh envoy frowned and then said while smiling coldly, "As expected, you've broken through to the third Xianxia layer, but your qi is much stronger than that of a normal cultivator of the third Xianxia layer. However, the third Xianxia layer is still only the third Xianxia layer. You cannot compete with me, you are doomed." The seventh envoy suddenly released a monstrous qi. He had the strength of the fourth Xianxia layer and looked proud of himself. However, Lin Feng looked calm and detached. He took another step and released a powerful energy which condensed with his qi. After releasing that energy, Lin Feng's qi became much more terrifying. Only people at the peak of the third Xianxia layer could release such qi. Lin Feng really is talented. Some people from Tianfeng noticed. Lin Feng was very young and the seventh envoy was a few years older than him. However, Lin Feng could already release power similar to the peak the third Xianxia layer. They only saw Lin Feng walk slowly, and then an explosion emerged, as the energy burst out towards every direction. The entire atmosphere seemed like it was invaded by Lin Feng's qi. It was omnipresent and could penetrate into everything. Many people from Tianfeng frowned. How was this possible? Lin Feng had only broken through to the third Xianxia layer, but in 3 steps, he had released a qi which could rival a cultivator of the fourth Xianxia layer. How scary! Energy attack? Thought many people suddenly. The omnipresent force and qi in the air formed into an energy attack. The energy in the air had many different forms. No wonder Lin Feng was so confident. He had broken through to the third Xianxia layer, but with his powerful qi and force, he could easily compete with cultivators of the fourth Xianxia layer. However, it still wasn't enough to fight against the seventh envoy. "It seems like we all underestimated you, but it's not enough to compete with me," said the seventh envoy while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and released a sharp energy which rushed towards Lin Feng. It contained an explosive wind which crashed through the air. The seventh envoy was attacking. "It's not enough? All right, I will add some more then," replied Lin Feng. He raised his head and started releasing even more sword energy. His sword energy was extremely sharp and profound, while a dangerous and deadly energy surrounded him. Boom! The atmosphere started shaking. Lin Feng took another step and everyone's hearts were racing. What strong sword energy! What a strong, deadly energy! Lin Feng took another step and suddenly released what seemed like an endless ocean of deadly energy. The people from Tianfeng were shocked and their souls were shaking. Lin Feng had condensed the energy into a deadly sword which rushed towards the seventh envoy. There was nothing but deadly energy and sword energy surrounding him. The seventh envoy formed a hurricane around himself, but his wind energy seemed slightly weaker than before. Those terrifying sword and deadly energies were slowly tearing away at his wind energy. Suddenly, the seventh envoy was terrified. Lin Feng was way too frightening. His deadly sword was definitely going to lacerate the hurricane and kill him. "I can't keep moving forwards," thought the seventh envoy as he stopped. Then he immediately started to retreat. However, the sword had already reached its target. It was dazzling. "Oh no!" Many people from Tianfeng suddenly stood up. They were shocked. They only saw Lin Feng's sword streak through the sky and the hurricane start to fade. Then they noticed the seventh envoy again. "There are drops of blood." There was blood dripping from the seventh envoy's body. It was dripping onto the ground. The red blood was glistening under the moonlight. "Since you wished to battle to the death, I granted your wish," said Lin Feng, whose voice resonated through the atmosphere around Duan Wu Ye's residence. Lin Feng had already turned around and was heading back. The seventh envoy was behind him and his body was slowly collapsing. He was dead. The seventh envoy had died. Lin Feng had killed him with a single attack. Even though the people from Shuiyu had anticipated it, they were still astonished. Lin Feng's strength was, as expected, terrifying. He was able to kill a cultivator of the fourth Xianxia layer in one attack. Besides, they all understood that Lin Feng hadn't used his full strength. The people from Tianfeng were absolutely astonished. They fixedly stared at Lin Feng and at the corpse on the ground. The seventh envoy from Tianfeng was still a young man and was extremely strong. He had arrived in Shuiyu for a banquet, to enjoy food and alcohol, but he lost his life instead. He hadn't even made it to the great competition and was already dead. He was killed by someone from Shuiyu. Shuiyu and Tianfeng were countries under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Mountain Empire, so they were eternal rivals. A short time before, both sides had been very aggressive towards the other. They both believed that their country's fighter would win. However, Lin Feng killed him with one attack, which was like pouring a bucket of cold water to the people from Tianfeng. They were all pulling a long face. Lin Feng had surprisingly killed him, without a shred of mercy. Shuiyu is indeed a good country with extremely strong junior cultivators. However, my country, Tianfeng, came to Shuiyu with nothing but politeness and courtesy. Yet surprisingly, you dare to kill one of our fighters. I hope that you can explain yourself, said the fifth envoy in an ice-cold tone while staring at Lin Feng. The people from Shuiyu were gobsmacked. A moment before, they had accepted the terms of battle, and now that the seventh envoy was dead, they wanted an explanation? Ridiculous. You're just shameless trash. You deserve no face at all, said Lin Feng towards the fifth envoy. Then, he joked, could it be that the geniuses of Tianfeng can't accept defeat, and are just a bunch of sore losers? Of course, I am indeed sorry. It must have been very difficult for a country like Tianfeng to raise the seventh envoy. Killing him so quickly was inappropriate, joked Lin Feng again while laughing, which shocked the people from Tianfeng. Lin Feng was saying that it was difficult for Tianfeng to raise the seventh envoy, but it was extremely easy to kill him. He was mocking their strength. Maybe, but he was an exception, said the fifth envoy, refusing to lose out. He obviously wasn't going to admit that the seventh envoy was in the wrong and overestimated his own power. If he was an exception, you are free to prove me wrong. Same rules, a battle to the death. Put your life as the stake if you are so confident, said Lin Feng while looking at the fifth envoy. He was calmly challenging the envoy. In Shuiyu, the 8 high officials were comparable with the 7 envoys of Tianfeng. It was a national ranking for both countries. Lin Feng was assuming that the 5th envoy of Tianfeng, even though he was probably extremely strong, he wouldn't be stronger than Duan Wuya. He was probably at the same strength as the 5th or 6th high official of Shuiyu, which meant that he would only be as strong as Yu Qin or Chu Zhanpeng, whom he had killed. Chu Zhanpeng's strength was already clear to Lin Feng. Concerning Yu Qin, Lin Feng didn't know exactly how strong he was, but he wasn't scared of him. Lin Feng was challenging the 5th envoy because he made impertinent remarks, but also because he wanted to measure his own strength and push himself forward. Battles to the death were extremely beneficial for him. Challenging the 5th envoy would force Lin Feng to use all of his strength. If he lost, he would die. Such battles forced out his hidden potential. No one knew what to say. Lin Feng had just killed the 7th envoy and was surprisingly challenging the 5th one. And on top of that, he was asking them to wager their lives. How aggressive. Those who were sitting on the main seats were also watching Lin Feng. They all had radiant smiles. That young man was very interesting. Duan Wuya thought highly of Lin Feng, and Lin Feng had also obtained the princess heart. Lin Feng was surrounded by incredible personage and was also the son of 2 of the most amazing cultivators of Shuiyu, Yu Menghe and Lin Hai. His parents had rare talents. Their son wouldn't differ much from them. His strength was clear to everyone. Besides, Lin Feng's fighting style surprised the people from Tianfeng. They were able to determine that Lin Feng was really at the 3rd Xianxia layer, but during the battle, with each step, his energy grew stronger and more powerful, borrowing energy from the atmosphere. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of energy and forces, which clearly showed in his previous attack. He released sword qi which invaded the entire atmosphere. It didn't condense into a sword, instead it took the shape of a sword without condensing, as if the energy was a formless sword. Lin Feng had taken force and energy from the atmosphere and condensed it into his own energy. He released a powerful deadly energy and a powerful sword qi which he used to form an energy attack. That energy attack rushed through the air and killed the 7th envoy with ease. Lin Feng's strength wasn't clear. It was unexplainable and unfathomable. Some people have even suspected that he had broken through to a mysterious cultivation dimension, the Earth fusion dimension. It would explain how he would have been able to release a power equivalent to the 4th Xianxia layer, while still being at the 3rd Xianxia layer, another battle to the death. Lin Feng was challenging the 5th envoy while looking calm and unperturbed. Could Lin Feng be so fearless if he wasn't sure of his victory? They couldn't see through Lin Feng. The biggest problem was, how would the 5th envoy escape from the position he put himself in? The 5th envoy was at the peak of the 4th Xianxia layer. He was much stronger than the 7th envoy, but he still only had the strength of the 4th Xianxia layer. Lin Feng had easily been able to kill the 7th envoy. Would he be able to kill the 5th without a problem as well? If you like battles to the death so much, I will have one with you, said the 3rd envoy at that moment, which made people from Shuiyu sneer at him. He was being ridiculous. Are you guys going to battle against him one after the other? Said Yu Tianming. Do you think that we, cultivators from Shuiyu, will sit here quietly? If you want to fight him one after the other, we will also fight. We can ask the ambassadors to organize the battles for us. When people from Tianfeng heard Yu Tianming, they remained silent. Yu Tianming also thought that those people were being extremely rude. The 3rd envoy wanted to fight against a cultivator of the 3rd Xianxia layer. That wasn't a fair challenge. The cultivators from Tianfeng are just shameless bastards. I haven't seen a single outstanding cultivator on their side. But they are experts at flapping their mouths. They're just a bunch of cowards with big mouths. Ha! These envoys dare to regard themselves as infallible. Lin Feng slowly moved back to his seat. Everyone saw Duan Xianxia look towards him in a soft and gentle way while raising her glass in his direction. Lin Feng had refused to get her involved and use her as a wager. Because the 7th envoy had dared to ask such a thing, Lin Feng killed him. Duan Xianxia was moved by the sentiment. Lin Feng attached a great deal of importance to such things, proving that he cared for her, which made Duan Xianxia happy. Of course, because Lin Feng had just killed the 7th envoy, the banquet wasn't as lively as it once was. Everybody had abruptly stopped their conversations and silence invaded the air. Everyone in the pavilion had different expressions on their faces. They were all thinking different things, but nobody said a word. Everybody, why the long faces? Being able to sit and drink together is rare. Let's make new friends and be merry, said one of the ambassadors while smiling when he saw that the atmosphere was tense. I forgot to tell everyone my name. My name is Ruolan Shan, said the ambassador while raising his glass and then continued. Being able to meet the eminent people from your two countries is an honor for me. Cheers. Ruolan Shan raised his glass and everybody, out of respect, did the same. On my left is an elder of the Cosmic Pavilion. His name is Yao Tianshu. The one to my right is an outstanding young cultivator from the Empire. His name is Jian Chun. You should speak with them and exchange your thoughts and ideas about cultivation. Yao Tianshu and Jian Chun slightly nodded at the people in the pavilion. All right, Wuya, you should bring the zither players and dancers back. It's good to enjoy the arts, said Ruolan Shan while smiling. Duan Wuya slightly nodded and waved at some servants in the distance. A short moment after, another group of dancers arrived with another woman to play the zither. Unfortunately, many people didn't feel like enjoying the show. At that moment, every person from Shuiyu and Tianfeng looked tense. Yun Fei Yang grabbed his glass and walked towards where Lin Feng was seated. He then raised his glass in front of Lin Feng without saying anything. He just continued smiling. Last time I forgot to say thanks. Let's drink together, said Lin Feng respectfully. He then immediately downed his glass. Yun Fei Yang smiled and did the same. It's nothing, don't mention it. You have offended quite a lot of people and must have things to do, so I won't waste your time, said Yun Fei Yang while laughing and then went back to his seat. Yun Fei Yang had just started walking away when Feng Chan arrived by Lin Feng's side. He passed by Yun Fei Yang but didn't say a word. Today, I am able to see a genius whose talent is extremely rare. You killed my 7th envoy. Congratulations, said Feng Chun while smiling towards Lin Feng. He was saying nice things, but in reality, his words were empty. He wasn't showing his real face, he was actually furious on the inside. He was very good at hiding his emotions, which made Lin Feng sigh with exasperation. People who were born into nobility with a silver spoon in their mouths were extremely exhausting to understand. Feng Chun actually wanted to kill Lin Feng, but he hid it behind a gentle smile, which made Lin Feng look at him with new eyes. The 7th envoy was foul. His mouth only spewed shit. That kind of person is a humiliation for you and your country. Fortunately, I killed him so your country doesn't need to worry about him losing your face, said Lin Feng while smiling as if he had done him a favor by killing the 7th envoy. Oh, we should be grateful to you then, said the 3rd and 5th envoys while walking towards him. Their voices were cold. Besides, they released a faintly discernible deadly energy which pricked at the skin. When Lin Feng sensed the energies against his body, he smiled coldly and also released some deadly energy which pierced back towards them. Kacha, kacha. The glasses of the 3rd and 5th envoys broke in their hands and the alcohol splashed all over them. They slightly closed their eyes when their glasses broke, as alcohol splashed over their faces. They were shocked and remained motionless, like statues. At the same time, they stretched their hands up and wiped the alcohol from their faces and then glared at Lin Feng. Drink. Why be so serious? The glasses couldn't handle our immense power, said the 3rd envoy. The crowd looked at them. It seemed like their glasses were broken because they gripped with too much power. However, they released an oppressive energy which targeted Lin Feng and he counterattacked, which was why the glasses broke. They were actually surprised Lin Feng targeted their glasses. Lin Feng doesn't even intend on being polite, they thought. Lin Feng had immediately shattered their glasses and made them lose face. They were covered in alcohol, like a drunkard. He was too aggressive. The 3rd and 5th envoys hadn't thought Lin Feng would be so aggressive. Of course, they had provoked Lin Feng first. Lin Feng wasn't being arrogant. He was only responding to their provocation. He wasn't going to let such detestable people bully him. Those two had secretly released their energy which attacked him, which was clear provocation. Besides, his counter was brilliant. The alcohol is quite strong. said the third envoy while licking his lips. His voice was husky. His face revealed a furious expression. He couldn't hide his emotions well. Lin Feng had thoroughly humiliated him. The fifth envoy was fixedly staring at Lin Feng while releasing his qi. Haha! Duan Tianlang walked over to Lin Feng, the third and the fifth envoy, and raised his glass. He then said while smiling, "Don't be offended. The seventh and fifth envoys have been offended by Lin Feng killing the seventh. But Lin Feng cares about the princess. He needed to defend her honor. I hope that you can understand. Besides, Lin Feng killed the seventh envoy because his actions were rude and he humiliated the princess. If someone stronger than Lin Feng humiliated the princess, he would act the same way and attack them. That's his temperament." When Lin Feng heard Duan Tianlang speaking as if they were friends, he looked at him in an ice-cold way. "Since when are we friends?" said Lin Feng indifferently. He then added, "Get lost." No one knew what to do. Lin Feng was not being courteous at all. Duan Tianlang didn't seem to care. His son was killed by Lin Feng, so losing face didn't matter to him anymore. He had only one goal left: to kill Lin Feng at any cost. What a vicious and sly person, thought Lin Feng. He was fixedly staring at Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang was just smiling naturally, as if there was no enmity between them as he moved away. However, he had already said what he wanted and the third and fifth envoys had perfectly understood his meaning. Everything would come back to the princess. If someone offended the princess, even if that person was much stronger than Lin Feng would fight them. The third and fifth envoys smiled and moved back to their seats. Feng Chun then moved over to Duan Tianlang and they started talking like they were old friends, which was extremely strange. At that moment, another two people were walking towards Lin Feng, which surprised him. One of them was Lan Jiao, the other one was surprisingly Jian Chen, the young man from the Dragon Mountain Empire. "You first," said Jian Chen to Lan Jiao politely. Lan Jiao was lacking in manners, so she just moved in front of him without a word. She then raised her glass and said to Lin Feng, "You're quite fast. One on the left, one on the right. You kiss one, you embrace the other." Lin Feng was stupefied and then smiled wryly. Why was she saying such things? Jian Chun was stupefied as well. It seemed like Lan Jiao and Lin Feng knew each other. Besides, her words were a bit strange. Lin Feng had two people by his side. That meant that apart from Duan Xianxia, he had another woman? In that case, Lin Feng was probably very lucky with women. Besides, when Duan Xianxia heard those words, she didn't look surprised. Lin Feng and Lan Jiao raised their glasses together, but Lan Jiao didn't drink. She smiled and said, "That toast was not for you." She then looked at Duan Xianxia, nodded and said, "Princess, Your Highness, that guy is very lucky to have your heart." "I am the one who's lucky," replied Duan Xianxia in a soft and gentle tone. She then toasted with Lan Jiao and took a sip from the glass. She saw that Lan Jiao looked a bit strange. She looked jealous. Lan Jiao nodded at Duan Xianxia and looked at Lin Feng again. "I wish you the best." Then, she turned and went back to her seat. After Lan Jiao left, Jian Chun sat down next to Lin Feng. He then said, "You're also a sword cultivator?" "No, I'm not. I don't have a sword spirit and I don't practice sword cultivation. I only know a bit about swords, that's all," said Lin Feng modestly. Jian Chun shook his head and said, "Your sword skills already contain sword intent. If you are not a sword cultivator, then who is?" "Intent." Lin Feng was surprised. Even though he had already heard about sword intent, he didn't really know what that meant. Indeed, sword intent means that a sword seems to have a life of its own, said Jian Chen while nodding. He was very interested in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had only broken through to the third Xianxia layer but already had sword intent. It was clear to him that by relying on sword intent, Lin Feng could easily compete with cultivators of the fifth Xianxia layer. Sword intent means that the sword had a life of its own, thought Lin Feng as if he had just discovered something unfathomable. The sword fusion couldn't be the last step on the path of sword cultivation. He had only broken through to the Xianxia layer. He was far from reaching the peak of any cultivation path. Perhaps sword fusion was only the beginning. Jian Chun was from the Dragon Mountain Empire. He obviously knew more than Lin Feng. Him knowing much more about advanced cultivation than Lin Feng wasn't very surprising. You say that I already have sword intent. What does that mean? Asked Lin Feng while looking at Jian Chun. At that moment, he sounded modest and humble. He was focusing intently as he asked. There are many types of sword intent. There are many ways to practice sword cultivation. Everyone understands swords in different ways. That gives birth to different types of swords. Extremely strong sword cultivators can use different types of sword intent. The deadly sword that you just used contained a powerful deadly energy. That deadly energy is actually sword intent because it contains the will of the sword and its determination to kill. Jian Chun was sitting with Lin Feng as he explained. He was very interested in Lin Feng. In the Dragon Mountain Empire, there were many geniuses, but Lin Feng already had such a high cultivation level at such a young age. He could already use sword intent. Besides, he didn't even know he was using it. Lin Feng's natural abilities weren't what surprised Jian Chun the most. Actually, Jian Chun had already seen many people as young as Lin Feng who had broken through to the third Xianxia layer or higher, but Lin Feng's power of understanding was awe-inspiring. Many people stayed ignorant their entire lifetime and never grasped sword intent. Some people only understood sword intent after having broken through to the Tianqi layer. Determination to kill. Lin Feng was stupefied. He had heard Yan Yupingshang say something similar in the past, when he was playing the zither and teaching Lin Feng about deadly energy. Besides, the black sword from the celestial book had merged with the deadly energy. Originally, that was what gave birth to the sword intent. It seems like I can use two types of sword intent, thought Lin Feng. When he was at Mount Sword, he had used his cosmos-burning sun skill and had used the power of the sun. He had a breakthrough and understood the three sword attacks at a much deeper level. The scorching sword, the sword of the rising sun, and the sword of the setting sun. Could it be that the evil swords entered my body because of my understanding of sword intent? Suddenly thought Lin Feng. The seal on the evil swords had broken and the evil swords entered into his body. The number of people who used to practice there was numerous, but the evil swords had chosen him. Perhaps it was related to the sword intent Jian Chun was talking about. To what kind of dimension does sword intent belong in? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. Hee. Jian Chun laughed and slightly shook his head. He then said, You are very curious. Even though you can use sword intent now, it is also the weakest type of sword intent. That is only the first layer of the dimension. Is sword intent divided into different levels? Asked Lin Feng, stupefied. He was getting more and more curious. Of course, sword intent is divided into 9 levels. Those who have reached the first level of the dimension can slaughter people of the same layer of cultivation. They can also fight against cultivators of higher cultivation layers than themselves. Besides, if you had reached the second level of the sword intent dimension, you would be able to kill people on a higher cultivation level than you who have also reached the first level of intent. Those who have reached the 9th level don't even need a sword. They can kill people with a thought. That level means that a cultivator doesn't need to use a sword anymore and have become selfless, said Jian Chun slowly. Lin Feng had discovered a whole new world of cultivation. Those who had reached the 9th level of the sword intent didn't even need a sword to kill people. How terrifying. Their swords really had a life of their own. It was the first time that Lin Feng heard such things. Before, he was only trying to understand swords to increase his strength. Then, you're probably wondering what happens after your sword intent reaches level 9, said Jian Chun while smiling. He then smiled even more and said, There is the realm of perception. Those who understand the realm of perception can cut apart mountains and rivers. If they get angry, they can destroy an entire city using their sword and create a bloodbath wherever they please. Those who can do that are mainly people of the Zun Qi layer. Realm of perception? Lin Feng was astonished. So after sword intent, there is the realm of perception. Not only on the path of sword cultivation, every cultivation path will lead to a different type of perception realm. In the case of swords, no matter if it's you or me, we are both extremely far from understanding the realm of perception, said Jian Chun slowly. Before understanding the realm of perception, people need to first understand the earth fusion dimension. Not just understand a little, they needed to fully comprehend the Earth fusion dimension and then surpass it. That requires a monstrous strength, only that could give birth to the realm of perception. Cultivators strong enough to reach that level are usually of the Zun Qi layer. Zun Qi layer cultivators were monstrously strong. Jian Chun couldn't even dare to imagine how strong they were in comparison. A Zun Qi layer cultivator could control a small empire. In the 13 countries of Xueyu, they were overlords. They could kill an army of 10,000 by simply raising their hand. Realm of perception. Zun Qi layer cultivators, thought Lin Feng. He then remembered back to the restricted area of the Z government. The extremely strong cultivator there was of the Zun Qi layer, so he must have been on that level. Lin Feng knew that he was extremely far from reaching that level. Apart from being able to annihilate an entire city, those cultivators could also transform their blood into a blood spirit and pass it on to their next generations. Provided that the descendants continued to have children, the blood spirit would never be lost and would carry from generation to generation. In Xueyu, if the Duan clan and the Yu clan had a blood spirit, it was because a Zun cultivator had created a blood spirit for them, which was also why they held so much power in Xueyu. It was because a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer passed down his blood spirit to his descendants. Nothing more. If there had been a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer alive in Xueyu, he would be able to reign over it as an overlord. Even the crown prince of Xueyu wouldn't want to offend such a powerful cultivator. I need to understand my own realm of perception, thought Lin Feng. Immediately after he smiled at Jian Shan and said, "Thank you so much for imparting me with your wisdom. Don't mention it, it's nothing. I think that you will come to understand those things in the future even without my help," said Jian Chun while smiling, and he then continued, "Come, let's toast to sword intent and to your future. I can't wait to meet you again at the great competition of Xueyu." Jian Chun and Lin Feng downed their glasses and smiled at each other. Lin Feng was holding his glass with 2 hands as a sign of respect towards Jian Chun. Jian Chun was much stronger than all those envoys from Tianfeng, but he didn't have any arrogance. He looked calm and relaxed. He had a calm and prideful aura. Extremely strong and talented cultivators usually weren't extremely arrogant and obnoxious, but most of them were stubborn with an unyielding personality. After drinking with Lin Feng, Jian Chun went back to his seat. Lin Feng slowly turned his head and looked at the people from Tianfeng. They were all staring at him with unfriendly glares. Lin Feng felt uneasy being stared at by all of them. "What a bunch of pesky flies," said Lin Feng, which stupefied them. They were all looking at him in an ice-cold way. That guy was too arrogant. He was looking down on all of them. Duan Xianxia's beauty is unparalleled. In Tianfeng, we rarely see such beautiful women. Besides, we heard that she can play the zither and can dance. We want to hear her play the zither and have her dance. That would be such a great show. Our trip to Xueyu would be worth it if we could see her," said the third envoy with a smile yet not a smile on his face. He sounded like he was joking, yet he repeated the same mistake of the 7th envoy, making other people grow tense. He was doing exactly as Duan Tianlang said. He wanted to force Lin Feng into a fight without having to directly challenge him. He only needed to make jokes about the princess and Lin Feng would immediately fight for her, even if he was much stronger than Lin Feng. The third envoy is right. It was such a long and difficult trip to come to Xueyu. If we don't see the princess dance for us, it would be such a pity. Wuxia and Xianxia, don't let us down, said the 5th envoy, who really felt like laughing. He was about to burst into a fit of laughter. Besides, Feng Chun was also smiling while sipping his alcohol, as if he was watching a great show. He was still thinking about the fact that his 7th envoy had been killed. He wanted to avenge him. When Duan Xianxia heard the jokes, she pulled a long face and glanced at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng's face looked ice-cold and he slowly put his glass onto the table. "Kacha!" Lin Feng slowly released a deadly energy into the air. "Do you think that's funny?" said Lin Feng in a deep voice. He then raised his head and looked towards the envoys. His facial expression was dark and ruthless. Lin Feng slowly stood up and started walking. However, he didn't go in the envoy's direction, which surprised all the people from Xueyu. What was Lin Feng doing? Everyone was looking at Lin Feng and wondering what he was doing. But very quickly, they understood because Lin Feng arrived in front of Duan Tianlang. He then stopped and looked down at Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang slightly raised his head and stared at Lin Feng coldly. Duan Tianlang? Haha, joked Lin Feng. He then raised his foot. Immediately after, a cracking sound spread through the air. Lin Feng smashed Duan Tianlang's glass and redwood table under his foot. Everybody was stunned. Lin Feng was extremely aggressive. With his foot, he was showing just how much respect he had for Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang was fixedly staring at Lin Feng in an ice-cold way. He wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. After Duan Han had been killed by Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang cultivated with all his might. He progressed, but he found out that even though he had made a breakthrough, Lin Feng had greatly surpassed him. He couldn't compete with Lin Feng anymore. In the past, he used to bully Lin Feng. He went to the Yunhai sect and used the Xianxia army to destroy it. He was imposing and domineering. He was incredible. Back then, Duan Tianlang used to think that Lin Feng was a nobody, a tiny little insect. Even though he had a high level of talent, Duan Tianlang still despised him. Duan Tianlang had exterminated the Yunhai sect and bullied Lin Feng. After that, in MOU, Duan Tianlang plotted against Lin Feng and made false charges against him. He had also collaborated with the enemy and had them kidnap the princess, and hundreds of thousands of troops had died because of him. Then he blamed Lu Zonglan for it and had him sentenced to death. Back then, Duan Tianlang was still toying with Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was standing in front of Duan Tianlang and had crushed his table along with Duan Tianlang's food and drink. Perhaps only now did Duan Tianlang realize that Lin Feng wasn't the same person he could bully. At that moment, Lin Feng was already standing in front of him in a majestic and domineering way. He didn't need to think about the consequences anymore. He could just step all over Duan Tianlang's dignity, just like he did to the table. Duan Tianlang? When Duan Tianlang thought about Lin Feng's previous words, he realized that Lin Feng had announced that he didn't fear him anymore. There wasn't a difference in status between them. Lin Feng was Yu Menghe's son. He had the blood spirit of the Yu clan and was a dual spirit holder. Duan Tianlang also had a blood spirit, but compared to others his wasn't powerful enough. Besides, his social status wasn't any higher than that of Lin Feng's. On top of that, Duan Wuxia was on Lin Feng's side, and Duan Tianlang had past enmities with Duan Wuxia after collaborating with MOU. Everybody was calmly and silently watching the scene. This was between Lin Feng and Duan Tianlang. Even though some people hated Lin Feng, they didn't dare say a word. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of their backing anymore. Maybe if they said the wrong thing and angered Lin Feng, he would just kill them. "What do you want?" asked Duan Tianlang, finally opening his mouth and breaking the oppressive silence. However, the atmosphere was still cold and oppressive as everyone watched on. "What do I want?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. "Duan Tianlang, you perfectly know how much I hate you. Either you live or I live. I refuse to share the same sky as you. But today, the second prince made great efforts to organize this banquet. If I didn't come and make trouble for you, it's not because I don't dare. It's only for the sake of the second prince. But you are ridiculous. I was allowing you to keep your life, yet you provoke me. You revealed your evil intentions and tried to get the princess involved. Duan Tianlang, do you think that you are smart? Because I don't. I think that you're as stupid as a pig." Lin Feng's words were the same as if he had slapped Duan Tianlang directly across the face. Duan Tianlang's petty tricks made him look like a stupid pig. Duan Tianlang's face turned purple. His heart felt painful, but he didn't refute Lin Feng's words. In the world of cultivation, the strong could speak and the weak would listen. In the past, he had a higher social status than Lin Feng and was also stronger, therefore he could humiliate him. Now, Lin Feng had a higher social status than him and was also stronger. Therefore, Lin Feng could stand there and openly insult him. "Duan Tianlang, in my eyes, you are a dead man walking. Your fate is sealed. It's more ridiculous to me that you would dare to provoke me," said Lin Feng in a cold tone. "Today, after the banquet, I will be coming for you." When Lin Feng finished talking, He turned around and left, leaving Duan Tianlang stupefied. Lin Feng announced that he was going to come for him. Lin Feng had also said that after the banquet, he would come for him. Was he planning to openly kill him? Duan Tianlang suddenly felt terrified. Lin Feng wanted to kill him, and he wasn't afraid of announcing it. It was clear to Duan Tianlang how much enmity they shared. He had destroyed Lin Feng's sect and repeatedly attacked him. If Lin Feng said he refused to share the same sky as Duan Tianlang, it didn't mean that Lin Feng would die. Instead, it meant the death of Duan Tianlang. Only one of them could remain alive under the shared sky. When Duan Tianlang thought about it, he suddenly felt like he was at his wit's end. He had thought about the millions of plots he would use to kill Lin Feng, but now he was realizing that Lin Feng could kill him at any moment. Could he escape? Trying to secretly escape from the banquet wouldn't work. If Duan Tianlang escaped, he would be able to live on, but would Lin Feng let him go so easily? He would find him sooner or later. Duan Tianlang's mind was spinning. He was suddenly regretting that he took action. He regretted that he created enmity between himself and Lin Feng. He was regretting the fact that he influenced people to humiliate the princess. However, Lin Feng didn't go straight to the envoys, he went straight to Duan Tianlang, who incited them. Lin Feng didn't know what Duan Tianlang was thinking at that moment, and he didn't care. Now, he was facing the envoys from Tianfeng, who considered themselves as extraordinary. He walked to the sixth envoy and stopped in front of him. He had already killed the seventh envoy, so the weakest of the 7 envoys was now the 6th. I, Lin Feng, am not one of the 8 high officials. I am not famous across the world. I can't compete with you, the envoys from Tianfeng. You are all incredibly strong and amazing. However, you humiliated the princess, so I, Lin Feng, must fight. Lin Feng was standing in front of the 6th envoy and speaking slowly. He then continued, I, Lin Feng from Shuiyu, challenge you to a battle to the death. Only when one of us dies will the battle come to an end. Lin Feng was making himself seem like a nobody and challenging the 6th envoy to battle. That move stupefied everyone. They were all staring at Lin Feng. That guy! The 6th envoy was also looking at Lin Feng but remained silent. He was irresolute. He was stronger than the 7th envoy but only by a little. Lin Feng was able to kill the 7th envoy in one attack, so he wouldn't fare any better against him. If he fought, he would probably die. 6th envoy, Your Excellency, do you accept my challenge or not? Asked Lin Feng when he saw that the 6th envoy remaining silent. Lin Feng, however, was smiling coldly. The 6th envoy pulled a long face and immediately replied, I am not interested. When Lin Feng heard the 6th envoy's answer, he laughed in an evil way and said something in a low voice, yet it was distinct enough for everybody to hear. The 7th envoy was a piece of trash and the 6th envoy is a coward. 2 of the 7 envoys have already shown their true colors. When the people from Tianfeng heard Lin Feng, they all pulled a long face and glared at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng didn't need them to glare at him. He immediately walked to the next one, the 5th envoy. 5th envoy, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. I, Lin Feng from Shuiyu, challenge the 5th envoy, Your Excellency, to a battle to the death. Lin Feng's voice was the same. He sounded humble when challenging the envoy to battle. Lin Feng had challenged the 6th envoy but he had refused, so he immediately challenged the 5th envoy. All the people from Tianfeng were pulling long faces. Lin Feng wanted to humiliate each and every single one of them. He wanted to destroy the reputation of the 7 envoys from Tianfeng. If the 5th refused, would Lin Feng challenge the 4th? The 5th envoy was stupefied. He began to stare fixedly at Lin Feng. It was the 2nd time that Lin Feng was challenging him to a battle to the death. Would he fight or not? The 5th envoy was shaking. He had refused to fight the first time and had already lost a great deal of face. Lin Feng was challenging him again. Could he refuse a 2nd time? Especially now that the 6th envoy refused. If he refused again, that would be a huge blow not only to his reputation but also to the other envoys and their reputation. They would all be considered as cowards and weaklings, but the most important detail was that Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer. If someone of a higher cultivation had challenged them and they refused, it would be very normal, but Lin Feng's cultivation level was lower than theirs. He was challenging them and they were refusing, so when the rumor spread, they would seem like cowards and weaklings. If you're scared to fight, just say so, said Lin Feng when he saw that the fifth envoy wasn't replying. It didn't matter either way to him. You must have a death wish, said the fifth envoy while looking at the fourth envoy to his side. Lin Feng was challenging them one after the other, so his opponents were also getting stronger as he continued. They thought that Lin Feng was definitely going to die if he continued his challenges. I refuse, said the fifth envoy finally, which made Lin Feng smile radiantly. You refused to fight, so stop talking shit. You were so puffed up with pride a moment ago, but now you're running away like a coward. Anyway, you're just another example of the trash amongst the seventh envoys. Lin Feng profoundly despised them after their actions. Then he continued and walked down the line to the fourth envoy. I, Lin Feng, can see that today each and every single one of the seventh envoys enjoys talking about their dignity and grandeur, as if the seven envoys are all incredibly amazing, but in the end it's filled with weaklings and cowards. I, Lin Feng from Shuiyu, challenge you, the fourth envoy, to a battle to the death, said Lin Feng. This was his third challenge. Everybody remained silent. There was only Lin Feng's voice resonating through the air. Lin Feng was challenging the fourth envoy this time. Would he fight or would he back down? If the fourth envoy didn't fight, only the second and third envoy would remain. Everybody was staring at the fourth envoy. It seems like he's going to fight this time. Many people's eyes were excited. Lin Feng was already challenging the fourth envoy. There was no reason for him to refuse. He won't fight, said a clear voice at that moment, but the fourth envoy wasn't the one who spoke. It was Prince Feng Chun. Feng Chun had taken the initiative to prevent the fourth envoy from accepting the challenge. When the fourth envoy heard Feng Chen's words, he immediately refused. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He didn't need to say anything. His actions spoke louder than words. The fourth envoy had just refused. He was humiliating himself and the seven envoys. None of the envoys dared to fight. Lin Feng then calmly walked to the third envoy. He looked as calm and serene as before. He then said coldly, I, Lin Feng from Shuiyu, challenge you to battle to the death. Wii. Everybody was absolutely astonished and they all involuntarily sucked in a deep breath. Lin Feng was surprisingly challenging the third envoy from Tianfeng. How aggressive and domineering. The third envoy was ranked third, but Lin Feng wasn't scared at all. He was challenging him. All the people from Tianfeng were stupefied. Lin Feng was being way too aggressive. He was going to get himself killed. The third envoy had already broken through to the fifth Xianxia layer. They didn't believe that Lin Feng, who was of the third Xianxia layer, could fight against somebody whose level was higher by 2 layers. Lin Feng was courting death. The third envoy remained silent and stood up. He then looked at Lin Feng coldly and said, I accept your challenge. When he finished talking, he released a deadly energy which rushed towards Lin Feng. After all those cowards, there's finally someone who accepts, said Lin Feng while smiling indifferently. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered and he appeared on the cultivation field outside of the pavilion, basking in the moonlight as his clothes fluttered in the cold wind. The third envoy looked over then charged towards the cultivation field, facing Lin Feng. They were both staring at each other. The wind was howling through the air and both fighters' clothes were fluttering. The scariest part was that wind seemed to contain sword energy. The third envoy, just like Lin Feng, used swords. I will tell you something, if they refuse to fight against you, it's not because they are weak or cowards. It's because they wanted you to die spectacularly under my sword, said the third envoy. He had a sword on his back, which he immediately unsheathed. It released a cold energy and then started dancing on the wind. His sword was dazzling. It looked like it was dancing with the wind. It was magnificent. However, when Lin Feng saw that magnificent sword, he smiled in an evil way. Wind. His silhouette flickered and he moved like the wind. His speed was miraculous. It was as if he was a fierce gale in the atmosphere. There was no whistling sound, no sound at all, nothing. Lin Feng's body seemed to be weightless. He looked like he was drifting on the wind, just like a falling leaf, except his speed was incredible. In a flash, he arrived in front of the third envoy. Lin Feng slightly rose his hand and a single finger pierced towards the third envoy. A whistling sword energy emerged from his finger, and it diffused a terrifying sword energy. The sword chi was extremely sharp. Ha! The third envoy was stupefied. Lin Feng's speed was out of this world. In a flash, he had immediately appeared in front of him. That finger was filled with a sharp and powerful sword energy. Even though it wasn't monstrously powerful, if it reached the third envoy's chest, it was more than enough to kill him. Retreat. The third envoy immediately moved back. His sword wasn't dancing anymore. It had stopped in midair. PSSSSHHH. A subtle sound spread in the air. Lin Feng's finger reached the third envoy and pierced his clothes and left a bloody mark across his chest. He was only struck by the fingertip from the finger attack and it almost killed him. The third envoy moved his sword back. He was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. How dangerous! He had been careless for less than a second and had been injured by Lin Feng. Swords aren't used to create spectacles, joked Lin Feng, which stupefied the third envoy. He was surprisingly humiliating his ability to use a sword, saying that it wasn't used to create a performance. I will show you the depths of my sword skills, said the third envoy. His sword created a silver flash in the air. Star sword, shouted the third envoy in a deep voice. Multiple lights appeared. They looked like stars in the night. That attack looked magnificent. Lin Feng released a terrifying deadly energy, then bombarded the atmosphere with it. The ground and the air started to shake under the pressure. The deadly energy was crashing through the air. It was terrifying. Sword intent. That deadly sword energy was filled with sword intent. The crowd was watching the battle. The third envoy was using his star sword, which transformed into a constellation of stars. It was dazzling and resplendent. However, Lin Feng's attack was the total opposite. There was only a terrifying deadly energy. Lin Feng's cultivation wasn't as high as that of the third envoy, but his deadly energy made his chi and force much more powerful. Deadly chi was rolling all around him and merging with his deadly force. Boom! The third envoy's sword arrived in front of Lin Feng, but all the stars in the third envoy's attack started to explode and were devoured by the deadly energy. Lin Feng took a step forward and another explosion spread through the air. His black deadly energy swallowed the stars until only blackness remained. Then, Lin Feng's deadly energy formed into a black sword. Lin Feng's attacks were becoming more and more terrifying. Infinite constellation, shouted the third envoy. His sword streaked across the sky. What seemed like a rain of silver asteroids started to fall from the sky. Boom! Lin Feng dashed forward. His black energy was crashing against the silver lights, annihilating everything in his path. Lacerate, shouted Lin Feng furiously. His black sword collided with the asteroids of the third envoy's attack as a storm of deadly energy invaded the atmosphere. 9-star annihilation, shouted the third envoy. 9 stars formed and shot forward in rapid succession. It was dazzling. The lights illuminated everything. They seemed like they held the destructive power of a supernova. Lacerate! In Feng's black sword shone again. A rumbling sound spread through the air, and a strong wind filled with deadly energy rushed forward. The third envoy continued to close in on Lin Feng with each attack. He had to kill Lin Feng, but the force of his 9-star annihilation was growing weaker and weaker. However, at that moment, in the middle of the black deadly energy, Lin Feng slowly raised his left hand, revealing a black lotus. It looked calm and tranquil. That black lotus followed Lin Feng's movements and moved towards the third envoy. The monstrous deadly energy created a storm as the lotus drifted through the air. Lin Feng's black lotus contained a monstrous deadly energy. Nothing could remain in that deadly energy storm. It was annihilating everything. The 9 stars got swallowed by the black lotus and there was no light to be seen. The third envoy was astonished. He suddenly looked terrified. That black lotus was terrifying. It could swallow and destroy anything. Lin Feng would condense the majority of his pure sun chi and grimfire to make the black lotus. But after having been to the desert on the other side of the world, He absorbed a lot of crystals from the firewolf's crystals, making his sun chi stronger. When condensing it with his grim fire, his black lotus had become even more terrifying. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't need to use much of his pure chi reserves anymore. He still had chi left, but it was already more than enough to defeat the third envoy. Retreat! The third envoy didn't feel like fighting anymore. His magnificent 9-star annihilation had been destroyed by Lin Feng's Black Lotus, so he had no choice but to dodge. But even though his 9-star annihilation had been destroyed, its force was still pressing forwards with the momentum of his attack, making it difficult for him to retreat. Position of the stars, change, shouted the third envoy furiously. His sword started diffusing a strange starlight. His speed was incredible, but he wasn't using his sword to attack. Instead, he was using it to dodge and retreat. But could he escape? Lin Feng smiled coldly. Wind! In a flash, he drifted on the wind and rushed forwards. The stars were still floating in the air, but Lin Feng had already arrived. His deadly energy enveloped the third envoy's body, so the third envoy hastily brandished his sword. However, it wasn't enough to block the deadly energy. In a flash, his sword was swallowed and it disappeared into the blackness. Lin Feng's eyes grew dark. The third envoy lowered his head and Lin Feng's Black Lotus was already in front of him. It arrived at his chest. He was terrified and desperate. A subtle sound emerged and the third envoy was astonished when he looked at his chest. Lin Feng's Black Lotus had just penetrated directly into his chest. The third envoy raised his head and looked to Lin Feng. He was desperate. He could only see Lin Feng's ice-cold, black eyes. Was he going to die? When the third envoy thought about dying, he felt even more hopeless and started shaking. Immediately after, he saw Lin Feng moving back. The distance between them was growing larger. Lin Feng's black deadly energy had already enveloped his entire body and black flames were consuming his insides. Eh! A shriek filled the air as the black flames engulfed the third envoy, and in a flash, the third envoy disappeared from existence. The crowd all had their eyes fixed on this scene. The people from Shuiyu had seen that Black Lotus before, but it was much more powerful than the last time they witnessed it. The people from Tianfeng were all stunned. That deadly Black Lotus was unstoppable and immediately burned the third envoy to death. Lin Feng was too terrifying. Lin Feng turned around, glanced at the people from Tianfeng, and then immediately started to slowly walk towards them. Step, step, step. The sound of Lin Feng's footsteps thundered through the silence. Everybody was fixedly staring at Lin Feng. Was he going to continue with his challenges? Lin Feng walked towards the second envoy and stopped. Everybody was dumbstruck. Lin Feng was going to challenge the second envoy? He was ranked second strongest amongst the envoys from Tianfeng. So far, 5 weaklings and cowards. The only envoy left is you, said Lin Feng indifferently, which made people's hearts race faster. Lin Feng really wanted to challenge the second envoy to a battle to the death. He was incredible, his actions were extremely aggressive. He had challenged every single envoy from the 7th to the 2nd. He had either humiliated them or immediately killed them. He hadn't skipped a single one. Lin Feng was challenging 6 people, one after the other. The second envoy was fixedly staring at Lin Feng with a cold glare. He then slowly stood up. All right, that's enough. That's too many battles for today. If you continue fighting, it will damage the existing friendship between Shuiyu and Tianfeng, said Ruolanshan, which stupefied everybody. He was being a hypocrite. Lin Feng had already fought and killed people from Tianfeng, but he was only stepping in at that moment. After all, the second envoy and Lin Feng were both extremely strong and talented. If one of them died, it would be a shame. Ruolanshan didn't want them to fight to the death, so he had to stop them. Lin Feng, that's enough. Please go back to your seat, said Ruolanshan while slightly nodding. Lin Feng glanced at the second envoy coldly. He didn't insist and said something in return. As expected, the 7 envoys are as amazing as I thought, joked Lin Feng, making those people from Tianfeng pull a long face. Lin Feng had humiliated them over and over again. A moment before, if they were able to kill Lin Feng, they could have regained some of their prestige and reputation. Therefore, when Feng Chun prevented the fourth envoy from fighting, his purpose was to have the stronger envoys fight against Lin Feng. He had hoped that the third envoy would be enough to kill him. Unfortunately, the third envoy was unable to kill Lin Feng. Instead, Lin Feng had killed him. At that moment, Lin Feng had gone back to his seat and 2 people from Tianfeng were dead, while the rest of them would be mocked as cowards and weaklings because they didn't fight. Those 6 envoys had come to Xueyu thinking highly of themselves, thinking that they would become famous all across Xueyu, but in the end, they were humiliated. None of them dared to speak another word. "Mr. Ruo, we have already had enough fun tonight. Let us end things here," said Feng Chun at that moment to Ruolanshan while slightly bowing. Ruolanshan glanced at Feng Chun. He obviously knew that Feng Chun and the others were not in the mood to continue the banquet. They had been humiliated. "Prince Wuya, what do you think?" asked Ruolanshan to Duan Wuya. "Feng Chun and the others are probably exhausted. I will have some people prepare their rooms in my palace, as well as your room, Mr. Ruo," said Duan Wuya. He perfectly understood why they didn't want to stay. "Wuya, your highness, just prepare a room for Ruolanshan and the others. My people and I still haven't visited the imperial city of Xueyu, so we don't plan to stay in the palace. We will go for a walk around the city," said Feng Chun, refusing Duan Wuya's offer. Even though he still had a magnificent smile on his face, everybody knew he was furious. The people from Tianfeng couldn't continue to act friendly with those from Xueyu. The 7 envoys were the most outstanding young cultivators of Tianfeng, but during that night, each and every single one of them had been humiliated. They couldn't be friends anymore. "It's all right as well. Go and visit the imperial city. It's a beautiful city," said Duan Wuya while smiling winsomely. His smile looked like that of a great winner, which made people from Tianfeng feel uncomfortable. "All right, everybody can disperse," said Duan Wuya while standing up and moving over to Ruolanshan. He then said, "Mr. Ruo, I'll bring you to the palace." "All right," replied Ruolanshan while slightly nodding as he left with Duan Wuya. Rao Tianshu and Jianchen also followed behind them. While leaving, Ruolanshan and Jianchen glanced over at Lin Feng. "Let's go," said Feng Chun, and then immediately jumped up in the air. His people left with him without saying another word. "Xianxia, let me bring you back to your residence," said Lin Feng to Duan Xianxia, who smiled and nodded. She then jumped onto Lin Feng's back as Lin Feng flew into the air. After Lin Feng left, somebody was still glaring at his back in an ice-cold way. It was Duan Tianlang. But Duan Tianlang only glared at Lin Feng, nothing more. He didn't talk to anybody and silently departed from the palace. In the middle of the night, Duan Tianlang was flying through the sky at full speed, but he had the feeling that someone was watching him. "But Lin Feng is with the princess," thought Duan Tianlang, trying to reassure himself. Lin Feng had said, during the banquet, that he would come for him after the banquet to settle accounts. Duan Tianlang felt nervous since that moment, and now he had the feeling that someone was watching. But when he turned his head, there was no one around. Duan Tianlang's eyes were cautious. He turned around, condensed some pure qi as he slowed down to a stop as he cautiously observed his surroundings, and then moved higher into the sky. But he still had the impression that somebody was watching him. It felt like he was being stalked by a ferocious beast. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He frowned and continued to fly away at full speed. After a short time, he abruptly turned around. He spotted a fiery red silhouette which disappeared in a flash. "I have spotted you already. Come out," said Duan Tianlang. Even though he was a red silhouette, he didn't really know if he had spotted his pursuer. A silhouette then slowly appeared from the darkness of the night and rose into the air. Duan Tianlang was stupefied and blankly stared at that red silhouette. No wonder that he had had the feeling a ferocious beast was stalking him. It really was a ferocious beast. Besides, it looked extremely aggressive and brutal. It was covered with bright red flames and had spikes covering its body. It was flying in the air with 2 gigantic red wings. That ferocious beast looked terrifying. It looked sanguinary and brutal. A single glance at that beast was enough to frighten a normal person to death. "It's a winged tiger," thought Duan Tianlang. He read about that beast in ancient books. That beast looked like a winged tiger, an ancient ferocious beast. Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang had come to a realization. When he saw that winged tiger, he obviously guessed that Lin Feng had sent it. Duan Tianlang had learnt that Lin Feng had a winged tiger when he had killed the people from the Wanshou sect. Lin Feng had surprisingly sent his winged tiger to chase him. Duan Tianlang looked behind the winged tiger, but saw nothing. There was nobody else. Besides, Lin Feng had definitely left with the princess a moment before. That couldn't have been faked. Lin Feng purposely sent the winged tiger to follow him. It seemed like Lin Feng was determined to kill Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang was a bit surprised. He then abruptly started moving as he flew away at his fastest speed. WSSSSSSS. A whistling sound suddenly spread through the air. Immediately after, Duan Tianlang heard the winged tiger emit a roar. He was stupefied, he turned around, and his heart started to race. Lin Feng had caught up with him. Duan Tianlang stopped and said, "What? What do you want?" Lin Feng said nothing. He just stared at him coldly. From Lin Feng's deep and mysterious expression, Duan Tianlang had no idea what he was thinking. The wind was gently blowing across their bodies. Duan Tianlang felt a slight chill run down his spine. That wind was ice-cold and his heart felt like it was about to stop. Lin Feng's silence was extremely oppressive. Lin Feng wasn't attacking and Duan Tianlang didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do. He was just staring at him. Nothing more. Finally, Duan Tianlang couldn't bear the pressure anymore, groaned coldly and started to leave. After he started to fly away, there was no sound at all behind him and he could no longer feel Lin Feng's gaze. Duan Tianlang was extremely fast. After having flown across a huge distance, he stopped again and looked behind him. He was astonished by what he saw. Lin Feng and the winged tiger were right behind him. At that moment, Lin Feng sat atop his winged tiger. He was calmly gazing into the distance, but wasn't even looking at Duan Tianlang, which was probably why Duan Tianlang couldn't feel Lin Feng's gaze. What a terrifying speed! The winged tiger had been following him silently. There hadn't been a single sound, so Duan Tianlang hadn't even sensed that they were still behind him. That winged tiger was extremely fast and had no difficulty following behind him. Of course, ferocious beasts with wings were much faster than cultivators who had to use pure chi to fly. Besides, the winged tiger was an ancient ferocious beast with gigantic wings, which was why it was extremely quick when flying through the air. "I can't escape?" thought Duan Tianlang. The winged tiger was following closely behind him. He couldn't escape if he tried. Besides, Lin Feng was extremely strong. Would the incredible and majestic Duan Tianlang die by Lin Feng's hands? Would he die in the hands of someone who used to be a nobody to him? "What do you want to do?" asked Duan Tianlang. Lin Feng wasn't attacking him and was only staring into the distance. The pressure in Duan Tianlang's heart was unbearable. Lin Feng remained silent as before. The silence was terrifying. He only turned to look at him. Duan Tianlang was feeling less and less comfortable, and grew more and more scared. The ancient ferocious beast and Lin Feng were both staring at him, which created a suffocating pressure. "I need to go." Duan Tianlang flew away at full speed. His pure chi was whistling through the air as he flew. His speed was incredible. Duan Tianlang only wanted to escape from Lin Feng and that damned beast. Under them, the landscape was changing. They had eventually left the imperial palace and continued flying until they were flying over the imperial city. Duan Tianlang wasn't looking at anything. He was just running away with all his power. Finally, after what felt like a long time for Duan Tianlang, he moved towards the top of a large building. They had arrived at the holy courtyard of Xueyu. The wind was still blowing and Duan Tianlang rushed towards a tower. He then stopped once he reached the top of the tower. That tower was a holy place for the students of the holy courtyard of Xueyu. It was a cultivation tower. Many people, when they saw the person who was flying through the air, were excited. It was their principal, Duan Tianlang. Except, it looked like their principal was trying to escape from something. A short moment after, two silhouettes appeared in the sky. The students were shocked. It was a cultivator riding atop a ferocious beast. That cultivator was a young man. His clothes gently fluttered in the wind. He looked calm and handsome. The ferocious beast looked extremely dangerous, cruel and sanguinary. It was impossible to say to what category that beast belonged. What's going on? The students were shocked and gazed at the young man and his beast. It was very strange. It seemed like they were chasing the principal. It's Lin Feng. That's Lin Feng. Some of the people who had gone to Xianxia Lake recognized Lin Feng at first glance. Lin Feng and his terrifying ferocious beast were chasing their principal, Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang fixedly stared at Lin Feng and his ferocious beast when he said, "If you don't want to fight, why do you keep following me? What do you want to do?" The crowd noticed that Duan Tianlang looked flustered and exasperated. Besides, his voice was trembling and he looked terrified. Lin Feng replied indifferently, "Why are you so scared of me? Are you scared that I will kill you? In the past, you strutted around like you were majestic and domineering. Where has the noble Duan Tianlang gone?" Lin Feng's words painfully pierced through Duan Tianlang's eardrums and stunned him. Duan Tianlang's social status and strength were only jokes to Lin Feng. He was mocking Duan Tianlang. At that moment, the crowd understood that Lin Feng was chasing their principal Duan Tianlang. Besides, their strong and powerful principal was terrified. He was afraid of Lin Feng. It really looked like a big joke. Their principal was scared of a disciple of the Celestial Academy. However, it was actually always that way. The disciples would always surpass their masters with time. In the academies or sects, this was often the case. Lin Feng had become much stronger than most of the patriarchs and elders from most sects, and even many teachers at other academies. Lin Feng had the power to despise and mock their principal. Duan Tianlang remained silent. No words would come out. He didn't look majestic and domineering anymore. Those who had sufficient strength could act in a domineering manner, and that was the only case when they had enough strength. Whoosh! Many people jumped through the air and stood by Duan Tianlang's side. They were all staring at Lin Feng with cold glares. They were the strongest teachers of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. But at that moment, they all looked like they were facing their worst nightmare, Lin Feng. At Xianxia Lake, Lin Feng had proven just how strong he was, but at that moment, his calm appearance looked even more terrifying. Surprisingly, he was acting aggressively at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. How arrogant could he be? "Lin Feng, you're too arrogant," said a teacher while staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng glanced at them. Arrogant? He was stronger than them. Why would he care about how he acted? In the past, when Duan Tianlang had taken people to destroy the Yunhai sect, hadn't he acted arrogantly? Duan Tianlang had killed hundreds of thousands of individuals, had plotted against Lin Feng and created false charges against him. Wasn't that being arrogant? Arrogant? So what? Said Lin Feng indifferently, which stupefied everyone. They were only staring at Lin Feng, wanted to say something, but words didn't come out. What could they do against him? Who here had the power to reprimand Lin Feng? Duan Tianlang alone couldn't defeat Lin Feng. Maybe there was only a small chance if they all were to fight Lin Feng together. "Principal, let's work together and kill him," said someone while looking towards Duan Tianlang. At that moment, 5 people joined Duan Tianlang and they were all at the Xianxia layer. If they acted together, they might have a chance. However, Duan Tianlang remained silent. Work together? Kill Lin Feng? Lin Feng could easily kill people the first few Xianxia layers. It was as easy as falling off a log for him. His ancient ferocious beast could also quickly people of the second Xianxia layer. In the past, they might have a chance to kill Lin Feng if they acted together. But at that moment, Duan Tianlang knew exactly how strong Lin Feng had become. Therefore, he didn't have any hope. Lin Feng could kill people of the 5th Xianxia layer, so it would be no effort for him to kill them all. The strongest of them had only broken through to the 4th Xianxia layer. That was all. Lin Feng had even killed the 7th envoy of Tianfeng using a single attack, and he was also at the 4th Xianxia layer. Duan Tianlang remained silent, which stupefied the middle-aged man who had just proposed working together. He knew Duan Tianlang well. He was proud and aloof, conceited and determined. Duan Tianlang didn't care about killing people. So if they were able to kill Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang would have immediately seized the opportunity to do so, but he was remaining silent. The terrifying truth was that they couldn't kill Lin Feng. The atmosphere was silent, which was extremely oppressive. The student of the holy courtyard of Shui was silently observing the silhouettes in the sky. The situation was extremely tense. If Lin Feng wanted to kill them all, nobody could stop him. Lin Feng could do it alone, no even counting his beast. The holy courtyard of Shui had been created with plans to become the largest sphere of influence. What a joke. They couldn't even deal with Lin Feng. "You want to kill me?" said Lin Feng to that person who just spoke while smiling. He was smiling coldly and continued, "I never show mercy to people who say they want to kill me. You are no exception." Lin Feng's voice was ice cold, and the person started to shake. "Qiong Qi, go deal with him," said Lin Feng. The winged tiger's silhouette flickered. Its pure qi was released, and the winged tiger roared intensely. It rushed through the air and attacked. Its two large eyes were filled with an ominous glint. It was beating its wings extremely quickly as it dashed through the air. The person who had just proposed to kill Lin Feng was at the second Shen Qi layer, and the winged tiger was a level 2 Shen beast. The winged tiger could fly faster than a cultivator, much faster. That person had only just condensed some pure qi in his hand when he was forced to punch towards the incoming winged tiger. But the winged tiger only swiped with its sharp claws, which landed directly on that person's chest. Even though they had tried to dodge, a deep wound appeared on the person's chest, and it was pouring with blood. It was a gruesome wound. Boom! A monumental amount of qi appeared in the atmosphere. There were many people who were condensing pure qi, causing the energy to become extremely dense. The teachers from the holy courtyard of Shui were attacking the winged tiger at the same time. "Whoever dares attack is my enemy, and I always kill my enemies," said Lin Feng indifferently, which made the teachers immediately stop moving. Their pure qi grew weaker and eventually dispersed. "Roar!" The winged tiger roared violently. The person who had just been attacked by the winged tiger had a deep wound on their chest and looked deathly pale. But when the ancient ferocious beast saw blood, it would become even more excited. So the winged tiger continued its attacks. It continued beating its wings and moved towards the person like an illusion. The students suddenly realized that the individual's head had suddenly disappeared. There was only a neck which was spraying blood into the air. Many people let out terrified shrieks. They were panicking. How cruel! The ancient ferocious beast was horrifying. It had immediately beheaded the teacher and was now gnashing the head between its teeth. Everyone's hearts were pounding brutally. What surprised them the most was that none of the teachers dared to stop the beast. Because Lin Feng spoke out, they hadn't interfered. They could only watch their colleague get killed by Lin Feng's winged tiger. What an absolute humiliation! Before, they used to think that the holy courtyard of Shui was incredible. However, at that moment, that splendor was being destroyed. The teacher had just been killed by a beast in front of his colleagues, and nobody had dared to move. How humiliating! It was clear everyone there that strength was all that mattered. Lin Feng was unyielding and was able to come to the holy courtyard of Shui and kill people as he wished. He could threaten Duan Tianlang, who was a member of the Duan clan, and he could kill the teachers. Nobody would try to stop him. Their principal had accepted the humiliation because he was powerless to do anything. He was trying to escape from Lin Feng, who was why he rushed back to the holy courtyard of Shui. The winged tiger roared violently and went back to Lin Feng's side. It looked extremely excited, and its eyes were filled with bloodlust. Ancient ferocious beasts were always cruel and bloodthirsty by nature. They would never grow docile as their vicious nature passed through their ancient bloodline. Blood would arouse the natural viciousness hiding in their bloodline. "Duan Tianlang, don't you think that the holy courtyard of Shui is ridiculous?" joked Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone while looking at Duan Tianlang. "What do you want to do?" asked Duan Tianlang again. What else could he say? He didn't know what Lin Feng wanted, but he was terrified. He had followed him all the way to the holy courtyard of Shui but hadn't attacked a single time. It was a terrifying pressure. Duan Tianlang was shaking from head to toe. "Are you so scared of death?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. In the past, When you came and destroyed the Yunhai sect, didn't you think there might be consequences? Duan Tianlang had, of course, never bothered about things like consequences. He had destroyed the Yunhai sect, killed all its members except for a few stragglers and the geniuses whom he had taken with him to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Apart from Lin Feng and the ones he sold as slaves, the Yunhai sect had been annihilated. But he would never have thought that one of the survivors would come for revenge. "Don't worry, I will not kill you today," said Lin Feng, which stupefied Duan Tianlang. Wasn't he going to kill him? Since Lin Feng didn't want to kill him at that moment, what did he want to do? "How could I kill you now? I still want you to witness the resurrection of the Yunhai sect with your own eyes, the same Yunhai sect which you once destroyed, and I also want you to see the extermination of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, similar to how I witnessed the destruction of the Yunhai sect," said Lin Feng calmly. He then continued slowly. "You thought that the destruction of the Yunhai sect meant the rise of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu? But I will show you that the destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu means the resurrection of the Yunhai sect." When Duan Tianlang heard Lin Feng, his heart started beating faster. He finally understood what Lin Feng wanted. What ambition! Lin Feng surprisingly wanted the Yunhai sect to rise to glory with the destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, just like what Duan Tianlang had done, but in reverse. The students at the foot of the tower were astonished. Lin Feng wanted to destroy the holy courtyard of Shuiyu? "You will fail," said Duan Tianlang while staring at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng smiled. He smiled in a particularly confident manner. Was he going to fail? "You will see in a few days," said Lin Feng calmly. He sounded extremely confident that the Yunhai sect would be resurrected. Nan Gongling and the others who died, they put their hopes and dreams on my shoulders. I was their last hope. I promised this to everyone and especially to Protector Bai, said Lin Feng while raising his head and showing his ring to Duan Tianlang. It meant that he was now the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. The members of the Yunhai sect had sacrificed their lives to save Lin Feng. They hoped that Lin Feng would be able to revive the glory of the Yunhai sect. How could Lin Feng forget his promise? All those people would have died for nothing. The patriarch's ring. When Duan Tianlang saw the ring, he understood that Lin Feng was already the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. He suddenly felt strange. Maybe Lin Feng would be able to resurrect the Yunhai sect. Perhaps it would prosper because Lin Feng had endless determination. Lin Feng was proudly leaving the holy courtyard of Shuiyu without any obstruction. Everyone at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was staring at Lin Feng's back. They felt responsible for allowing Lin Feng to humiliate them. On top of that, he had even killed their teacher. Besides, Lin Feng had ignored the others on purpose. If Lin Feng wished, he could have killed all of them, even those cultivators who were floating in the sky. Lin Feng hadn't killed Duan Tianlang because he wanted him to see everything with his own eyes, the resurrection of the Yunhai sect and the destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. In the middle of the night, a ferocious beast and a cultivator were flying through the sky above the imperial city. The ferocious beast's fur was bright red and it looked majestic. Lin Feng was sitting on the back of the winged tiger and his eyes were closed. When he suddenly opened his eyes, which contained a cold look, Lin Feng wasn't the only one who sensed something. The winged tiger roared and stopped in the air. It then glanced around. A group of pitch-black silhouettes slowly appeared in Lin Feng and the winged tiger's fields of vision. Those people were all flying in the sky. They had approached silently. They were all cultivators of the Xianxia layer. They arrived in front of Lin Feng and stopped. They didn't encircle Lin Feng, but a dazzling blade light twinkled under the moonlight. That sword looked extremely cold. How cold? At that moment, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it would make people's soul shake. 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer. Lin Feng glanced around and counted them. There were 18 cultivators and they were all holding blades. They clearly considered Lin Feng to be a great threat. "Who are you?" asked Lin Feng. Even though he didn't expect them to reply, he still asked. He was wondering what social status those people had. He had offended many people, but there weren't many people who could send such a powerful group for him. The Wanshou sect or the Yu clan could send out 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer, but each of these people were blade cultivators. So they couldn't have been sent by the Wanshou sect or the Yu clan. They didn't have that many blade cultivators. Maybe a few great spheres of influence had prepared this group by combining their power. Besides, there was also Tianfeng. An entire country could, of course, easily send such a group of people. However, how could the Tianfeng country send so many cultivators over to Shuiyu without notice? Especially sending them into the imperial city to kill Lin Feng. The government of Shuiyu wasn't stupid. They would have noticed them and intercepted the foreign cultivators. Feng Chun wasn't foolish. He already had the opportunity to kill Lin Feng, but Roland Shan was clearly opposed to Lin Feng being harmed. If Feng Chun wanted to kill Lin Feng, he wasn't able to do it so openly. Lin Feng was wondering who those people were and who had the power to send 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer. "We're people who want to kill you," said one of them coldly. Then, the 18 cultivators each took out their blades in almost perfect synchronization, which created a clear and melodious sound. Those blades were so bright with blade chi that Lin Feng had to narrow his eyes. When Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, those blades flickered and rushed forwards. Blades were moving towards Lin Feng from both his sides and from the front. Each of those blades wanted to take his life. Wind. Lin Feng started to drift freely in the wind. He was extremely agile and unbelievably fast. The sharp blades streaked across the sky, creating a breathtaking scene. Lin Feng could only narrow his eyes because the lights from the blades were too dazzling. Those people were not even attempting to kill the winged tiger. They were solely targeting Lin Feng. At that moment, the blades were surrounding him. Those people had encircled him with only one movement. A subtle sound spread in the air. Lin Feng's body shook and a sword appeared in his hand as his sword energy invaded the atmosphere. But he immediately felt a sense of danger around him. He felt like he wouldn't get a chance to use his full strength to fight. Lin Feng jumped away from the winged tiger and flew into the air. His sword light followed the winds and shot forwards, causing the incoming enemies to retreat. But others who attacked from other directions continued their attacks. Their twinkling blades rushed towards Lin Feng. An extremely sharp blade energy filled the air and lacerated the atmosphere. Boom! Lin Feng's sword energy collided with the incoming blade energy. The shockwave which resulted from the collision tore through the atmosphere. An incredibly strong wind blasted in every direction. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those people were all using blades and they were working together in formation. They were in perfect harmony with each other and it was extremely difficult to find a weak point in their formation. At that moment, above and behind Lin Feng, there were only blades which were diffusing a sharp chi towards Lin Feng's body. It seemed like they were not going to give Lin Feng a single second of rest. A terrifying, deadly energy emerged from Lin Feng's body and burst into the sky. His eyes grew black and emotionless. No matter who those people were, he would kill them. Roar! Lin Feng released his terrifying purple spirit, and a purple lake filled the atmosphere. His extremely strong soul then emerged from his body and merged with the purple spirit, which then started to rapidly transform. Ha! Those 18 cultivators were surprised when they saw the purple lake, because it wasn't attacking them or even surrounding them. It seemed to be spinning and spreading across sky. It invaded the entire atmosphere, which gradually became darker as the purple spirit appeared to block all of the light from the starry sky. Boom! The sound of a collision emerged in the air. Lin Feng used the force of their attack to propel his body backwards, but they immediately gave chase. Suddenly, the purple lake fell from the sky and submerged them along with Lin Feng. It surrounded them and they were no longer able to see Lin Feng. If they hastily retreated, it would give Lin Feng an opportunity to attack them out of formation. "How did we end up being surrounded?" asked one of them. They all glanced at the others. There were 18 of them and all of them had been trapped by the purple spirit. "Let's attack together," said one of them. That purple spirit was a threat to them. It had trapped them inside and seemed to be restraining their movements. Suddenly, they no longer had any sense of direction or time. It looked like they were submerged inside a purple world. When they tried to think clearly, they found out that they couldn't see any of their colleagues anymore. They seemed to be entirely alone. One of them noticed that he was trapped inside, he was imprisoned. 9 Palace Dragon Formation. Everybody frowned. They, of course, recognized that palace. It was an illusion, but it wasn't used to kill people, it was used to imprison people. Lin Feng was standing outside of the illusion and watching as a cold light flashed through his eyes. He took a step and immediately appeared in front of one of them inside the illusion, which stupefied the man. At that moment, he was directly opposite Lin Feng. "Tell me who you people are," said Lin Feng coldly. The man's eyes twinkled, but he remained silent. "If you don't want to talk, then die," said Lin Feng, moving like the wind towards the man. In a flash, he appeared in front of his opponent and attacked with his deadly sword. But the man brandished his dazzling blade in return. However, the assassin was alone. Could he stop Lin Feng's sword? His blade was absorbed into Lin Feng's deadly energy, which terrified him. Immediately after, his body was split into two by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng didn't even turn to look at him. He took another step and arrived in another purple room. There was a female assassin in that room who was shocked and looked pale. "Who sent you to kill me?" asked Lin Feng again. She stared at Lin Feng and replied in an ice-cold tone. "Lin Feng, I never would have believed that you'd be able to create the 9-palace dragon formation. You're lucky, but that won't save you next time. Even if there's a next time, you won't be alive to see it," said Lin Feng while running forwards and attacking with his deadly sword. In a flash, she was dead as well. Lin Feng continued killing those people inside the illusion. All those cultivators of the Xianxia layer were dying one by one inside Lin Feng's illusion. After killing those 18 people, the illusion disappeared, and Lin Feng was standing in the lonely night sky. He looked like a death god, but he didn't seem proud or arrogant. He already had an extremely high social status. He was Yu Menghe's son and part of Duan Wuya's faction. Ruolan Shan had also showed a liking to him, but some foolish people still dared to try and assassinate him. Besides, the 18 were all trained in a particular formation, so those people probably belonged to a very influential group. The scariest part was that none of the 18 had revealed the name of whom they worked, even when threatened with death. That type of enemy was extremely terrifying, and that group must be extremely powerful. A large number of people followed the Dragon Mountain Empire from Tianfeng and traveled to Shuiyu. During the banquet, Lin Feng humiliated the 7 envoys of Tianfeng one after the other and even killed 2 of them. During the night after the banquet, 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer had appeared and had tried to kill Lin Feng with a blade formation, but in the end, they had completely failed. Lin Feng's battle ability was made clear at Xiangjiang Lake. It seemed like something big was going to happen in Shuiyu. People couldn't really describe it, but they knew that something important was going to happen and nobody could predict the aftermath. Outside of the imperial city, thousands of kilometers away, something astonishing was happening as well. A certain location was in complete ruins, but the news hasn't spread to the imperial city. The strongest sect of the country, the Haoyu sect, had been completely destroyed. On that day, 10,000 of Xianxia armored cavalry had entered the territory of the Haoyu sect and annihilated everything in their path. Blood flowed like a river. The entire sect had been destroyed and the Haoyu sect would vanish into history. Apart from some people who were outside and a few who had managed to escape, everybody was killed without mercy. The entire sect had become a river of blood. The massacre had lasted for an entire day. At dusk, black crows and ferocious hawks were flying around above the territory of the Haoyu sect and sometimes swooping down to eat the dead flesh from the countless bodies. It looked apocalyptic and desolate. The setting sun reflected on the surface of the blood river, giving off an eerie feel. At that moment, the troops who destroyed the sect were already on their way to their next location. In the mountain chain where the Haoyu sect was, there was a group of people who gathered around to see the aftermath of the attack. Looking at the piles of corpses and river of blood, they felt a chill down in their soul. This was the world of cultivation. It was cruel and sanguinary. They, of course, knew who those troops were. The Xianxia troops belonged to Officer Lin Feng from Yangzhou City. Besides, Lin Feng also used to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect. In the past, the Haoyu sect had participated in the extermination of the Yunhai sect. It had been, just like Haoyu sect was at that moment, a bloodbath. Lin Feng had started taking his revenge. In the past, he was only a very talented disciple from the Yunhai sect, But at that moment, he was already a famous genius in Shuiyu. He, of course, wanted to get his revenge. He hated those who destroyed his sect. The Haoyu sect wasn't going to be the last sect on his list, though. It was only the beginning. Actually, the Haoyu sect wasn't even a start. The revenge had only just begun. Thousands of kilometers away from the Haoyu sect, there was the Yunhai mountain chain. Everybody in the mountain chain was in a state of full alert. Every possible exit was blocked, except for the one leading to the Black Wind Mountain. Every other entrance and exit was blocked. The Xianxia troops had already been there for 7 days. During those 7 days, no one was able to enter or exit. Only people who were from the surroundings of the Yunhai mountain chain were allowed to leave. It had been evacuated of all bystanders almost instantly. If they had stayed, they would have died. Who would have dared to stay? Those Xianxia troops had come to avenge the Yunhai sect. If anyone dared infuriate them, they would be courting death. Around the mountain chain, the Xianxia troops were calmly waiting. They looked cold and remained in perfect formation while being absolutely silent. Some people, even though they had already left the mountain chain, hadn't left the surrounding area. They were just standing in the distance and observing what was going to happen. They wanted to see if the Xianxia troops would really go on a rampage. At that moment, on the peaks of the Yunhai mountain chain, everybody was terrified. They were frightened beyond belief. They had already been encircled for 7 days and they didn't know what was going to happen. They might all be slaughtered. Everybody feared death. Some people were more scared than others, but in the end, when facing death, everybody would be scared. Not being scared of death was impossible. It was a natural instinct. Besides, they couldn't leave, so they could only wait for death. The wait was driving them insane, and many had already lost all hope. The people who remained were people from the Haoyu sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, the Wanshou sect, and the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. They had divided the entire Yunhai mountain and established military bases there. The Black Wind Mountain, a good hunting ground which was extremely attractive to the sects. They were all delighted to have access to it. But at that moment, the Yunhai mountain looked and felt like a mountain of doom. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. Suddenly, the situation became chaotic. Everyone tried to run away. They wanted to escape immediately, but the cavalry had started galloping towards them in perfect formation. The armored cavalry had finally started to move after encircling them for 7 days. Were they going to attack? Everybody wanted to escape, but because of the Xianxia cavalry, they were all being forced into the same direction. They were being pushed to the center of a valley by the horses. The troops were forcing them all to gather in the same location. In the center of that valley, the people started to pour in by the thousands. They were looking to their right and left only to see more people pouring in from every direction. They were all growing more scared when they noticed this. They knew that those troops were probably going to kill them. But what could they do? They were surrounded by a powerful army and were clearly outmatched. They had no choice. In the end, a huge group of people gathered in the middle of the valley. When they looked up to the cliffs of the valley, they could see the Xianxia troops looking down on them. They all looked cold and detached and were releasing some deadly qi as they all reached for their bows. Many people's hearts were pounding violently. This scene was similar to what happened in the past. Back then, Duan Tianlang had come to the Yunhai sect with the other sects and had slaughtered the Yunhai sect. History was repeating itself. However, in the valley, there weren't any people from the Yunhai sect. The scene looked the same, but the positions had been reversed. Only those who annihilated the Yunhai sect were forced into the valley. Nobody had ever thought that such a thing would happen. The atmosphere was deathly silent and oppressive. In the distance, a whistling sound spread through the air. Very quickly, everyone noticed 2 silhouettes. It was Lin Feng riding his winged tiger. His pure white clothes were fluttering in the wind as he looked down towards the valley. That beast was bright red like fire and had 2 gigantic wings. Everyone was terrified of the vicious beast. Everybody looked up at the silhouettes in the sky. However, what frightened people more than the winged tiger was when they recognized the person riding it. Lin Feng had come back. He had come to avenge the Yunhai sect. A few years before, he was a low-level disciple of the Yunhai sect. He had just broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Now he was like a blazing star in the sky. He had become the Marquis of Yangzhou City, the Xianxia Marquis. and had a powerful army under his control. He was also riding a terrifying Shen-level beast and had now returned to the Yunhai sect with a tremendous power. If the Yunhai sect still existed, Lin Feng's return would have been glorious. However, the Yunhai sect had been exterminated and all Lin Feng wanted to do was massacre those responsible. Lin Feng had returned for revenge. Lin Feng didn't continue looking down at those people. Instead, he looked towards the mountain chain. He could see all the places he remembered from the past, but only coldness filled his eyes. A debt of blood had to be paid with blood. He slowly turned his head and looked at the valley, the stormy gorge. There was an arena in the center, the life and death arena. Lin Feng could remember his time at the stormy gorge and the life and death arena. At that moment, he could clearly remember all those people who had long since died. He could remember how Lu Fei had chased him. He could remember Protector Kong who protected him along with Protector Bai's kind smile. Lin Feng looked down at the crowd in the stormy gorge. He despised all of them. Those people were like vermin in Lin Feng's eyes. He looked at them the same way they looked at the Yunhai sect in the past. Lin Feng slowly rose his hand and in a flash, countless whistling sounds spread through the air which was immediately invaded by a deadly qi. Thousands and thousands of arrows were shot into the air, aiming directly for the people inside the valley. Everyone inside the valley was panicking. They were shaking as they saw the cloud of arrows falling from the sky. They all looked terrified. In that heartless world, people would show no mercy to their enemies. Blood was the only way to repay blood. Lin Feng only raised his hand into the air and thousands upon thousands of arrows were unleashed into the air. In the air, there were countless arrows blotting out the sky. The people inside the stormy gorge raised their heads and saw an endless amount of arrows. They could only stare blankly at the incoming arrows as there was nowhere to run. SSSS. SSSSS. The cloud of arrows grew thicker and thicker as more arrows were shot into the sky. The sight caused their bodies to shiver with fear. Followed by a sound like rain hitting a roof, countless horrible shrieks started spreading through the air. The arrows finally fell onto the people inside the valley and the sound of slaughter began. This was part of the cycle of fate, this was their karma. Besides, that was only the first wave of arrows. After the first wave, thousands of arrows were shot continuously into the air creating a thick cloud. The arrows were endless and unceasing. It was Judgment Day for all of their sins. The atmosphere was filled with painful cries and the wails of death. Lin Feng sat on his winged tiger in the sky, looking down at the stormy gorge. He looked absolutely expressionless. He had already become accustomed to death and slaughter. Nobody could remain completely calm when seeing such a tragedy. Lin Feng was no exception, but he knew, deep in his heart, that he was doing the right thing. He had to avenge those who were slaughtered trying to protect him. If, in the future, the survivors went against him for revenge, Lin Feng would understand. This was a consequence that he would have to shoulder for the sake of his revenge. Lin Feng couldn't save everyone from suffering. All he could do was kill his enemies and move forward. After the third wave of arrows, there was no longer any signs of life within the valley. Their blood had gathered in the center of the valley to form a lake and the entire ground was dyed red. "Enough," said Lin Feng indifferently, and in a flash, the troops stopped firing their arrows. Those troops looked firm and emotionless. All those troops were professional soldiers. They all had shed an incredible amount of blood in battle. Besides, these weren't just ordinary troops, they were the Xianxia troops. All of them had more blood on their hands than most armies in the land. In the past, they had seen many of their comrades die in wars. Seeing their comrades die was always a tragic experience. If they didn't fight at full power to kill all of their enemies, then one of their comrades might die as a consequence, which is why they were honed from the slaughter of their enemies. There would never be a real winner in any conflict, as one side would always suffer at the hands of the other. All they could do was to avenge their comrades and fight to stay alive. Those troops were like cold, unmoving mountains. If Lin Feng gave the order, they would immediately take action. Lin Feng had stopped them, so not a single soldier fired another arrow into the valley. "Xianxia, they are for you," said Lin Feng indifferently. His winged tiger then roared and threw itself into the gorge. When it arrived above the gorge, it opened its mouth and breathed out a torrent of blazing flames. Those corpses were immediately set ablaze, and the blood started to evaporate. The winged tiger's fire was extremely hot and causing the temperature to rise throughout the valley. Its gigantic wings kept beating in the air just above the gorge. It flew around and around while unleashing torrents of fire. Very quickly, the entire gorge was consumed by a raging inferno. Those terrifying flames reached such heights that the entire valley was overcome with a dancing light. In the distance, the people who looked in the direction of the Yunhai mountain could only see flames dashing towards the skies. They couldn't believe their eyes. They were all shaking as cold sweat covered their bodies. Wouldn't such a monstrous fire burn the entire mountain? Were those people on the Yunhai mountain all dead? Many people were actually relieved that they hadn't participated in the extermination of the Yunhai sect in the past. Otherwise they would all be dead at that moment. They would be burning inside the gorge. Lin Feng was too tyrannical. He wanted to get his revenge, so his flames of fury set Xueyu ablaze. After that, many people would remember those flames. They continued burning for 3 days and 3 nights. At the top of the Yunhai mountain, there was no longer any darkness. It was always illuminated by the flames which burnt the corpses of Lin Feng's enemies. Of course, that was what happened after. At that moment, the winged tiger went back to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng was looking at the flames. He sighed and said, "The Haoyu sect is already destroyed. The Yunhai mountain is ours again. I, Lin Feng, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, declare that the Yunhai sect is reborn." Oh! Ah! Oh! Many people were shouting. They sounded like roaring beasts. It was a shocking display. The Yunhai sect had been destroyed. Many people had been sold as slaves, and those slaves had been saved by Lin Feng. All of those survivors had already become members of the Xianxia troops. Of course, calling the Xianxia troops an army of Xueyu was not really correct, because the Xianxia troops only had one leader, Lin Feng. They were no longer loyal to any country and only obeyed Lin Feng. Those former members of the Yunhai sect felt a deep and profound hatred. They had been turned into slaves and were imprisoned, but at that moment, they could finally see their sect again. They were excited. Other people would never understand the way they felt. Stay here at the Yunhai sect and cultivate for 3 days. Then, in 3 days' time, head to the Ice and Snow Mountain village, said Lin Feng indifferently. The Yunhai sect was resurrected, but it wasn't as easy as that. They still had a long list of enemies. Under Lin Feng's control, their thousands and thousands of strong cultivators, it was an extremely powerful army. Lin Feng was getting prepared to carry out a full military reform. However, their purpose would remain the same, killing his enemies. Lin Feng would choose a few young people from the Xianxia troops, those who stood out because of their natural abilities, and would let them concentrate on cultivation, in order to enhance their strength. Lin Feng wanted to build a powerful army which would be a mixture of members from the Xianxia army and the Yunhai sect. It wouldn't be a mere army anymore. If a sect didn't have much power, it couldn't remain prosperous. That is why he would build an army for the sect. Only if the sect and the army worked together would they be able to establish a power like never before. Lin Feng and his army remained in the Yunhai mountain chain for 3 days to reorganize. Lin Feng had destroyed the Haoyu sect and brought his people to the Yunhai mountain to exterminate the invaders. That news spread very quickly across Xueyu. Everybody was astonished. The Haoyu sect, a gigantic sect, was annihilated. The first great sect which had been destroyed was the Yunhai sect, quickly followed in the footsteps of the Wuxia sect. In Celestial River, the Wuxia sect had lost the majority of its strongest cultivators. They had all been killed by Lin Feng. Then, Duan Wu Dao had killed the majority of its members in the imperial city, which led to their collapse. With Haoyu sect exterminated, its annihilation had also led to the resurrection of the Yunhai sect. Lin Feng, who used to be a disciple of the Yunhai sect, had already astonished the entire country of Xueyu. Everybody knew that he was the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. At that moment, everybody was looking at the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Lin Feng's next target would undoubtedly be the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Maybe after destroying the Ice and Snow Mountain village, Lin Feng would head to the Imperial City. The people who had participated in the destruction of the Yunhai sect were numerous. They were all very influential groups spread throughout the country. Lin Feng had resurrected the Yunhai sect, but he was not done avenging it. Everybody who had participated in its destruction had to die. He was definitely planning to go to the imperial city. Many people were growing impatient. They wanted to see Lin Feng create another legend in Xueyu. The ice and snow mountain village was to the north of Xueyu. It was constantly surrounded by snow and ice. It was one of the 4 influential powers of the country, and was the only sect that wasn't situated in a mountain chain. At that moment, there were countless deep footprints in the thick layer of snow that covered the ground. The ice and snow mountain village looked like a landscape from a fairy tale, a vast expanse of whiteness. About 50 kilometers away from the ice and snow mountain village, the snow had been upturned by the armored horses of Xianxia. They were in perfect formation. There were seemingly more than 10,000 soldiers with astonishing cultivations. Such a powerful army was terrifying. That army was precisely the Xianxia army. They first exterminated the Haoyu sect, and then Lin Feng had them march to the ice and snow mountain village. Mr. Qi and the troops were waiting for Lin Feng to arrive and join them. Because they weren't stationed far away from the ice and snow mountain village, they were able to keep a close watch over the sect and all of its movements. At least, they could make sure that they wouldn't try to escape and leave the ice and snow mountain village abandoned. Of course, if they could see the sect from there, the sect could see them as well. They knew exactly how many troops were stationed outside. On that day, many people left the ice and snow mountain village. They were slowly walking and approaching the troops. The vast expanse of white snow looked even more incredible when seeing the people appear on the vast white landscape. When the troops saw the people heading towards them, they prepared for battle. What surprised the troops was that the people of the ice and snow mountain village hadn't stayed within their territory. Surprisingly, they had taken the initiative to come out. Of course, the people of the ice and snow mountain village thought that staying in the sect would be the same as waiting for death. The Haoyu sect had been destroyed by Lin Feng, and he had then taken control of the Yunhai mountain chain again. The ice and snow mountain village already knew about these events. At that moment, the thousands of soldiers were waiting. They were obviously waiting for Lin Feng to join them. Since that was the case, if the ice and snow mountain village waited for too long, their enemies would grow more and more numerous and become increasingly powerful. So why not leave immediately and try to open an escape route by force? Mr. Qi was standing at the front of the army and looking at the people rushing towards him. There were hundreds of people rushing towards him. Each and every single one of them looked cold and detached. They were wearing white clothes and were releasing powerful some ice energy. All those people practiced using ice and snow skills. Everybody at the ice and snow mountain village practiced ice and snow skills, and each of them had an ice or snow spirit. They all had the same aura without exception. Very quickly, the members of the ice and snow mountain village had closed the distance between themselves and the army. Though they were only a few hundred, when compared with the thousands of troops, they were nothing. The one at the very front was the patriarch of the ice and snow mountain village, Han Shuetian. Mr. Qi, I wouldn't have thought that we would meet again, said Han Shuetian with a faint smile on his face. The ice and snow mountain village wasn't very far from Celestial River, so the disciples of the mountain village would frequently visit. Han Shuetian himself also frequently visited the Celestial River often, but never made his visits public knowledge. Besides, he had already met Mr. Qi inside Celestial River. I hadn't thought we would meet again either. But things have changed. We are now enemies, said Mr. Qi indifferently. Han Shuetian shook his head and said, Why talk that way? You are not my enemy. Let's continue as friends. You will receive a warm welcome at my ice and snow mountain village, said Han Shuetian, trying to draw Mr. Qi over to his side. But Mr. Qi only shook his head and said, Han Shuetian, you cannot convince me. Things have changed, we are now on different sides. You are a member of the ice and snow mountain village. I am with Lin Feng. Lin Feng is your enemy, so I am now your enemy too. This is something that cannot be changed. Han Shuetian was astonished. Mr. Qi was openly admitting that he was following Lin Feng. Mr. Qi used to be an illustrious and eminent figure in Celestial River. Han Shuetian had never thought that he would be following Lin Feng. Since that is the case, I will not insist if you are following Lin Feng. It seems like this battle will be unavoidable. If you want to fight now, just attack. Don't waste my time, said Mr. Qi indifferently. He sounded absolutely unperturbed. Then we will fight, said Han Shuetian while taking a step through the air which left a huge mark in the snow. In a flash, he threw himself at Mr. Qi. If the old man wanted to fight, he wouldn't waste time. The atmosphere was filled with snow. It would have been a picturesque scene, if not for the battle that was about to begin. However, Mr. Qi didn't feel like admiring the scenery. When facing the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village, he couldn't afford to relax. A terrifying fire arose from Mr. Qi. Han Shuetian practiced ice and snow cultivation, and Mr. Qi practiced the opposite, fire cultivation. Mr. Qi didn't care about what the enemy was practicing. He took a heavy step in his opponent's direction. His entire body was covered with rampaging flames. Ice and fire collided in a stalemate, creating a unique scene in midair. Mr. Qi wanted to use his flames to melt the ice, but Han Shuetian wanted to use his ice to extinguish the flames. Those two cultivators had totally opposing cultivation styles. Mr. Qi is, as expected, you are still extremely strong. No wonder you were such an eminent and illustrious person in Celestial River. I, Han Shuetian, will learn a lot from you during this battle. As you wish, replied Mr. Qi. The two people then both shot into the air. The troops were watching the battle without getting involved. Even though they really wanted to join the battle, they respected a duel between experts. The two fighters were growing more and more courageous. They continued colliding in the air, over and over again. The ice and fire became even more powerful. Everyone was fixedly staring at them. Who was going to come out victorious? At that moment, a piercingly cold ice suddenly arose from the mountain village, astonishing many people. It doesn't look good. The troops were astonished. A silhouette on the side of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village rose into the air. That person's energy was monstrously powerful. World of Ice and Snow. Extreme Icebound. At that moment, Han Shuetian and that other person spoke at the same time. In a flash, a terrifying ice energy surrounded Mr. Qi's body. Bastards! Shouted the Xianxia troops. They were furious. The person who had just intervened was very young. Everybody thought of one person when they saw that young man, the patriarch's son, Luo Shui. Han Shuetian and Mr. Qi were fighting. Initially it was a duel between experts, but at that moment Luo Shui was surprisingly attacking Mr. Qi by surprise. How despicable! Get lost! Shouted Mr. Qi while attacking those two people, but the extreme icebound attack was too powerful and crashed against his body, piercing through to his bones. Mr. Qi started falling from the sky, and he felt like he was freezing from the inside. Mr. Qi, sorry for the inconvenience, said Han Shuetian while smiling coldly. The Xianxia troops' facial expressions were extremely sharp. Those people were extremely strong, so they wouldn't be able to capture them alive. How shameless! A voice filled the atmosphere from the distance which shocked everybody. A silhouette was rushing towards them, and that person was Lin Feng, rushing forward like the wind. The Xianxia troops all smiled at that moment. Lin Feng had arrived. The people of the Ice and Snow Mountain Village were scared. Han Shuetian immediately moved towards Mr. Qi again. He wanted to attack him and remove a powerful enemy. He was releasing an extremely cold ice energy. Mr. Qi was shocked. He had just been attacked and was already injured. If Han Shuetian attacked him again, Mr. Qi wouldn't be able to survive. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng while releasing some terrifying black deadly energy, which immediately moved between Han Shuetian and Mr. Qi. Luo Shui wanted to attack as well, but the winged tiger suddenly appeared in front of him and prevented him from moving forwards. Collision sounds spread through the air. Han Shuetian had been unable to reach Mr. Qi. Lin Feng had been too fast. Lin Feng, Mr. Qi and the winged tiger were now together, while Han Shuetian and Luo Shui were opposite them. They were all staring at each other coldly. As expected, despicable little people. This makes things easier, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone, and then added, Xianxia troops, attack! Leave none alive. Charge into the ice and snow mountain village and exterminate every living thing. Not a single soul should remain alive. Lin Feng's voice was ice-cold, to the extent that the freezing atmosphere seemed like it had dropped by several degrees. He wanted to completely annihilate the ice and snow mountain village. Let's attack together and kill them all. Han Shuetian and Mr. Qi were fighting, but Luo Shui launched a surprise attack against Mr. Qi, but they had an army of over 10,000 supporting them. Why would they be scared? The people from the ice and snow mountain village were all terrified. Mr. Qi hadn't died because Lin Feng had protected him. Their plan had failed, and now they had to face an army of furious Xianxia troops. A rumbling sound spread through the air, and the Xianxia troops all released their deadly energy, which caused the ground shake. The members of the ice and snow mountain village were suddenly terrified, and their faces filled with panic. Mr. Qi, go and have a rest. I can take care of those too. Mr. Qi took a pill and started to recover. Mr. Qi was an alchemist. If treated in time, his injuries wouldn't be of any danger to him. All right, said Mr. Qi. He didn't insist on helping Lin Feng. With Lin Feng's strength, he could easily cope with those two cultivators of the fourth Shen Qi layer. Mr. Qi moved back, and Lin Feng released his deadly energy, which also contained strands of intent. Han Shuetian and Luo Shui were surrounded by deadly energy, which caused them to tremble. They quickly released some ice qi in the form of snowflakes, which filled the atmosphere and held off the deadly energy. However, those snowflakes grew chaotic as the deadly energy started to overcome them. Die! Lin Feng took a step forwards and in a flash arrived in front of Luo Shui. He then brandished a deadly sword straight towards his opponent. Ice and snow! Shouted Luo Shui abruptly. Then, a stream of snowflakes condensed on Lin Feng's deadly sword and froze it in place. World of ice and snow! Shouted Han Shuetian at that moment while releasing a terrifyingly powerful ice energy. The entire atmosphere seemed like it had frozen solid. Extremely strong skills could alter vast landscapes. It wasn't a myth. Lin Feng's deadly energy could change the atmosphere into an air of death. Ice and snow could freeze the atmosphere, etc. At that moment, even the sun couldn't make that ice melt. Besides, as the atmosphere became colder and colder, the people from the ice and snow mountain village would grow stronger and stronger because they used ice and snow skills. If the atmosphere was frozen, they were much stronger and thus more courageous. However, it was the opposite for their opponents. As the atmosphere became colder, the enemies of the ice and snow mountain village became weaker and were influenced by the drastic cold. Therefore, as those ice cultivators' strength increased, they also had more endurance to fight. Fighting against them became much more dangerous. However, Lin Feng didn't intend to fight against them for a long time. That wasn't necessary. His deadly qi crashed through the atmosphere and swallowed the ice and snow. A black sword appeared and a terrifying deadly qi shot into the skies. At that moment, his deadly energy contained sword intent. Even though his sword intent was only at the first level, it was more than enough. Die! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. A black light flashed and disappeared in an instant. PSSSH. A subtle sound spread in the air. Han Shuetian, who was attacking Lin Feng, was still in the air, but he wasn't moving forwards anymore. He lowered his head and saw that his waist was bleeding. The lower part of his body was gradually detaching itself from the upper half of his body. Ah! A horrible shriek filled the air and resonated across the battlefield. Everyone from the ice and snow mountain village looked up and saw that the patriarch Han Shuetian's body had been cut into two. His eyes were still wide open, but his body was no longer whole. The people from the village felt their hearts start pounding violently, but they quickly forgot about all of that, because their bodies were then sliced apart. The Xianxia army did not look up and get distracted during battle and continued their attacks. Escape! The members from the village had only one thought at that moment. They wanted to escape. Their patriarch had been killed by Lin Feng and sliced in half. Was fighting against the Xianxia troops still worth it? Everyone from the ice and snow mountain village started trying to escape, including the elders and the geniuses from the sect. Nobody wanted to die. Dying with their comrades was a virtuous thing, but most of the time, when confronted with death, most people wanted to escape because they were terrified of death. This couldn't be blamed, as it was a natural reaction to cling on to life. Could they escape though? At the moment when they started to escape, thousands of arrows streaked across the sky. It seemed like there was an ocean of arrows crashing down from above. Considering the number of arrows, those who were running away were just moving target practice for the thousands of troops. When Luo Xue saw that Han Xue Tian was dead, and that everybody wanted to escape, his eyes became crimson, but he released no deadly energy. Lin Feng was too terrifying. Luo Xue couldn't fight against him. Luo Xue's hands floated in the wind, and an extremely cold airstream moved towards Lin Feng, bombarding its way through the atmosphere. However, at the same time, a huge snowflake appeared under his feet, and just like a flying carpet, it swept him into the distance. He wanted to escape too. He didn't try to save the ice and snow mountain village anymore. It was already fated to be destroyed. When Lin Feng saw that Luo Xue wanted to escape, he smiled coldly. Luo Xue had broken through to the 4th Xianxia layer and was trying to escape when facing Lin Feng, who said he could leave. Wind. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. He sensed the wind and rushed through the sky. He was extremely agile. It seemed like he had transformed into a gust of wind. There was absolutely no resistance slowing him as he moved through the air. He then threw himself towards Luo Xue like a hurricane. A terrifying deadly energy crashed into Luo Xue's body, which made him shake from head to toe. He turned his head and only saw Lin Feng's body behind him, raising a black sword. Lin Feng's sword descended and Luo Xue's body was split down the middle. He had rushed here from the Imperial City and now wanted to rush back, but only death awaited him. Maybe he started to regret everything just before dying, but he had always known how terrifying Lin Feng was. Why did he come back when he knew what was coming? Did he think that he would be able to save the ice and snow mountain village with such little power? He had already understood, when Lin Feng had started to rampage across Xueyu, that nobody would be able to save his sect. The destruction of the ice and snow mountain village seemed inevitable. At that moment, it was too late for him to regret anything. He was already dead. Lin Feng looked at Luo Xue's body as it fell from the air. He looked emotionless. He didn't seem to realize that 2 of the incredible and majestic 8 high officials of Xueyu had died to his hands. The 6th and the 7th high officials had died in his hands, Chu Zhanpeng and Luo Xue. Lin Feng then looked at his troops on the ground. How could a few hundred people fight against his army of over 10,000? They were making quick work of the cultivators and were completely destroying the sect. On the ground, one of his soldiers was particularly strong. A blade was twinkling around him. He looked like a warlord bathed in blood. He looked like a violent death god. Nobody could stop him. His blade made from pure qi was unstoppable. Ba Dao, he used to be the strongest of the slaves, thought Lin Feng. He remembered when he was in prison, nobody could control him. He was monstrously violent. Lin Feng had liberated him, thanks to the auction sales. Back then, Ba Dao's cultivation level was higher than his own and he was able to control blade force. At that moment, Lin Feng had already broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer, whereas Ba Dao had only broken through to the 1st Xianxia layer. With his incredible blade, his blade spirit, and his comprehension of energy attacks, Ba Dao could easily defeat people of the 2nd Xianxia layer. On Lin Feng's side, there were quite a few outstanding cultivators. Some of them were not any less talented than him and some had the same cultivation. It was just that they weren't as lucky as him to have an advanced power of understanding. Duan Feng had devoted his life to cultivation. Ba Dao was monstrously violent and brutal. Han Man was a simple man, but he had incredible natural abilities and a very strong blood spirit. Then there was Pajun, who had a dual spirit. If Lin Feng hadn't met all of these people, maybe he wouldn't have been able to rise as quickly as he did. These rare talents were always in Lin Feng's shadow, but they wanted to follow Lin Feng. When Lin Feng thought about those things, he looked up at the sky, in the direction of Duanren City. He was wondering what Uncle Lu, Fei Fei, Han Man, and Pajun were doing. The last time he had seen Uncle Lu in the Imperial City, he had lost hope. After finishing what he had to do, Lin Feng would try and return to Duanren City. The Ice and Snow Mountain Village was the last battle before the Imperial City. Lin Feng had already killed all his enemies outside of the city. His other enemies were all waiting inside the Imperial City. When the sun was setting, the Xianxia troops were galloping through the snow towards the imperial city. In the distance, Lin Feng looked in the direction of the ice and snow mountain village and could see that the white landscape was now filled with red snow. Outside of the imperial city, in Xianxia's restaurant, many people had gathered to drink alcohol and gossip about the events that happened across Shuiyu. Kai Tai, have you heard about happened in the ice and snow mountain village? Asked a middle-aged man with a black mole on his face. He was clearly drunk when speaking to the man who looked like a scholar. In the ice and snow mountain village? What happened? Asked Kai Tai curiously. Could something big have happened there? Hee, Kai Tai, you have become ignorant as of late. Don't you know about the latest news of Shuiyu? Said the middle-aged man while laughing mockingly. Humph, I know what is going on in our country. Marquis Lin Feng brought his Xianxia troops to the Yunhai mountain chain and revived the Yunhai sect with a bloodbath. At the same time, he destroyed the Haoyu sect. Everybody is talking about those things. Who doesn't know about it? Asked Kai Tai, seemingly upset. The Haoyu sect had been destroyed and Lin Feng had taken control of the Yunhai mountain chain and revived the Yunhai sect. Everybody in Shuiyu was astonished by these events. But that news could be heard everywhere in the country. Everybody knows about those things, that is old news already. However, you don't seem to know what happened in the ice and snow mountain village, said the middle-aged man with the black mole indifferently. Kai Tai was speechless. What? The ice and snow mountain village is still very powerful. Could it be that Lin Feng exterminated it as well? The ice and snow mountain village isn't like the Haoyu sect. The Haoyu sect had already lost its patriarch Chu Qing during the genius competition of Shuiyu, as well as Chu Zhanpeng. Lin Feng had killed them both. Thus, the Haoyu sect had already lost its leaders. However, the ice and snow mountain village still had its patriarch Han Shuetian. He was extremely powerful and could stand as a powerful defense against enemies. Besides, after Luo Shui had learned of the events in Shuiyu, he had rushed over to the ice and snow mountain village. Due to the dangerous situation, all its members had gathered to defend the sect. Don't tell me they have been annihilated as well. Extremely powerful? Have you forgotten how Chu Zhanpeng and Chu Qing died? When facing a much stronger opponent, even if all the members of the ice and snow mountain village gathered to defend it, they still couldn't do anything when fighting against tens of thousands of the Xianxia troops. The large army trampled their way through the territory of the sect. The ice and snow is now dyed scarlet red, tainted with blood. Now, Lin Feng can truly be considered as a peerless cultivator of Shuiyu. Wherever he goes, nothing can stop him. He annihilates his enemies with utmost precision. Nobody can stop him from getting his revenge. I fear that he will soon be at the doors of the imperial city, said the middle-aged man sounding excited. He was telling the story as if he was secretly Lin Feng, the hero of the story. He had been drinking all day thinking of the best way to share his tale. Lin Feng had become like the sun at high noon. He was at the apex of his power. He had started from nothing and by only relying on his own strength, he had exterminated countless heroes of Shuiyu. Step by step, he achieved greatness and became the hero of the country. He will come to the imperial city? Kai Tai shook his head and said, Impossible. Even though he destroyed the ice and snow mountain village, it doesn't mean that he will come to the imperial city. You cannot behave so wildly in the imperial city. If he comes, what would he do anyway? Go to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and the Wanshou sect. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu contained Shuiyu in its name and Duan Tianlang. A member of the Duan clan was its principal. Besides, the Wanshou sect was one of the most powerful groups in Shuiyu. Those groups were much more powerful than the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village combined. Besides, the Wanshou sect had Wu Qing, who was the third high official of the country. Lin Feng was very strong. But destroying the Wanshou sect seemed like an impossible feat. He will. Just wait and see, said the middle-aged man sounding particularly confident. He looked extremely drunk and was growing impatient to be a witness for the upcoming events. Impossible. Lin Feng might return to the imperial city alone. He is strong, but it still isn't enough for him to cope with the entire Wanshou sect. He would need to be much stronger than them to take on that many people. Wait until he is strong enough and then he will definitely come. But it is impossible for now, said someone next to them. Many people were nodding in agreement. Indeed, Lin Feng should be returning to the Imperial City alone. After all, Lin Feng was known in the Imperial City for being Yu Menghe's son. He didn't have to be impatient with his revenge. Waiting for a while before going to settle grudges with the Wanshou sect and the holy courtyard of Xueyu was normal. Boom! 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 The entire restaurant started to shake as if there was an earthquake. Everyone was stupefied. What was happening? Besides, the restaurant was starting to shake even more. It seemed like it was going to collapse. What's going on? Are those armored horses? Asked some of the people while rushing to look out the windows. In a flash, everyone was left gobsmacked. In the distance, there was an army of armored cavalry charging in perfect formation. Every warrior seemed extremely powerful, and it seemed like there was no end to the sea of cavalry. On the huge road into the Imperial City, which would normally be able to hold thousands of people walking side by side, was chaotic as everyone rushed to escape from the road. Those armored horses were galloping towards the Imperial City. He has arrived. He is already outside of the Imperial City and is charging inside the Imperial City, shouted the middle-aged man with the black mole. He looked extremely excited and his eyes were twinkling with glee. Who arrived? Asked Kai Tai. Of course it's Lin Feng. He came with his Xianxia troops and they're rushing to the Imperial City. You're insane, you're babbling nonsense, said Kai Tai in a low voice. He also ran to the windows and looked outside. The restaurant continued shaking and shaking as the armored cavalry moved closer. Many were hoisting several fluttering flags with large words written in blood. Revival of the Yun Hai sect. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Those words were written using the blood of their enemies. It was striking to the eye, which made Kai Tai and the middle-aged man's hearts suddenly pound violently. The Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng. It was really Lin Feng. Surprisingly, he would really charge into the Imperial City with the Xianxia troops. He wanted to charge into the Imperial City with an army. Lin Feng wanted to avenge the Yun Hai sect and make his enemies pay in blood. Kai Tai turned his head around and walked back to the drunkard. The drunkard was smug and looked like he never had any doubts about Lin Feng coming with an army. He had guessed right. He hadn't even gone out to see. But he already knew that it was Lin Feng. The people in the restaurant weren't the only ones who were astonished. The people outside were astonished too. Everyone had started leaving buildings and formed a crowd on both sides of the road as they watched this scene. In the past, this used to be Xueyu's most respected group of hardened warriors. They used to work for Xueyu and protect the border from Mo Yu's invasions. But Mo Yu and Xueyu had fought a huge battle and hundreds of thousands of soldiers had died. Lu Zonglan was captured and brought back to the Imperial City for execution. But Lin Feng charged in and saved him. By doing this he obtained a fief, Yangzhou City, and the Xianxia army became the personal troops of the Marquis. The Xianxia troops were just like in the rumors, they were famous throughout Xueyu. Their fame had even spread outside of the country and many enemies were wary of them. The thunderous sound of galloping filled the air. It seemed like the ground was going to give way to this incredible army. In a flash, the troops arrived in front of the Imperial City. Their every movement was in perfect formation. The army was vast and majestic. The guards of the Imperial City looked puzzled. What was happening? Were the Xianxia troops going to siege the Imperial City again? Xianxia was the new officer of the guards at the Imperial City gate. When he saw all those red armored horses and the banners written in blood, he immediately guessed who that was. Lin Feng and his Xianxia troops. At that moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked at them and said, "Where is the Xianxia Marquis?" "I'm here," said a voice from the middle of the troops. Then, a ferocious beast flew into the air and arrived above the Imperial City gate. Lin Feng was seated on the winged tiger whilst looking down at them, staring at Xianxia in particular, which stupefied many observers. Lin Feng's eyes looked ice-cold and ominous glints were twinkling in the winged tiger's eyes. How scary! Marquis Lin Feng, you should know that an army from outside the city cannot enter into the Imperial City. You are only permitted to enter with a fraction of these people, said Xianxia. He was speaking very slowly in order to try and remain calm. An army from outside of the imperial city, especially private armies, couldn't freely enter the imperial city, especially not in full force, otherwise they had the power to create chaos. Xianxia didn't want to bear the responsibility for that. Besides, if Lin Feng had come to the imperial city with all his troops, it wasn't with any good intentions. He had come to get his revenge. Do you remember Meng Chong and Meng Han? Lin Feng didn't say much, only a few words, with a calm voice. Xianxia's mouth started twitching. Of course he remembered Meng Chong and Meng Han. Back then, Meng Chong was standing where he was standing at that moment, and Meng Chong was Meng Han's son. They had offended Lin Feng and prevented him from entering the imperial city, so he butchered them and even left them impaled on the city walls. Lin Feng was warning him and also clearly threatening him. Lin Feng wanted him to remember why Meng Chong and Meng Han died. Besides, back then, Lin Feng hadn't even broken through to the Xianxia layer, and he wasn't as famous and influential as he was now. He didn't have any support behind him back then. Back then, everyone had no idea who Lin Feng's parents were. They didn't know two of the most powerful cultivators of the country were his parents. Lin Feng had become much stronger than he was in the past. He had destroyed the Haoyu sect, taken control of the Yunhai mountain chain. Everything he did was incredible. Xianxia couldn't stop Lin Feng, otherwise he would be killed as well. Lin Feng had become a death god. He would kill anyone who obstructed his way. Nobody dared to try and stop him from his path of revenge. There are limits to my patience. Hurry up and make a decision, said Lin Feng indifferently, but Xianxia was flustered. He had to make a decision and fast, otherwise Lin Feng would lose his temper. Actually, I see now that there are many strong individual cultivators. The rest can enter the imperial city as their entourage. There is absolutely no problem, said Xianxia while glancing at the troops. They were all much stronger than they were in the past. All of them looked monstrously strong and reeked of blood. The deadly qi that the Xianxia troops were releasing was much stronger than in the past. They could force people to prostrate with fear just by releasing their qi. Their facial expressions were extremely stern and bloodthirsty. Everyone was wondering what method Lin Feng used on them to allow them to have such a drastic increase in strength. The Xianxia troops were now much more terrifying. With their strength, entering the city is obviously easy. It's a good thing because they have a bad temper, said Lin Feng indifferently. Xianxia nodded slightly. If Lin Feng had to force his way into the city with his troops, they would have been considered an armed rebellion which would have given his enemies an excuse to complain. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was entering the city and the only one responsible for it was Xianxia. Nobody would be able to blame Lin Feng for forcing his way into the city. Lin Feng had given Xianxia two choices. The first was to die. The second one was to bear the responsibility for letting him enter. Lin Feng already had absolute control over the situation. Open the gate. Let them in, sighed Xianxia. Lin Feng looked extremely confident. He knew that Xianxia was going to open the gate. He had given him no choice. Everyone knew that he was using threats to cheat the system, but nobody dared say a word. A wise choice, said Lin Feng while smiling. Xianxia looked extremely upset and was hoping that nothing bad would happen when they entered the city. Xianxia had given an order so those guards in charge of the gate opened it without hesitation. They didn't want to face Lin Feng. He was extremely violent and powerful. On top of that, it was Xianxia's order, so the guards in charge of the gate weren't responsible. They opened the gate and the Xianxia troops galloped into the imperial city. A cloud of dust rose into the air around them as they rushed forward. The Xianxia troops then took the form of a long dragon as the army weaved through the city gate. The people outside of the imperial city watched the cavalry gallop into the city and then quickly followed behind them. It seemed like something incredible was going to happen and they didn't want to miss it. The Xianxia troops were galloping through the city with incredible speed. It looked like a hurricane was passing through the city streets. Inside the imperial city, everyone became hysterical and started to flee when they saw an army invading the city streets. They feared that the city was being invaded. The people quickly noticed that the troops ignored them and continued galloping in one direction, towards the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Everyone in the country knew that Duan Tianlang had destroyed the Yunhai sect and created the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Now it seemed that Lin Feng had come to get his revenge. The news spread very quickly. When people saw that the armored cavalry were galloping in the direction of the holy courtyard, some people rushed there to inform the holy courtyard's guards. Everyone in the city gradually noticed that the troops were Lin Feng's army who were rushing to the holy courtyard. At that moment, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was in a state of alert and its members were hysterical. They were all terrified. According to the rumors, the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village were completely annihilated. None of them were able to escape the slaughter. It had been a complete bloodbath. Lin Feng had slaughtered them to the last person, to avenge the Yunhai sect. Towards those who helped destroy the Yunhai sect in the past, Lin Feng was merciless. Some people at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were starting to pack their things and preparing to escape. It was too dangerous for them to stay. Duan Tianlang wouldn't be able to protect the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. It was said that Lin Feng had tens of thousands of troops. Against such a monstrous strength, they couldn't do anything. All they could do was run in terror. The members of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, or at least a great majority of them, were outstanding disciples selected from the greatest sects of the country. When they heard that their former sects had been destroyed, they didn't know what to think. Now Lin Feng's arrival at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was imminent. They weren't thinking about revenge. They were just terrified, thinking of how to escape. In the distance, the sound of thunderous galloping filled the air. Those sounds grew louder and louder. The members of the courtyard knew that the Xianxia troops were getting closer. At that moment, the Xianxia troops were only a few hundred meters away from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Their eyes were all filled with hatred and a monstrous deadly energy into the air. This scene was extremely frightening. The Xianxia troops hated Duan Tianlang the most. In the past, Duan Tianlang's plots had caused hundreds of thousands from the Xianxia army to die. They had been utterly defeated because of him and then they were forced into retreat. Besides, he had also caused Lu Zonglan's cultivation to be crippled. Every single member of the Xianxia troops hated Duan Tianlang to the bone. There wasn't a single member in the army that would spare his life. Now Lin Feng had brought them to the imperial city, to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, where Duan Tianlang was waiting. When they arrived at the gates, the horses neighed and stopped. They looked at the large gates of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and blocked all other exits. Those who were trying to come out of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were shocked and forced to remain. They were motionless and blankly staring at the troops surrounding them. That deadly qi was extremely oppressive and caused them to shiver. A deathly silence invaded the atmosphere. The Xianxia troops didn't say a word and remained in silence. There was only their deadly qi floating in the atmosphere. That type of silence was what scared people the most. The uncertainty of waiting filled their souls with fear. They all wanted to escape from the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. But if that collection of deadly qi reached their bodies, they would die. Lin Feng appeared in the air above the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. One person, one beast, just like the last time he had come. However, last time he hadn't attacked. He only humiliated Duan Tianlang and the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. It was the same winged tiger who killed one of the teachers when they were last there. But this time it was different. Everybody perfectly understood why Lin Feng had come. It was written on a huge flag in blood. Revival of the Yunhai sect. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Lin Feng had come for his revenge. He hadn't killed Duan Tianlang last time because he wanted Duan Tianlang to witness the destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu with his own eyes. He also wanted Duan Tianlang to witness the revival of the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect had been revived and the holy courtyard of Shuiyu was doomed. Duan Tianlang, get your ass over here, shouted Lin Feng. His powerful voice broke the silence, making the atmosphere tremble as his voice spread throughout the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Everybody in the courtyard could hear Lin Feng's furious voice. Duan Tianlang, get your ass over here. Lin Feng, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu is a holy land for cultivators. Come battle to death as a cultivator. said a voice coming from inside the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Everybody was astonished, including Lin Feng. Was Duan Tianlang challenging Lin Feng to a battle to the death? Middle troops, come inside with me. Left troops obstruct all the exits and prevent anyone from leaving. Right troops, pay attention to the air, said Lin Feng indifferently. The winged tiger also went into the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. At the same time, the middle troops followed him, but they were on the ground while Lin Feng was in the sky. The left and right troops then obeyed Lin Feng's order, preventing anyone from escaping by land or air. Nobody was permitted to leave. Lin Feng completely sealed the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Lin Feng appeared in the air above the cultivation tower of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. On the ground, the members of the courtyard raised their heads to look at him and his winged tiger. In such a short period of time, Lin Feng had appeared above their tower again. Besides, this time he had brought thousands of soldiers with him. He wanted to exterminate the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. At the foot of the cultivation tower there were a group of people who slowly rose into the air waiting. Duan Tianlang was standing in the middle of that group. He looked majestic and had regained his commanding presence. Apart from Duan Tianlang, there were a few people. They were not from the holy courtyard, but they were allied with Duan Tianlang at that moment. The qi from that group was extremely powerful. They were all at the Xianxia layer. This time, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu had appeared in full strength. It seems like you've been preparing for this battle, said Lin Feng while giving a faint scowl. Duan Tianlang looked like he was waiting for him. I've been waiting for a while, said Duan Tianlang. His eyes were as cold as ice. This time he didn't look scared at all. Lin Feng's eyes also grew cold. He quickly glanced at those people and asked himself why Duan Tianlang was acting so confident. Lin Feng continued to look at those people, but he really couldn't notice anything strange. They looked extremely ordinary, and precisely because of that, this situation seemed unusually dangerous. But it was clear to Lin Feng that those people wouldn't be that ordinary. Otherwise, why would they be standing with Duan Tianlang? Those 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer from the other night? Did you send them? Asked Lin Feng while looking at those people. In total, there were 5 people standing by Duan Tianlang's side. It seemed like they were protecting him. Those 5 people looked at Lin Feng perplexed. Then one of them asked, "Did you kill them?" That sentence was simple, but in a way he was admitting that those people were sent by them. "I did," said Lin Feng indifferently while nodding. Their eyes grew sharp, but they didn't say anything. They were just glaring at Lin Feng. "Among you and Duan Tianlang, who is the boss and who is the servant?" asked Lin Feng. What he meant was between Duan Tianlang and those 5 people who had a higher status. Those 5 people were probably stronger than those 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer he fought last time. Besides, Duan Tianlang looked extremely confident with them here. It seemed like they had the strength to make Duan Tianlang feel at ease. Lin Feng believed that these people's social status must be very high. The loss of those 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer seemed like nothing to them. The fact that they were dead didn't seem to affect those 5 people greatly. There was only a slight change in their expressions. 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer were a powerful force. If they had been part of an influential group in Shuiyu, they could have accomplished great things. But those people didn't care about the 18 cultivators of the Xianxia layer. What did that mean? What was their social status? "There is no use in giving answers to the dead," said one of those people in an indifferent tone, which made Duan Tianlang smile. He looked at Lin Feng while seeming fearless and mockingly said, "Lin Feng, the other night, you had an opportunity to kill me, but you didn't. I guarantee you that it was the biggest mistake you made in your entire life. You missed your chance that night, and today you will die because of it. It seems like these people are above you. You are just their lackey, a servant, a worthless dog," said Lin Feng while ignoring Duan Tianlang. He then continued in a low voice, "I had never thought that the majestic Duan Tianlang, who has the status of a noble, would be someone else's servant. I am surprised. I had thought that, even though Duan Tianlang was a bit weak, he was still a noble, and a noble ended up being a mere lackey, some other people's little dog." Lin Feng's words astonished many members of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. He was saying that the founder of the holy courtyard of Shui was someone else's lackey. They had never thought about that before. Duan Tianlang was a noble and his status was majestic. How could he be someone's lackey? But in fact, Duan Tianlang was clearly obeying these 5 people. I don't really want to know that much. I'm just curious. If Duan Tianlang is someone's servant, it means that those at the top must be more important than the members of the imperial clan. Besides, the great competition is approaching and the imperial clan would strive to keep me alive. They want me to represent them in the great competition. So what role are you guys planning? Asked Lin Feng. He looked perplexed but was slightly surprised. Duan Tianlang was a noble with the blood of the imperial clan, but he seemed to worship those 5 people. Lin Feng didn't believe that these people were from a force outside of the imperial city. They had to have a very high social status in the imperial city. That was the only explanation. But the second prince Duan Wuya favored Lin Feng and everybody was aware that he protected Lin Feng. Besides, after the banquet the other night, everyone was certain that he was going to be chosen for the great competition of Shuiyu. The imperial clan would benefit greatly from his participation and had no reason to want Lin Feng dead. That was also why Lin Feng had fearlessly charged into the imperial city with his troops. And he had guessed right. The guards let him in and no one else blocked his path. But Lin Feng was realizing that some things were not going as he planned. You don't need to understand anything. You will not be participating in the great competition of Shuiyu, said one of them while sounding arrogant. This sentence alone confirmed that he wasn't a member of the imperial clan. I'm just worried about you. Nobody will know that you died for such a worthless cause, said Lin Feng, which astonished those 5 people. Die for a worthless cause? Lin Feng still thought that the ones who were going to die was still going to be them. Don't you think that you are being way too confident when it comes to your cultivation? You're still so foolish and way too arrogant, said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly and staring at Lin Feng. But Lin Feng shook his head and looked at those people in a mocking way as if he had been looking at utter fools. I don't need to borrow anyone else's power to fight against you, Duan Tianlang, or even to destroy the entire holy courtyard of Shuiyu. But since you resorted to becoming someone else's dog, I will kill them first and then I will exterminate the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, said Lin Feng indifferently. When he finished talking, a group of people at the front of the army removed their helmets and rose into the air to swiftly join Lin Feng. When people saw their faces, they were astonished. They were women. The group of people rising into the air was composed completely of women. There were 36 women that joined Lin Feng. All of them were indifferent and their chi was peculiar. Those women had formed a 4x9 battle formation. The lovesick forest. The opponents were astonished. Those women in white clothes were from the lovesick forest. She gave them to you? Said the one who had just spoken out while staring at Lin Feng. Sharp lights were twinkling in his eyes. The women of the lovesick forest. Even though they weren't very strong alone, they maintained their pure hearts and concentrated fully on cultivation. They would link their powers together using witchcraft. When they fought together in formation, they were extremely powerful. Nobody dared to belittle the power of those women. It seems like your confidence wasn't that justified, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly, which astonished those 5 people. These 36 women were a terrifying fighting force. 6 times 4 formations against those 5 people. The rest will stop anybody else who tries to escape, said Lin Feng indifferently. Immediately, 24 women immediately attacked the 5 people, while the other 12 rose higher in the air and formed a circle formation around the fight and created a barrier using spells. Lin Feng was a little shocked. These women were able to form a 12-person formation. At that moment, their position was truly perfect. Nobody would be able to escape from inside. Duan Tianlang was astonished and stared at Lin Feng. His smile had completely disappeared from his face. He just looked vigilant and he was shaking with fear. Those groups of women in a battle formation were extremely dangerous. Duan Tianlang could only hope that the 5 people with him would be able to protect him. If his 5 accomplices were defeated, Duan Tianlang was doomed to die. When Duan Tianlang thought about that, he grew extremely nervous. The battle started. People were growing hysterical as a terrifying chi dispersed in the atmosphere. 5 battles were taking place in the sky. Those 5 people had justifications for being arrogant. They had all broken through to the 5th Xianxia layer, especially the one who spoke for them. He was at the peak of the 5th Xianxia layer, only 1 step away from breaking through to the 6th Xianxia layer. His strength was terrifying. However, 4 women were surprisingly able to suppress him, which meant that the other women could take care of the others. 2 formations were enough to completely suppress them. Duan Tianlang was astonished when he saw that, and the crowd was shocked as well. Those women had terrifying battle powers when working together. Their battle formation was perfect. They could carry out perfect attacks when fighting together, and their power was explosive. Those 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer were completely under control. Yu Meng he hadn't wasted her time during the last 18 years. She had raised those women and turned them into a powerful fighting force. Now, she had given those women to Lin Feng with his natural abilities. It was like giving a tiger wings. I wonder where those women come from. With those battle formations and their spells, their fighting ability is terrifying, thought many people when they saw those women. They were all so young, all of them were around 20 years old. The crowd knew that those women weren't weak, but the most important fact was that they had devoted their entire lives to cultivation and rarely had contact with the outside world, which meant that their hearts weren't polluted by the world. They only followed their master for their entire lives and had made great progress in their cultivation. Besides, there were 2 sorts of cultivators who could increase their cultivation extremely quickly. People who belonged to the first category had pure hearts which were unpolluted by the mundane world. Apart from practicing cultivation, they didn't know anything else. All they did in life was practice cultivation, nothing else. People who belonged to the second category were the extremely stubborn types. They had extremely high requirements when it came to themselves and their capabilities. They expected a great deal from themselves. To progress in cultivation, they were ready to do anything. They didn't spare any effort on their path of cultivation. Their only goal was to enhance their cultivation. For cultivation, they didn't stop fighting and push themselves to the limit. They would kill their enemies without hesitation. That kind of stubborn cultivator would always progress by leaps and bounds. Those 2 categories of people could progress very quickly on the path of cultivation. Those women belonged to the first category. Their hearts were pure. Even though it was impossible for a person's heart to remain absolutely pure, they were still much purer than other people. Besides, Lin Feng belonged more to the second category than the first. While he had removed some of the pollution from his heart, his greatest strength was his expectations of himself. He was extremely stubborn and was determined to continue growing stronger. The sounds of battle filled the air. The atmosphere was trembling violently with the shockwaves. Duan Tianlang was watching the battle with a look of astonishment. His confidence had completely disappeared. 5 cultivators at the 5th Xianxia layer were surprisingly being suppressed. If Lin Feng wanted to kill them, he could. How could Duan Tianlang not be scared? Lin Feng glanced over at Duan Tianlang, which made him feel even more nervous as coldness invaded his heart. "Scum," said Lin Feng indifferently, which stupefied Duan Tianlang. At that moment, Lin Feng was looking at him in a particularly scornful way. A moment before, Duan Tianlang had acted as if he was standing high above everyone. He looked down on Lin Feng and behaved arrogantly. But at this moment, his 5 accomplices were completely suppressed and Duan Tianlang had returned to being a scared, whimpering dog. In Lin Feng's eyes, Duan Tianlang was the scum of the world. In the past, Duan Tianlang was much stronger than Lin Feng, but at that moment, Lin Feng had the power to look down on him. In the past, Lin Feng was nothing in front of Duan Tianlang. He was extremely arrogant, but at that moment, he was powerless in front of Lin Feng. He was nothing more than an insect. Apart from dread, Duan Tianlang's heart was filled with a mixture of strange feelings. He used to be a majestic and powerful noble, but at that moment, everything had changed. Lin Feng just glanced at Duan Tianlang for a second and then looked at the battle again. Those 5 people all released their spirits. Surprisingly, they mainly had weapon spirits. They all began to use energy attacks in an attempt to break free from the formation. They were all extremely strong. Lin Feng was becoming more and more curious. He really wanted to know who they were. I don't believe that you can remain unperturbed when facing death, thought Lin Feng. He then released some terrifying deadly energy. The people on the ground were all astonished. Lin Feng looked at one of the 5 cultivators and his eyes grew ferocious. Lin Feng's eyes turned pitch black as he released some deadly qi and sword intent. Die, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. Then Lin Feng started moving like the wind and rushed towards that cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer. The other 4 cultivators sensed that Lin Feng was attacking and started to tremble. While Lin Feng was attacking, they couldn't do much, they could barely move. Immediately after, the women forced the other 4 cultivators away, opening a way for Lin Feng. Everyone was gasping with astonishment because the cooperation between them was incredible. That cultivator at the 5th Xianxia layer was shaking violently. Powerful energies continued to bombard the atmosphere and the sounds of collisions were unceasing. At the same time, Lin Feng released some more terrifying deadly energy which made that cultivator frown, and all his muscles started to twitch. Immediately after, just like an illusion, Lin Feng appeared. He destroyed the energies released by the cultivator and immediately arrived in front of him. That cultivator of the Xianxia layer only felt a gust of wind pass by his body and immediately noticed Lin Feng. Lin Feng released a deadly qi filled with sword intent and pressed it against the cultivator's throat. The energy seemed extremely weak compared to normal, but it was more than enough to pierce through his throat. Gulp! The cultivator swallowed with fright when he felt that deadly qi against his throat. His throat felt extremely dry and he looked terrified. At that moment, Lin Feng could kill him whenever he wished. If he was killed, all the years he spent on cultivation would disappear with him. Tell me who you are, said Lin Feng coldly, which made that person's eyes twinkle as if he had a chance of survival. If I tell you, will you let me go? Asked that person with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. His determination had been crushed. Telling Lin Feng didn't matter. Lin Feng was already a dead man. I am not interested in your life, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached tone which caused the man to have a hope of surviving. He had already broken through to the 5th Xianxia layer. In Shuiyu, there were only a few dozen people who were stronger than him, no more than 100. Dying here didn't seem worth it. I want you to say it yourself and swear that you will let me off if I tell you, said the cultivator. He didn't trust Lin Feng. If you speak the truth, I will not kill you, promised Lin Feng. All right, said that person while nodding. He opened his mouth again, but at that moment, a voice interrupted from the distance. No need to ask him. I will tell you who he is, said the voice. Everybody turned their heads and looked into the distance. There was a man wearing a snow dragon robe. He was flying calmly through the air and looked majestic. The people from the holy courtyard were filled with admiration while looking at him. What shocked Lin Feng was that person's face. He looked very familiar. A relative of Shi Qiong. Lin Feng thought at that moment. Indeed, that person and Shi Qiong looked very similar. The one who was being threatened by Lin Feng grew frightened, and the 4 others who were being trapped by the women looked delighted. Their leader had arrived. Their leader wasn't an ordinary officer. Other officers, in front of him, were forced to show him respect and reverence. They all worshipped him. Ordinary officers even acknowledged their allegiance to him because he was a shining star. Do you know who I am and why I want to kill you? Asked that person while staring at Lin Feng. Because of Shi Qiong? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, he was my son, but you still dared to kill him, said that person coldly and calmly. His face was filled with killing intent. Shi Qiong deserved to die, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached way. Shi Qiong had tried to kill him and had humiliated Meng Qing. So Lin Feng didn't regret killing him. If he deserved to die, then you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, said that person with an extremely scary look on his face. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths? Lin Feng was staring at his interlocutor and smiling coldly. Well, before I die, tell me who you are. What is your status? Wait until the moment before your death and I will tell you, said that person, still not revealing his status. In Shuiyu, there were people who were hidden in the shadows. Very few people knew who they were. They were the most mysterious group of the country. In order to be part of this group, people had to be at least at the Xianxia layer. In the Imperial City, they were always present. The Imperial clan was extremely strong for two reasons. One was because of their blood spirit, the other one was that group of elite troops. One of their missions was to kill rebels within the country. Lin Feng, you are the Marquis of Yangzhou and you came into the Imperial City with an army. That is an extremely serious crime. You and your army will die, all of you, said that middle-aged man in a cold and detached tone. After killing you, I will kill everyone you brought with you. None of you respect the laws of Shuiyu, so I will give all of you the death penalty. None of you will be left alive. How aggressive and arrogant, thought the people on the ground. They were all looking at him with admiration. Xiqiong was already very strong, but his father was much stronger. He was probably stronger than those 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer, which meant that he had at least broken through to the 6th Xianxia layer. At such high levels, a single cultivation layer would make a huge difference. A cultivator of the 6th Xianxia layer was much stronger than a group of cultivators at the 5th Xianxia layer. Everyone was trying to guess what that person's social status was. Duan Tianlang and those 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer looked like they revered and worshipped him, so wasn't that person's social status much higher than them? Duan Tianlang was looking at him with admiration and respect. So what was his status? He looked majestic and released a commanding presence. The affairs of the Imperial City were very mysterious. Many people couldn't understand the affairs of the city. All they could do was guess. In the past, most people thought that cultivators of the 3rd and 4th Xianxia layer were amazing. But after the genius competition of Shuiyu, stronger and stronger cultivators were revealing themselves from the shadows. There were many people who were hiding from the public eyes. Apart from cultivators of the 4th Xianxia layer, there were even cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer who were hidden, and now there was someone even stronger. Sorry, but what you were saying is absolutely unjustified. Those people are not an army, they belong to my sect. They are lone cultivators from the Yunhai sect who traveled to the Imperial City with me. I am not acting as the Xianxia Marquis today, instead I am acting as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. In the past, Duan Tianlang destroyed the Yunhai sect and today, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, I will avenge the Yunhai sect. What is so inappropriate about that? Said Lin Feng loudly and firmly. Many people were gobsmacked. If Lin Feng had come to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu using his status as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect and people from his sect had followed him into the Imperial City, then technically it didn't break any laws. He had the right to seek revenge for his sect. Besides, what do you intend to do? By attacking me while hiding your social status. You're saying that I committed a crime. What gives you the right to speak when you don't even know a thing? Said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He coldly stared at his interlocutor and remained unyielding. Even though he was weaker than his interlocutor, his words weren't weak at all. Lin Feng was fearless. Even if Lin Feng had to risk his life, who knew who would come out victorious? The result couldn't be predicted. Lin Feng understood that arguing with him was useless. Strength was the most important thing in this world. Strength would determine who was right and who was wrong. That was the basic principle in this world of cultivation. If your fist was strong enough to silence the opposition, it didn't matter if you were wrong. Lin Feng couldn't afford to act as the weaker side in front of that person. Otherwise, the other person would have the advantage. As expected, when Lin Feng said that, a terrifying qi invaded the atmosphere. It was extremely frightening and created a roar as it tore through the sky. It sounded like a furious flood dragon. The man wanted to use force to win. Lin Feng didn't look at that man again. He turned his head to look at the cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer. He smiled coldly and said, "You still haven't told me who you are. If he doesn't want to speak, you should tell me." That person looked extremely tense and nervous. He was shaking from head to toe. Lin Feng's hand was surrounded by an extremely sharp, deadly qi. Lin Feng kept his hand pressed against that person's throat the entire time. He hadn't changed his position. That person hadn't tried to break free from Lin Feng because he could feel Lin Feng's sharp qi pressing against his throat. If Lin Feng had sensed any movements, Lin Feng would have immediately killed him. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all. At that moment, Lin Feng was forcing him to talk. Xianxia's father also looked down at him with an ice-cold look in his eyes. That cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer felt that the pressure surrounding his was growing. He felt like he was carrying 2 gigantic mountains, one on each shoulder. It was clear to him that he couldn't reveal their social status. It was their most basic rule, and it would be enforced now that an officer was present. They always acted in secret within the country. Even if they appeared in public, they would never stay in the open for long. Today their purpose was to kill Lin Feng and then disappear as quickly as possible. People would usually forget about them with time. The problem they faced at that moment was, not only were they unable to kill Lin Feng, but on top of that, Lin Feng was forcing him to talk. "You know what will happen if you talk," said Xianxia's father coldly, which caused that person to pull a long face. If he didn't talk, Lin Feng would kill him. If he talked, Xianxia's father would kill him. It was a dead end either way. "If you don't talk, I will immediately kill you," said Lin Feng coldly, which made that person's facial expression grow more hideous. "Officer," said that person while looking at Xianxia's father in a hopeless and desperate way. He was hoping that Xianxia's father would save his life. "He will not kill you, he wouldn't dare. If he does, he will be considered a rebel, and he will be sentenced to death along with his entire family and everyone close to him," said Xihuan. But that person didn't believe it and looked over to Lin Feng. "I will give you 10 seconds, said Lin Feng calmly. "You know perfectly what will happen if you talk. He's just threatening you, he won't dare to act. I'm telling you that he will not kill you, which means that he will not kill you," said Xihuan as he was gambling that Lin Feng would stay his hand. "If he kills you, I will kill him. Everybody will be a witness," said Xihuan, but he wasn't looking at that cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer at all. He was only staring at Lin Feng. He was clearly threatening Lin Feng. 7 seconds, said Lin Feng, indifferently ignoring Xihuan. Xihuan released an extremely oppressive qi. Lin Feng could feel how oppressive and wild the qi was. It was terrifying. The cultivator Lin Feng was threatening could also feel that oppressive qi. Xihuan was hoping that Lin Feng wouldn't do anything when he sensed the oppressive qi. 4 seconds, said Lin Feng indifferently. The cultivator looked extremely tense. Xihuan's qi was becoming more and more violent and brutal in the air. If that person talked, Xihuan would kill him, but if Lin Feng dared to kill him, then Xihuan would kill Lin Feng. 2 seconds, said Lin Feng. The person's facial muscles were twitching as he thought. He was gnashing his teeth, but he wasn't speaking. Under such an oppressive qi, he would die if he spoke. It was extremely possible that Lin Feng wouldn't dare to kill him when facing Xihuan. 1 second. He just remained silent, but the silence was terrifying. "Idiot," said Lin Feng as if he found the situation to be ridiculous. 10 seconds had already elapsed. His fingertip penetrated into the man's throat and then was pulled out with a slash. That person's pupils abruptly shrunk, but his eyes were wide open in shock. He looked terrified. Lin Feng didn't say anything superfluous. He immediately killed him when the time was over. Lin Feng wouldn't dare to kill him? Ignorant. His choice was clearly flawed in many ways. If he had really cared about your life, he wouldn't have threatened to kill me in retaliation. Since he initially wanted to kill me regardless, why would I be intimidated by his threats? Said Lin Feng indifferently, which stupefied Xihuan. As expected, Xihuan didn't take action. He didn't even look at the cultivator who died. It was as if his death had nothing to do with Xihuan. Xihuan only wanted one thing, to kill Lin Feng. That cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer couldn't close his eyes even in death. His body fell from the sky with wide eyes. A cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer had just died by Lin Feng's hands. "I must say that I admire your courage," said Xihuan while looking emotionless and releasing a thick, deadly energy. But when facing a much stronger cultivator, courage is useless. At that moment, Xihuan released a monstrous qi which filled the air and crashed in Lin Feng's direction. "Even though you're strong, what gives you the audacity to say, 'much stronger'?" laughed Lin Feng. 36 Celestial Swords Formation. Condense. After Lin Feng said those words, multiple sword lights started to appear. 36 swords emerged from his body, which diffused extremely sharp lights. At the same time, those 36 women moved too. They all rushed into formation. Colorful ribbons appearing in the air as the women used their ribbons to grab hold of those swords. Their silhouettes then flickered as they rose higher into the air. Those 36 women were all attacking at the same time, their ribbons fluttering violently as they rushed through the air. The swords they were holding with their ribbons were creating a terrifying buzzing sound. The buzzing sound from each sword started to synchronize and which created a strange whistling sound in the air. The formations of those women were precise and exquisite. In small formations, they were able to suppress those cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer, and at that moment they were using the 36 celestial swords formation. Xihuan suddenly looked extremely tense. He only saw the 36 swords condense, and then violently rush through the air until each sword was pointing at him. The chi from those swords was terrifying. A pitiful sword formation. Do you think such a thing is useful against me? Shouted Xihuan arrogantly. His body shook and he stretched his hands, releasing a flood dragon into the sky. Empowered sword, shouted Lin Feng. The 36 women suddenly released their pure chi which rushed through their colorful ribbons towards the swords. The pure chi then rushed into the swords at the end the ribbons. The buzzing sounds from the swords grew more and more intense. The power of the swords was increased as they started to buzz even louder and were shaking in the air. Roarar! Xihuan's flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. As the swords grew more violent in the air, the swords suddenly created an extremely loud whistling sound in the air. Shortly after, dazzling and resplendent lights emerged from the tip of each sword, which then pierced through the atmosphere towards Xihuan's flood dragon. Those terrifying sword lights pierced through the flood dragon's body. In a flash, the dragon was completely destroyed. Besides, even though those sword lights looked slightly weakened, they still contained a terrifying power which rushed towards Xihuan. Ha! Xihuan frowned. That sword formation was much stronger than he expected. Boom! A powerful pure chi condensed in the air and formed a wall which slowed the sword lights. But as before, it was unable to block them. Break! Shouted Xihuan. He took a step forwards and released a terrifying pure chi from his body. A flood dragon roared and then bombarded towards the sword lights. The sword lights exploded into multiple small lights which looked like stars before they dispersed. Shadow swords! Shouted Lin Feng like a powerful general commanding his troops. In the air, above Xihuan, multiple silhouettes appeared. Those 36 women took advantage of a small gap and had gained a complete advantage in this battle. The sword shadows rushed through the atmosphere and sword lights started rushing towards Xihuan from above like shooting stars. Those 36 swords moved with incredible speed through the air and created strange shadow swords from their afterimages which started to attack Xihuan. The 36 celestial sword formation was a battle formation which Lin Feng had taken from the memories of the Zun Qi layer cultivator. It was extremely hard to use because it required 36 people to use a sword. There had to be 36 souls connected in perfect synchronization to control the 36 swords in the formation. Lin Feng had taught the women that sword formation and the result wasn't bad at all. Get lost! Shouted Xihuan furiously. His flood dragon continuously swiped out its claws against the swords, which created multiple shockwaves in the air. There were countless sword lights and multiple swords in the air to fight against. Xihuan continued to attack like a madman. He was starting to feel exhausted by this formation and the danger was growing. This was one of the main purposes of the sword formation. It would grow stronger over time. Much stronger? Kill everyone here? How ignorant can a person be? You're a joke, said Lin Feng coldly, which made Xihuan pull a long face. When he had arrived, he acted with extreme arrogance as if Lin Feng and his army were already dead. He had thought that with a few movements he could crush Lin Feng and his army to death. He assumed this because he was at the 6th Xianxia layer. He thought he had enough strength to easily handle Lin Feng and his army. However, at that moment, his arrogance had disappeared and Lin Feng was mocking him in front of everyone. That sword formation was causing him a great deal of problems, as the people he underestimated watched with mocking expressions. Roar! A terrifying bestial roar filled the air. Xihuan suddenly released his flood dragon spirit. Break! Shi Huan joined his two fists and started to give off a dangerous air. The shadow swords immediately broke from the powerful energy. "Flood Dragon Warp Fist," shouted Shi Huan. An endless stream of fists bombarded the atmosphere in all directions. That was his version of the Flood Dragon Warp Fist. Shi Huan's Flood Dragon Warp Fist was much stronger than Shi Qiong's version. He had a much better understanding and control over the power compared to his son. Boom! A terrifying deadly energy invaded the atmosphere and rushed out of the swords like waves. The sword's energy and the Flood Dragon Warp Fists collided in the air with uncountable amount of explosions. Die! Shi Huan rushed backwards to create a gap between them. His body dashed into the sky. He was trying to rush out of the formation and at the same time attack one of the women who was above him. His terrifying fist was streaking across the sky and destroyed all traces of the sword shadows in its path. "Sword Wind!" shouted Lin Feng in a calm and cold voice. The 36 women moved at the same time. They were very agile and extremely well organized. Even though they had to focus on their hearts and souls being connected, they still had the power to follow orders individually with precision. The 36 women attacked with their swords at the same time. There were swords rushing from every direction. They pierced through the air and were heading straight for Shi Huan. The crowd could see the white lights created by those swords. It was terrifying. There was also the strong power of wind surrounding the swords, removing the air resistance. Shi Huan was stupefied. He could see all of the swords around him rush towards his direction. That sword formation was terrifying and those women were highly skilled. They even borrowed the power of the wind to increase the speed of that attack. "Call of the Flood Dragon!" shouted Shi Huan furiously. He joined his two hands and attacked towards the open air. A terrifying flood dragon's call filled the air, and it seemed like countless flood dragons had appeared in the air. The countless flood dragons started to rush towards the incoming swords. An incredible counterforce propelled Shi Huan's body backwards. He turned his head around. He then shouted, "You four, how come you haven't killed him?" The four cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer were just watching the battle. They had thought that because Shi Huan was fighting, they didn't need to do anything because he would easily deal with Lin Feng. However, the course of the battle was different from what they had expected. Shi Huan was fighting against the 36 women and everyone was captivated by the battle, to the extent they had completely forgotten about Lin Feng. The moment they heard Shi Huan, they immediately looked over to Lin Feng. Indeed, those 36 women were busy with Shi Huan, but killing him wouldn't be simple. Besides, if Lin Feng wasn't commanding them, the battle formation would weaken and Shi Huan would be able to break it with ease. Lin Feng didn't have any other powerful experts in hiding, so nobody else could interfere. If they didn't kill Lin Feng now, when would they do it? If they killed Lin Feng, the battle formation would start to fall apart. The four cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer all released their deadly energy and moved towards Lin Feng. They quickly arrived in front of him. Lin Feng had just killed one of their companions, so they wanted revenge. They couldn't miss this golden opportunity. After all, Lin Feng's natural abilities were too terrifying to allow him to live. When Lin Feng sensed their deadly energies, he slowly turned around and looked at the four people. He was smiling coldly. Now, they were going to attempt to kill him? Did they think he had grown soft now that he was alone? Lin Feng opened his hand and released the power of his soul. At the same time, multiple lights started flashing as 36 swords appeared. The terrifying power of those swords caused people's spines to tingle. 36 swords? What is he doing? The onlookers' pupils shrank. The 36 women were already busy fighting against Shi Huan. What did Lin Feng want to do with those 36 swords? Was he going to use all 36 swords himself? Impossible. That was a ridiculous idea. One person could replace a group of people. There were illusion formations, deadly formations, battle formations, and countless other formations, but they all required groups of people to be used. But those 36 women were already busy using the 36 celestial swords formation to fight. They needed to focus on their current battle. Did Lin Feng have another group of 36 experts hidden within his troops? How was he planning to use those swords? The four cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer surrounded Lin Feng. Even though the 36 women could control the cultivator of the 6th Xianxia layer, Shi Huan, Lin Feng had to fight alone. "This time you're definitely going to die," said Duan Tianlang while staring at Lin Feng with an evil smile. Lin Feng glanced at Duan Tianlang and said indifferently, "You're not dead yet, so I can't die. You are too confident. Even though you are strong enough to confront a cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer, you are now facing 4 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer. Besides, how do you plan to handle the 36 swords by yourself? Fool, can you create the formation alone? I don't think so, unless you have another 36 women hiding within your troops," said Duan Tianlang while smiling coldly. He couldn't help but admire Lin Feng though. Lin Feng had been gone through extremely dangerous battles before and always came out victorious. Besides, he was always growing stronger with each battle. If Lin Feng's opponent was weak, it was because he was too strong, but if his opponent was strong, then he would become stronger. The crowd was astonished. Duan Tianlang was speaking as if Lin Feng was already dead. Duan Tianlang still felt puzzled. "Who said that I can't control 36 swords by myself?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He then abruptly released his purple spirit and in a flash, 36 purple tentacles appeared, forming arms which grabbed the 36 swords. At the same time, Lin Feng released his soul and used his surplus souls technique. Countless surplus souls penetrated into the purple tentacles. Those swords weren't only controlled by Lin Feng's purple spirit, but also by multiple souls. Each sword was under Lin Feng's absolute control. It was exactly the same as if he really had 36 arms. The feeling was the same. That single move caused the people's hearts to pound violently. They were all blankly staring at Lin Feng. The 36 swords started shaking and emitting buzzing sounds in the air. One man was controlling all 36 swords. A single person's ability is indeed limited, but there are endless possibilities on the path of cultivation. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. You have such a small outlook and little experience, so you judge the world based on your own ability. You act like you know everything, but you actually understand nothing, said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Tianlang, which stupefied him. Lin Feng could surprisingly control 36 swords. Was something like this simple for him? When the crowd heard Lin Feng, it caused everyone to sink deep into contemplation. Indeed, an ordinary person's strength was limited, but when it came to the many paths of cultivation, there were countless possibilities. On the path of cultivation, a single person had millions of ways to achieve their goal. Nothing was considered impossible. Lin Feng was proof as he was able to control 36 swords by himself, which others deemed impossible. Those 4 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer coldly stared at Lin Feng. They were slightly puzzled. A moment before, Lin Feng had killed their companion. If Lin Feng had the opportunity, why didn't he kill them? If he really had the power to kill them, wouldn't they already be dead? "I will attack, you 2 assist me. Lang Qi, you stay behind me as support," said one of the 4 cultivators to the other 3. They all nodded in agreement. The person who had just spoken had a sword spirit, so his fighting power was the most appropriate to deal with the sword formation. The 4 cultivators all released their spirits at the same time. The one directly facing Lin Feng had a sword spirit. It seemed extremely sharp. The 2 by his sides, each had a blade spirit which seemed brutal. The last person had a beast spirit. It was an evil wolf with a black face. "Die!" shouted the one with the sword spirit. His silhouette flickered as his sword emitted an ice-cold light that rushed straight towards Lin Feng. The sword was terrifyingly powerful and was absorbing all the energy from the atmosphere as it attacked. What terrifying sword energy, thought the crowd on the ground while looking up to the sky. That sword was dazzling and it created a storm in the air wherever it passed. It released thunderous roars in the atmosphere, like thunderclaps. If anyone else was facing that person, they would have been killed in a flash. As expected, a sword cultivator of the 5th Xianxia layer was extremely powerful. "Empowered sword," shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. In a flash, his 36 swords started to absorb his qi and released a powerful sword energy. A terrifying sword energy emerged which caused Lin Feng's opponents to tremble. That sword energy was shocking. "Die!" shouted one of the four cultivators extremely loudly. Just like autumn leaves falling in the wind, two gigantic blades streaked across the sky in Lin Feng's direction. The atmosphere seemed like it was being lacerated by their blades. "Go!" shouted Lin Feng. His 36 swords started to tremble and shake. A sharp and dazzling white light emerged from each of the swords. The entire sky was filled with white light. His sword lights looked like shooting stars in the sky as they streaked across the sky in the blink of an eye. PSSSSSHHHHHHHHHHH. An intense piercing sound filled the air. Lin Feng's sword lights were so fast that it was unimaginable. In a flash, they attacked the sword energy of the 5th Xianxia layer cultivator and pierced straight through it. That cultivator suddenly looked desperate and hopeless. He wanted to escape, but it was too late already. The white lights were too fast. The crowd only saw the sword light pierce violently through the air. Immediately after, that person's body started to shake. There was a clear wound on his chest. That sword light had pierced straight through his chest. What a terrifying sword! The crowd was shaking. Lin Feng, alone, was able to control 36 swords perfectly and use the 36 celestial sword formation. How incredible! Lin Feng could easily kill cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer, maybe even cultivators of the 6th Xianxia layer. Boom! While the crowd was staring at the corpse falling from the sky, the two-blade cultivators attacked Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng moved like the wind and disappeared from his original position. He dodged the blades, but the pressure caused by those blades still struck his body, creating a painful sensation. Those two blades cultivators didn't stop attacking. They turned around and their blades once again rushed towards Lin Feng. They had already fought so many battles throughout their life. Even if Lin Feng was monstrously strong and killed their companions, they wouldn't get distracted and would continue the fight. Ah woo woo. The howl of a wolf suddenly emerged. The one who had a wolf spirit had transformed into a wolf and threw himself towards Lin Feng. There were ominous glints twinkling in his eyes as he slashed out with his sharp claws. "Sword rearrangement!" shouted Lin Feng. His 36 swords then split into 3 separate groups of 12 swords. Each group of swords moved in the direction of the 3 cultivators. The swords emitted extremely loud, buzzing sounds continuously. The blade energy collided with the swords and created a terrifying explosion in the air. The one who had the beast spirit was the most vulnerable to the sword formation. He could only use the power of his claws to individually block each sword, but blocking 12 swords wouldn't be easy. Besides, Lin Feng was controlling them with his soul. This allowed him to take advantage of every opening. Lin Feng wouldn't stop fighting until he saw his enemy's blood. At that moment, Lin Feng moved and rushed towards the one with the beast spirit, while he released a terrifying deadly energy and condensed the black deadly sword in his hand. Lin Feng looked like a death god. "It's over. One of them is doomed," thought the crowd when they saw Lin Feng's deadly sword piercing through the atmosphere. "Ah woo woo." The one with the beast spirit howled. His black wolf face looked hideous as he slashed out in Lin Feng's direction. It created a monstrous explosion against the deadly energy surrounding Lin Feng. "Die!" shouted Lin Feng. As his claws slashed out, the 12 sword lights pierced through the person's back and burst out through his chest, creating a rain of blood and gore. At the same time, Lin Feng didn't stop his movements and his deadly sword immediately removed the person's head. The one with the beast spirit didn't even have time to give a horrible shriek before the sword had already removed his head. "He's dead." The crowd was trembling. Lin Feng was terrifying. He was slaughtering cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer like they were chickens. He calmly turned in the air. There were 2 cultivators left. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered. The 12 swords started to buzz, and then immediately shot through the air in the direction of the 2 remaining cultivators. "Sword rain!" shouted Lin Feng in a deep voice. The 36 swords seemed to transform into a curtain of rain, which fell onto the 2 remaining cultivators. A monstrous rain of tiny swords surrounded them in every direction. "It's over, they're dead. Lin Feng is too much for them." Many people sighed when they saw the 2 exhausted cultivators who were put into a pitiful state by Lin Feng's swords. Besides, Lin Feng was just calmly staring at them like a tiger eyeing his prey. The people of the holy courtyard of Shui were gasping with amazement, but at the same time, they didn't want Lin Feng to win. Lin Feng had come here to kill them. Whatever result the members of the holy courtyard were wishing for, the result of the battle couldn't be changed. The two cultivators of the fifth Xianxia layer were struggling inside Lin Feng's sword formation. They couldn't escape. Those 36 swords seemed to have formed into countless tiny sword lights which fell down like rain from the sky. You thought you were strong enough to kill me? Lin Feng arrived in front of the sword curtain. His voice sounded ice-cold. Those 5 had come to help Duan Tianlang kill Lin Feng. They had thought that it would be easy for them to kill Lin Feng, but at that moment, Lin Feng was able to crush them with ease. The two people imprisoned by the rain of swords looked pitiful and were deathly pale. They had come to kill Lin Feng, but he was only toying with their lives. He could kill them whenever he wanted. They wanted to say something, but they didn't have time to speak and could only defend. They were scared that Lin Feng would immediately kill them if they spoke. And what was the result? Lin Feng took a step and arrived above the sword curtain. Those two people wouldn't be able to endure it for much longer, but Lin Feng didn't feel like wasting time anyway. His deadly sword fell from the sky, directly towards them. Ayer Garg! The eyes of the two cultivators turned bloodshot when they sensed Lin Feng's deadly sword, and they uttered a long cry of agony. It was of no use. They couldn't do anything while being surrounded by the sword rain. They couldn't resist against Lin Feng's deadly sword either. Boom! One of them attacked with his blade and tried to block Lin Feng's sword, but in a flash Lin Feng's sword energy pierced through the attack and pierced straight through his heart. The other cultivator yelled violently. He couldn't bear the pain anymore. He felt like he was suffocating under the pressure. He was struggling desperately to escape. Suddenly a tiny sword pierced his body, which caused him to violently convulse with pain and die under the countless tiny swords which continued to rain down on him. The cultivators had been trapped within a rain of tiny swords, so their bodies were riddled with thousands of small wounds before they died. They both died miserably. They were dead. The 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer were all died. All of them had been killed by Lin Feng. The crowd saw Lin Feng open his hand, and the purple spirit was absorbed back into his body through his palm, along with the surplus souls. The 36 swords, the purple spirit, and the surplus souls were absorbed, leaving only the 4 dead bodies remaining. Lin Feng had returned to his normal and calm composure, but the onlookers were shocked. Lin Feng was incredible. The speed at which he had progressed on the path of cultivation was astonishing. Each time he fought, he would be much stronger than the last time. There was never a time when Lin Feng stopped growing stronger. Every time that someone came for his life, his opponents would underestimate the speed in which Lin Feng grew and would be killed because of it. Lin Feng once again proved how gifted he was when it came to cultivation. Cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer were overlords in the country of Shui. They were considered as some of the strongest cultivators in the country, but in front of Lin Feng they would be massacred. The most terrifying part was that Lin Feng had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer. What would he be like in the future, after having broken through to higher cultivation layers? Duan Tianlang's heart was racing. When Lin Feng glanced at him, a feeling of terror invaded his heart, and he started shaking from head to toe. "Don't be scared. I am not going to kill you yet," said Lin Feng indifferently, which astonished Duan Tianlang and the crowd on the ground. What a humiliation! Lin Feng was already strong enough to humiliate Duan Tianlang. Duan Tianlang was nothing more than a buffoon when facing Lin Feng. Lin Feng could kill him whenever he wished. He had the power to toy with Duan Tianlang and decide when he would die. Duan Tianlang took a deep breath. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like a ferocious beast. He could only wait for Lin Feng to kill him. Waiting for his own death and not knowing when it would be was a horrible feeling for Duan Tianlang. It was unbearable. He clearly knew that he was going to die. It was unavoidable, but he just didn't know how and when. The fact that he had no control and could only wait for death caused Duan Tianlang to suffer immensely. The 36 women were still fighting against Shi Huan and were able to suppress him inside the formation, but they were unable to kill him. Both sides refused to lose to the other, and they were trapped in a stalemate. At that moment, Shi Huan's face was glum. He obviously saw that Lin Feng had just killed those 4 cultivators. Initially, he had hoped that the 4 cultivators would be able to kill Lin Feng and then help him to escape from the formation. He hadn't thought that Lin Feng would kill the 4 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer. It was the total opposite of what he wanted. Lin Feng could join them and easily deal with him. Besides, Shi Huan was absolutely shocked by Lin Feng's terrifying battle abilities. He had only broken through to the 3rd Xianxia layer and was able to kill 4 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer single-handedly. Besides, it seemed like using a battle formation meant for 36 people by himself was an easy thing. It would require a deep understanding of formations and an extremely strong soul to accomplish such a thing. He was indeed extremely talented, and even more dangerous. Lin Feng arrived in front of the women and Shi Huan. He then looked at Shi Huan and said loudly, "You want to kill me? You want to kill everyone I brought with me? Shi Huan, you are such a stupid animal. You too weak to even escape this sword formation. How do you plan to do it from in there? You are nothing but a dog barking from inside a cage." When Shi Huan heard Lin Feng humiliating him, his facial expression looked even glummer. Lin Feng was calling him an animal, a dog barking in a cage. Shi Huan was one of the 9 snow dragon officers. He had never been humiliated in such a way. His heart was pounding. Suddenly, a sword swept past his body and blood appeared. The crowd was shocked. Lin Feng was infuriating him, so he would lose his focus in the fight against the sword formation. Shi Huan knew what Lin Feng was doing. Lin Feng was humiliating him in front of so many people to distract him. But it was very difficult for Shi Huan to remain focused. He was absolutely furious. "Lin Feng, you should die!" shouted Shi Huan furiously. A terrifying and brutal energy rushed out from his body. It was a bestial qi which shot into the sky. He then raised his fists into the air, which transformed into a pair of sharp flood dragon claws. His eyes looked cruel and sanguinary. Roar! Shi Huan's flood dragon spirit rose into the air and gave a terrifying roar. Shi Huan's claws collided with the sword qi surrounding him in an attempt to destroy the balance. At that moment, the 36 horizontal swords started to release extremely bright lights which shot towards Shi Huan, preventing him from breaking free from the sword formation. Roar! Roar! Shi Huan's flood dragon roared as the claws fearlessly slashed forwards, annihilating everything. The 36 lights that were shot forward broke one after the other. Shi Huan's hands transformed into sharp flood dragon claws again. His hands were bleeding, but he continued to attack the sword lights with his claws. Boom! A terrifying, oppressive energy finally caused the women to suddenly move back. Shi Huan grew more aggressive and released a monstrous amount of qi, which surprisingly formed into what appeared to be a real flood dragon. He broke out. Shi Huan's eyes were ferocious. He had finally managed to break free from the battle formation. But at that moment, he noticed a terrifying deadly energy which caused the inner parts of his soul tremble. What a monstrous deadly energy and intent. Shi Huan raised his head and looked at the terrifying black sword. It was filled with the astonishing black deadly energy. But at the same time, that black sword contained the scorching power of the sun. That black energy was filled with sun qi. How scary! The crowd also raised their heads to see the black sword engulfed in flames. The flames were burning on the outside of the black sword. There were 2 powerful energies combined within the sword. It was astonishing. The sword was filled with powerful sword intent. Lin Feng's sword was scorching hot like the sun, but was also mixed with a dark, deadly energy. As it descended from the sky, it grew more intense and its speed increased. In a flash, it arrived in front of Shi Huan. Shi Huan didn't flinch, and the gigantic flood dragon formed by qi attacked Lin Feng's sword. That sword had the determination to destroy everything in its path, including the flood dragon. Shi Huan released a powerful pure qi to block that sword as he quickly retreated. However, the sword continued unhindered and blood splashed into the air. A deep wound was sliced into Shi Huan's chest, soaking his body with blood. Shi Huan was shaking as he looked at that wound. He looked extremely ferocious and glared hatefully at Lin Feng. Shi Huan, "Swear that I will kill you, Lin Feng," said Shi Huan furiously. His body flickered as he shot into the distance, leaving a trail of blood behind as he ran away. Shi Huan, a cultivator of the 6th Xianxia layer, was running away with his tail between his legs. Shi Huan's threat resonated through the sky of the imperial city. Lin Feng watched as he escaped into the horizon, but didn't chase him. "You just said that you would kill us all, but we are still standing here. It's you that is running away like a stray dog," said Lin Feng, whose voice echoed loudly through the sky until it reached Shi Huan, causing him to cough up blood. Lin Feng was right. A moment before, Shi Huan had said that he was going to kill everyone there, but now he was running away like a stray dog. A majestic officer of the Snow Dragon Guards was running away from a young man who wasn't even 20 years old. Besides, Lin Feng had killed his men, 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer. Lin Feng humiliated him, but he could do nothing to regain his prestige. Shi Huan finally disappeared out of view in the horizon. The crowd saw the 36 women's silhouettes flicker to return to join the troops. As if nothing had happened, they were like Lin Feng's shadow guards. The people below were looking up at Lin Feng, and they felt a strange sensation overcome them. Shi Huan had escaped, and now what was going to happen to them? What was Lin Feng going to do to the holy courtyard? There was nobody who could stop Lin Feng and his army in the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd with cold and emotionless eyes while releasing a deadly qi. At that moment, it was just like Yan Yuping Shang said. He had started walking down the path of killing, causing bloodbaths wherever he went. A person would have many choices to make throughout their lives, but one wrong choice could lead them to their death. These people had decided to join the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. They had decided on joining Duan. Therefore, they were Lin Feng's enemies. He would show no mercy to his enemies. Lin Feng remained silent while releasing an oppressive qi which almost caused the people below to have trouble breathing. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng, who said, "In the past, Duan Tianlang went to destroy the Yunhai sect in order to create the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was built with the blood of the Yunhai sect. Since you have all joined the holy courtyard, you will all suffer the revenge of the Yunhai sect. A blood debt will be repaid in blood. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu must perish," said Lin Feng slowly while slightly raising his hand. "Die!" When Lin Feng spoke the word, the armored cavalry started to charge, making the ground shake. They also released their deadly energy, which soared into the sky. Thousands of Xianxia troops were releasing their qi at the same time, which completely enveloped the holy courtyard of Shuiyu from every direction. The weaker students felt like the air had left their lungs and their knees were shaking. The Xianxia troops' deadly qi was terrifying. Die! Lin Feng was really going to exterminate the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Ah! Horrible shrieks started to fill the air from every direction. The students of the holy courtyard were panicking. The massacre was starting. The holy courtyard was supposed to be the strongest power in the country, said Lin Feng while looking at Duan Tianlang and smiling coldly. "Today, you will get to see with your own eyes how I will destroy the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. You already know that the Yunhai sect had been revived. All of your plots to annihilate the Yunhai sect, execute Uncle Lu, raise the status of the holy courtyard, and so on are over. You can't do anything anymore. Your son died. Today you, Duan Tianlang, are going to die too," said Lin Feng, whose words were as sharp as needles. Those words resonated in Duan Tianlang's mind. Duan Tianlang had tried, by every conceivable means, to set up crafty plots and machinations to increase his own power. He had tried to kill Lin Feng and Lu Zonglan countless times. He wanted to use them as stepping stones for the holy courtyard to grow. But in the end, all his plans fell through. Lin Feng had come to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and was going to destroy it completely. From that day on, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu would disappear into history. What had Duan Tianlang obtained from all his plotting? His son was dead, and now, Lin Feng would kill him too. The air was filled with shouts and horrible shrieks. The atmosphere was one of dread. The members of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu were terrified. Their screams and shouts echoed throughout the imperial city. In the distance, there were many people watching the massacre. Lin Feng had come all the way to the holy courtyard of Xueyu and was now slaughtering them, unscrupulously and without mercy. Lin Feng, you are so cruel, shouted someone at their moment of despair. Lin Feng remained emotionless and expressionless. He had to be cruel and merciless to his enemies. Lin Feng, why kill us? We only joined the holy courtyard of Xueyu to become stronger. Isn't this a mistake? Someone with bloodshot eyes shouted to Lin Feng. The Yunhai sect was destroyed and its people were butchered. Was that a mistake? Said Lin Feng while glancing coldly at the person who shouted. In this world, no one wanted to bear the responsibility of their actions, because the only thing that mattered to them was who was strong and who was weak. Duan Tianlang did that. I'm innocent. Duan Tianlang destroyed the Yunhai sect to build the holy courtyard of Xueyu, but he didn't force you to join it. You became a student of the holy courtyard of Xueyu and an enemy to the Yunhai sect. After using the cultivation manuals gained from destroying my Yunhai sect to cultivate and grow stronger, after knowingly benefiting from the blood of my Yunhai sect, can you still claim that you're innocent? Shouted Lin Feng furiously while releasing some deadly energy which made that person shake from head to toe. Since you joined the holy courtyard of Xueyu, you will disappear along with it. You knowingly benefited from the blood which the holy courtyard spilt, and so the blood is also on your hands, said Lin Feng. In a flash, an armored horse passed the person and a long spear pierced through his throat. He died with his eyes still open. Who wanted to be held responsible for their choices? When Duan Tianlang had taken people to destroy the Yunhai sect, it was common knowledge across the country. Everyone knew about it. Joining the holy courtyard meant profiting from the blood of the Yunhai sect and thus becoming its enemy. That was the choice made by every member who joined. Lin Feng, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, was justified in destroying the holy courtyard of Xueyu and killing its members. The slaughter of the Yunhai sect had to be avenged. Very few people knew of responsibilities placed on Lin Feng's shoulders. Back when the Yunhai sect was being destroyed, Lin Feng's life was saved by the patriarch and elders of the sect. They sacrificed their lives to save him. Lin Feng would never forget that day and the people who died to save him. He had to kill the members of the holy courtyard to avenge all those who had died. Therefore, no matter if its members were involved in the destruction of the Yunhai sect or not, Lin Feng would still kill them. He would kill them because the Yunhai sect had saved his life and these people had willingly become enemies of the Yunhai sect. The holy courtyard of Xueyu were his enemies and they needed to be destroyed from its roots. Lin Feng, shouted another person. Lin Feng only saw a person on the ground rise into the air and arrive in front of him before saying, Lin Feng, do you remember me? I was a disciple of the Yunhai sect. I want to return to the Yunhai sect. Return to the Yunhai sect? Lin Feng looked at that person with a mocking grin. That person was Tu Fu, a former disciple of the Yunhai sect. Yes, Lin Feng, I am a member of the Yunhai sect, a fellow disciple, a brother. We were forced to join the holy courtyard of Xueyu in the past. My only wish was to return to the Yunhai sect. Many people on the ground were also shouting similar things. They were calling themselves disciples of the Yunhai sect and standing in a group under Lin Feng. You guys want to return, but we don't want traitors, said Lin Feng in a cold and detached tone. His sword then descended from the sky and then killed Tu Fu and the other disciples. He killed all of them. Since you betrayed it, how dare you call yourself a disciple of the Yunhai sect? A bunch of shameless people, said Lin Feng while remaining expressionless. The massacre was continuing and horrible shrieks were unceasingly filling the air. Blood covered the ground of the holy courtyard of Xueyu. The ground was soaked red. In the air, a silhouette moved without emitting a single sound. However, in a flash, Lin Feng moved too, just like the wind, and arrived in front of the escaping figure, without looking in his direction. Duan Tianlang, you want to leave already? Said Lin Feng indifferently. Duan Tianlang's face turned deathly pale. Lin Feng was toying with him. He was destroying the holy courtyard of Xueyu and forcing him to watch. Duan Tianlang's eyes were cold. He suddenly released his dual spirits, a gigantic pitch-black sealed door spirit and a dazzling sword spirit. However, his sealed door spirit only had 3 doors, meaning his blood spirit was weaker than average. He formed a few symbols with his hand, and Duan Tianlang's sealed doors abruptly moved towards Lin Feng as he shouted, "Seal!" The 3 doors shot towards Lin Feng in an attempt to seal him. That is soul power. Lin Feng could sense the soul power being used. It seemed like the sealed door spirit could attack a person's soul. But for Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang's sealed door spirit seemed weak. "Don't you think it's pointless trying to fight against me?" Lin Feng then released his powerful soul, and millions of surplus souls created a wave which bombarded the sealed doors and destroyed them. Duan Tianlang shook violently and coughed up blood. Indeed, when facing Lin Feng, Duan Tianlang had absolutely no chance. Lin Feng's soul power was monstrous. He could even use his soul to directly attack the sealed doors. Suddenly, Duan Tianlang's gigantic sword spirit also disappeared. He looked sad and desolate. That man, who used to have great ambitions, had grown old. "It seems like I can't escape. I'm going to die," said Duan Tianlang. He had given up. It was useless to try with his strength. He couldn't do anything anymore. Lin Feng didn't say anything. No matter what, Duan Tianlang was going to die. Lin Feng had let him live for such a long time only to let him witness the destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu with his own eyes. Duan Tianlang's eyes twinkled unceasingly. He thought about killing himself, but he still had some hope. Maybe someone would still save him. Maybe a strong cultivator would intervene. In the distance, many silhouettes were flickering as they approached. They could see the bloodbath at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Their eyes were bloodshot. These were the wealthy and noble people with influence in the imperial city. Their children were students at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. But at that moment, Lin Feng was slaughtering them, including their children. A cultivator of the first Xianxia layer rose into the air and arrived in front of Lin Feng and said, "Lin Feng, my clan has some students here at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Couldn't you be lenient and let them off? We will immediately leave." Lin Feng looked at that person and said in an indifferent tone, "Do I know you?" Lin Feng sounded calm, but his message was clear, which stupefied the cultivator. Did Lin Feng know him? What gave him the right to ask Lin Feng such a thing? "Piss off, otherwise I will kill you too," said Lin Feng, which stupefied the cultivator. If that person didn't leave, Lin Feng would kill him as well. "Sigh." The man lowered his head. His eyes were filled with hatred. But he couldn't do anything when facing Lin Feng. He was too weak. "Lin Feng, what the hell? You're too much. Do you know how many of our people are studying here, and you are killing them all?" said another cultivator of the first Xianxia layer while staring at Lin Feng. That person's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. Lin Feng took a step and released his terrifying deadly qi, which enveloped that person's body and caused him to shake. That person was terrified and his face turned deathly pale. That deadly energy was terrifying. When that person sensed that deadly energy, he regretted speaking. He had infuriated Lin Feng. What made him stupid enough to do that? But it was too late for regret. Lin Feng's deadly sword descended from the sky, and the person didn't even have time to react before Lin Feng's deadly sword pierced his head. A fountain of blood immediately burst out from the hole between his brows. That move stupefied the people behind him, who immediately stopped rushing forward. They all forgot what they were going to say a moment before. They didn't dare speak with Lin Feng anymore. Lin Feng wasn't going to argue with them. Only his sword would respond and solve any problems they had. "Let's go back," said another person while turning around and leaving the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Even though they hated him, they didn't dare infuriate him anymore. If they made him angry, nobody would save them, and they didn't want to die. Other people were clenching their fists and groaning angrily. They hated Lin Feng. He was destroying the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and slaughtering their clan's younger generations. But Lin Feng wouldn't even give them a single chance of life. He was going to kill all of them. There was one person who looked particularly glum. That person was wearing blue clothes. It was precisely the strong cultivator whom Lin Feng had met in the past, the one from the Bai clan. In the past, Lin Feng had killed many people from the Bai clan, and that person in blue clothes had gone to the Celestial Academy to kill Lin Feng, but was forced to leave. Now, most of the young cultivators of the Bai clan had left the Celestial Academy and were students of the Holy Courtyard of Xueyu, including his own son. Lin Feng was going to kill them all in the massacre. Let's go and find other people who will fight against him. We can bring some of his enemies, maybe the people from the Yu clan or the Wanshou sect will help. Together we can defeat him. We'll get our revenge, said the cultivator in blue clothes. The others looked particularly glum and slightly nodded in agreement. Indeed, they could find Lin Feng's enemies to help obtain revenge. The cultivator in blue clothes had been talking in a very low voice, so he was sure that Lin Feng hadn't heard him, but he had forgotten the difference in their cultivation levels. Lin Feng's hearing was well developed and his senses were acute. With Lin Feng's cultivation, it was as if the man had shouted it in Lin Feng's ears. Revenge? When? I don't think that you'll have an opportunity, said Lin Feng indifferently, which made that cultivator in blue clothes shiver. Then Lin Feng laughed coldly. If you hadn't come here, I would have never remembered you. The Bai clan is still ridiculous. The middle-aged man in blue clothes was shaking as he turned his head around. He looked at Lin Feng in an evil way. Ba Dao, where are you? Shouted Lin Feng. In a flash, a silhouette with a bronze mask rose into the air. He looked extremely brutal and violent, just like a blade. Ba Dao, you and Mr. Hua, take 1,000 people with you and head to the Bai clan, then exterminate the entire clan, said Lin Feng indifferently. Ba Dao nodded and went to join Mr. Hua. Besides, the people who just agreed to get their revenge looked terrified. Lin Feng was going to exterminate their entire clan. How scary! The Bai clan was doomed. Nothing could save them. The middle-aged man was trembling because he spoke out, and because he had thought that Lin Feng couldn't hear him, he had delivered his clan, the Bai clan, to its death. Lin Feng would annihilate his entire bloodline. He could still remember when he had humiliated and angered Lin Feng in the past. Now Lin Feng was much stronger than in the past, but he was still foolish enough to anger him. I wouldn't have thought that one of my old enemies would be foolish enough to come here and court death, said Lin Feng indifferently. He took a step and flickered in the air. The others around the man in blue clothes immediately backed away. Lin Feng was a grim reaper. They didn't want to infuriate him. If they did, they would soon be in death's embrace. The middle-aged man in blue clothes knew that he couldn't fight against Lin Feng, so he tried to run away. But could he escape? Lin Feng appeared with his deadly sword and immediately killed the man with no effort. Another cultivator of the Xianxia layer was killed for acting foolishly. Lin Feng could easily kill cultivators in the early layers of the Xianxia layer. A single movement was enough. They couldn't dodge his attacks and they couldn't escape. Lin Feng watched the corpse as it fell. He still looked emotionless. In the past, he went to the Celestial Academy to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng hated the Bai clan. He had sworn that he would destroy them in the past. But with time, his hatred for them had been overshadowed and then he had forgotten about them. Lin Feng had a powerful enemy, the Yu clan, so he had forgotten about the Bai clan from his past. But someone from the Bai clan had actually shown up and caused trouble. Did this fool not fear death? The destruction of their clan may even cause the treatment of slaves to improve. The other people left silently. They didn't dare say a word. They didn't want to infuriate Lin Feng. He was slaughtering the younger generation, but they had to accept the humiliation or he might slaughter all the generations of their clan. They had to leave first and plot revenge second. Horrible shrieks still filled the air of the imperial city. Lin Feng looked to the holy courtyard of Xueyu. The sun was brightly illuminating the bright red ground. It looked like a gigantic carpet of blood. Today was the holy courtyard of Xueyu's Judgment Day. Lin Feng had annihilated the Haoyu sect and the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Now he came to exterminate the holy courtyard of Xueyu. By taking revenge, Lin Feng had gained the hatred of a great deal of people. The gradually setting sun gave birth to rosy clouds on the horizon. The imperial city was suddenly invaded by a dreary atmosphere. Duan Tianlang was standing at the top of the cultivation tower. He was still alive. Lin Feng wasn't far from him, but he wasn't even looking at him. He only raised his head and watched the sunset. However, Duan Tianlang understood that his end was approaching. Nobody could save him, Nobody had come to fight against Lin Feng. Duan Tianlang was alone. He had been abandoned. "Do you regret it?" asked Lin Feng indifferently while looking at the rosy clouds. Duan Tianlan remained silent and looked pensive for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "I do regret it, but he who laughs last also laughs the longest. That person won't be you, Lin Feng." Then Lin Feng heard Duan Tianlang laugh. His laugh was both evil and hysterical. However, Lin Feng didn't pay attention to what Duan Tianlang said. He just replied, "You should kill yourself. Kill yourself." Lin Feng was calmly telling a noble from the court of Shuiyu and a member of the Duan clan to kill himself. The glistening light of the setting sun revealed a blood-colored terrain. There was blood dripping from the top of the cultivation tower of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. A corpse slowly fell from the air and crashed into the crimson river below with a loud splash. The sound of the body falling was quiet, but seemed to echo through the desolate silence. After that, nobody would know how Duan Tianlang died. He had acted like a coward until the end and taken his own life to avoid more suffering. The only ones who were witnesses to his death were the Xianxia troops. They were the only ones who would know how Duan Tianlang died. On the ground, the Xianxia troops were all staring at Duan Tianlang's corpse as it fell from the tower. He was their enemy who they hated, and now he was finally dead. Duan Tianlang had killed hundreds of thousands of their brothers to enact his plot. That debt of blood could never be repaid without his death. Duan Tianlang had finally paid the price for his actions. Everybody raised their heads and looked to Lin Feng at the top of the cultivation tower. Lin Feng hadn't disappointed them and did exactly as he promised. Duan Tianlang was dead and they had finally got their revenge. At that moment, there was almost no sound within the holy courtyard of Shuiyu because almost all of its students were dead. Apart from a few who could be hiding away in some dark corners, everyone else was dead, and it wouldn't be long until the ones hiding would be found and killed as well. Under the light of the setting sun, the red armor of the Xianxia troops seemed at home within the sea of blood and corpses. Lin Feng glanced at the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. At that moment, he was at the highest point that overlooked the entire courtyard. Everything was visible to him. "It's over," said Lin Feng in a low voice. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu had been destroyed and Duan Tianlang was already dead. Only the most influential and powerful enemies of his were still alive. The Wanshou sect and the Yu clan, but also the hidden figures who hid in the shadows of the imperial city. Lin Feng had come to the imperial city and hadn't been swayed by his personal feelings. Those hiding in the shadows of the imperial city and those who were in control probably didn't feel at ease with him there. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu was just the first step on his road of revenge. "You have the entire night. Clean everything here and remove all existence of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. This now belongs to the Yunhai sect," said Lin Feng indifferently. His voice echoed into the distance, allowing everybody in the city to hear his words. From that day on, the holy courtyard of Shuiyu would be part of the Yunhai sect. After Lin Feng destroyed the holy courtyard of Shuiyu, he didn't return to the Yunhai mountain chain. Instead, he seized the territory of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu as part of the Yunhai sect. The Yunhai sect had now claimed a territory and become a power within the imperial city. Lin Feng's silhouette flickered as he disappeared. The setting sun slowly turned the sky red, creating a world of red which surrounded the Xianxia troops. The dim light of the night was as desolate and dreary as water. That night was extremely calm. There wasn't a single sound in the imperial city. Its lively and bustling atmosphere of the past had disappeared. The air was cold, dreary, and desolate. Sometimes a gentle breeze would pass through the lonely streets of the city, causing the atmosphere to seem even more desolate. Everybody in the city was aware that Lin Feng had come to the imperial city with his Xianxia troops in the name of the Yunhai sect. They knew that he destroyed the holy courtyard of Shuiyu and everyone remained within their homes that night. The day had been wonderful for some people. They had placed their hopes in Lin Feng and he had kept his promise. Lin Feng had shocked a great deal of people and many had their souls shaken. Lin Feng's strength was incredible and his actions were ruthless. Rumors said that at Duan Tianlang's side, a cultivator of the 6th Xianxia layer appeared to stop Lin Feng with 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer. However, Lin Feng killed the 5 cultivators of the 5th Xianxia layer and caused the cultivator of the 6th Xianxia layer to escape after being gravely wounded. Lin Feng's name had, once again, spread across the entire country of Shuiyu. In the middle of the night, inside a vast and majestic palace in the depths of a mountain. In that palace, there was a person sitting facing a wall in meditation. That person was absolutely motionless, as if he had become a statue. Step, step, step. In the absolutely silent palace, came the sound of silent footsteps approaching, which echoed through the silent palace. The person facing the wall remained absolutely motionless, as if he hadn't heard a sound. A person appeared behind him and stood there, motionless. He didn't say a word and only waited. An eerie silence invaded the palace once again. After what seemed like a long time, the person facing the wall spoke, while remaining motionless. "How come you are here so early?" "Because these days incredible things have happened in Shuiyu. The imperial city is undergoing some important changes," said the one patiently standing. "Remain calm," said the one sitting while facing the wall. His voice resonated in the atmosphere. "Remain calm. No matter what happens, we must always remain calm. We cannot let chaos invade our hearts. Your brother is better than you in this aspect, as you have let the events of the world affect your temperament," said the one sitting. He looked extremely serene and unperturbed. "Calm." After remaining silent for a moment, the one standing repeated the word "calm" and nodded. It was clear that he was agitated. "Tell me, what has happened?" said the one facing the wall. "You already know what happened during the national competition," Yu Meng he appeared. "Now that the great competition is approaching, the members of the Dragon Mountain Empire have arrived with some people from Tianfeng, but Lin Feng killed some of the people from Tianfeng's side. Then, today, he invaded the holy courtyard of Shuiyu with an army and started a massacre." "He invaded the holy courtyard of Shuiyu? That's a good thing for you," said the one sitting and facing the wall. "But it also has some disadvantages." "Indeed, that's very true. The destruction of the holy courtyard of Shuiyu will give him wings. But some conflicts will arise, and I fear that those conflicts will quickly become too intense, and we will be caught unprepared," sighed the one who was standing. Lin Feng had come to the imperial city, which he hadn't anticipated. Lin Feng's actions were outside of his calculations. Nothing can be changed at this point, so just calmly watch as the changes take place. "What you need now is time. Just keep that in mind," said the one sitting and facing the wall. The young man standing nodded. He, of course, knew that he needed time. He knew that better than anyone else. There has been some agitations inside the Yu clan as well. They want to propose a marriage between Yu Tianming and Xianxia. "Xianxia?" said the man after a brief pause. His facial expression had changed for the first time. He then said, "That old man Yu Qingshan is as stubborn as before. Let them know that their proposed union has been refused. Since Xianxia adores Lin Feng, we will only consent to their union." "You're not opposed to their union? That's great," said the young man while smiling. Lin Feng's power of understanding is incredible and terrifying. He's not any weaker than Yu Tianming. He has incredible talent and continues to create his own good fortune. Why would I be opposed to their union?" said the one sitting with a small grin. Yu Tianming and Lin Feng's confrontation would be very interesting. "You came for my consent? Don't worry. Just do what you wish. Shuiyu is yours already. What do you need to worry about? Just go and be audacious. You are very intelligent. Even if your plans fail, I wouldn't say anything. The rest is for the heavens to decide," said the one facing the wall to the young man. The one sitting was confident. He had faith in the young man. He had given him control of Shuiyu. In Shuiyu, very few people knew who reigned over the country. Only those at the very core knew how the country was governed. "I understand, father." The young man slightly bowed in front of his father and then started to back away. He didn't turn around. He retreated while bowing at his father. The palace was huge. When the young man disappeared in the distance, an eerie silence invaded the mysterious palace again. In the early morning, a cold wind swept across the streets of the imperial city. People who were still feeling drowsy would be woken up immediately by the cold breeze. The people who were walking past the holy courtyard of Shui, you soon discovered that it wasn't the holy courtyard anymore. On the huge gate, there was no longer the name Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu anymore. It was now named Yun Hai Sect, which astonished everyone. The Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu had been destroyed and the Yun Hai Sect had replaced its spot within the imperial city. Lin Feng is so aggressive, so bold, sighed the people of the city. Lin Feng had exterminated the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu and had even established the Yun Hai Sect within the imperial city. How aggressive, how powerful, how arrogant. Only an insane person like Lin Feng could do such an extremely audacious move. At that moment, there was no longer any blood to be seen. The grounds had been cleansed thoroughly. All the buildings, the pavilion, the lakes and rivers had been cleansed and they no longer contained any traces of blood. The entire territory seemed as if a torrential rain had swept away all traces of the massacre. The corpses which were scattered across the territory had also disappeared without a trace, as if the massacre was only a dream. Lin Feng had gathered the Xianxia troops and his people from Yangzhou City to thoroughly cleanse any traces of the holy courtyard from existence. In one night, an army of people in the hundreds of thousands had swept the territory clean. The territory had completely changed and it looked much more magnificent than in the past. Such a task wasn't difficult at all with so many people. The Yun Hai sect now had had the power to do it. After that night, apart from a few buildings from the original design, everything had been changed. The entire territory of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu was now under control of the Yun Hai sect. The ancient books, skills and techniques, as well as all of the purity stones and veins of the earth from the former Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu now belonged to the Yun Hai sect. At that moment, outside of the king's imperial palace, there was a myriad of people gathering. Those people were talking and discussing various events. They all looked ice-cold and were extremely upset. Those people were all the wealthy and noble cultivators from the imperial city. They were all queuing outside patiently and many had been there all night. Even though they couldn't enter the palace, they all gathered at the entrance. Besides, those people all had something in common. They were all holding bamboo slips of high quality. All those bamboo slips had the same content and purpose, even if the words used weren't identical. They were all regarding Lin Feng, who had forced his way into the imperial city without giving face to the imperial clan, including a list of all of Lin Feng's crimes. All of those bamboo slips were written using blood, to show the extremity of the contents. At that moment, inside of the palace, a group of people moved towards the huge gate. Finally, they arrived at the front of the crowd before coming to a stop. Everybody looked agitated and tense. Everyone had come to make a request. They wanted Lin Feng to be sentenced to death. A silhouette walked out from the group to the front of the crowd and said, "Give us what you want to report, and we will report the details contained to the monarch." The crowd nodded and handed their bamboo slips. Those people who arrived from inside the palace were in charge of transmitting messages between the people of the city and the monarch. Outside of the palace, those who had come from the interior of the palace were smiling and collecting the bamboo slips. Those people outside of the palace had lots of power in the monarchy, and they had sent their younger generations to cultivate at the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu. But Lin Feng had slaughtered them, therefore they wanted Lin Feng to die. A person came out of the palace and said to the messengers, "Do not waste time, hurry and take their messages to the monarch." Then all the messengers quickly grabbed all of the bamboo slips and immediately went back into the monarch's palace. When the crowd saw that their bamboo slips were being taken inside the monarch's palace, their eyes started twinkling with cold lights. They all looked nervous and apprehensive. Lin Feng had brought his army into the imperial city. Would the monarch be infuriated by Lin Feng's actions? Lin Feng was definitely going to die. So many people had come together to request his death. 1,000 people had brought bamboo slips and used their own blood as ink. All those messages condemned Lin Feng's behavior. "I wouldn't have thought that you would personally come here, Minister Du Gu," said a person wearing blue silken clothes to an old man who had a dignified presence. Sharp lights were flashing in the old man's eyes and he said, "If Lin Feng doesn't get the death sentence, I don't know what I'm going to do." "Haha, I feel the same. Minister Du Gu shouldn't be worried. That fool is so aggressive and arrogant. It's incredible. This time, he charged into the imperial city with his army and showed no respect for the law. He even massacred the innocent students of the holy courtyard of Shui. The monarch will never forgive him. He will definitely sentence him to death," said the middle-aged man in blue clothes while smiling, to which the man from the Dugu clan nodded. Everyone was hoping that would be the result. Lin Feng deserved to die for his crimes. If Lin Feng didn't die, they could never feel at ease again. Everybody was calmly waiting outside the palace. They were impatient to know when Lin Feng's execution would take place. They were just looking at the gigantic palace and waiting impatiently for the verdict. Even though the monarch rarely showed himself, each time he did, it was incredible, and the people would always gasp with admiration when in his presence. They were convinced that this time, the monarch would agree with their request. Some time elapsed. Even though it was only a short time, the crowd outside felt like they had been waiting for an eternity. Finally, a person holding a golden parchment flew out of the monarch's palace and immediately landed in front of the crowd. The old man from the Dugu clan took a step forwards and waved his hand. In a flash, the golden parchment flew into his hand. Itching to get on with it, the old man immediately opened the golden parchment and suddenly looked astonished. "Minister Dugu, what does it say?" asked someone, moving closer to him in anticipation. "Yes, is Lin Feng sentenced to death?" The crowd was breathing faster and grew excited. Many people were gathering around the old man of the Dugu clan. He then handed the parchment over to them, and they only saw a few words written. They were all stunned when they read the message. They couldn't believe it their eyes. They blinked a few times, but those words written with delicate calligraphy never changed. On the golden parchment, there were 4 words: "Lin Feng is innocent." Lin Feng was innocent? How was that possible? How could Lin Feng be innocent? He had charged into the imperial city with an army that made him a rebel, a traitor. Duan Tianlang was a noble of the imperial clan, had a very high status. Lin Feng was only a marquis, but Duan Tianlan must have been killed by Lin Feng. That was his second crime. For that alone, Lin Feng should be sentenced to death. Duan Tianlang created the holy courtyard of Shui Yu, and younger clan members of those wealthy and noble cultivators were all students of his. But Lin Feng wiped the holy courtyard of Shui Yu from existence. He had slaughtered all its members who were innocent. That was Lin Feng's third crime. But Lin Feng was innocent? Many people's chests were pounding violently. They were infuriated. However, the monarch didn't see it that way. The old man of the Dugu clan turned around and said, "Sorry for causing trouble, but I want to see the monarch." "Yes, so do I." Many people were saying that they wanted to see the monarch. How could he say that Lin Feng was innocent? Denied. The monarch already knows what you all want to say. He told me to tell you that Lin Feng is the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. He came to the imperial city under that status. His army are all members of the Yunhai sect and were granted entry as individual cultivators. They are deemed sect members and not an army, so they don't count as armed rebels. All of the sect members were granted access into the imperial city by the guards, so it is not a crime. Duan Tianlang destroyed the Yunhai sect, and Lin Feng witnessed the destruction of his sect. Now he enacted his revenge as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect. This it is not a crime, it is personal revenge which is justified by our law. Lin Feng and Duan Tianlang's social status have nothing to do with a blood feud between sections. As far as the students of the Holy Courtyard are concerned, they decided to join the Holy Courtyard of Shui Yu and thus entered knowingly into the blood feud. Lin Feng killed them because they were members of the Holy Courtyard of Shui Yu and were thus his enemies. He did not massacre the innocent. The destruction of the Holy Courtyard of Shui Yu and the revival of the Yunhai sect is justified. Lin Feng has not committed any crimes and had only settled a blood feud between the two parties. Lin Feng is therefore innocent, said the messenger of the king slowly while denying all the crimes which Lin Feng was accused of. Everybody was stunned and didn't know what to say in response. Lin Feng was innocent. Many people couldn't bear it. They were not willing to accept that verdict. Of course, Lin Feng's actions were justified as he was getting revenge. You are all justified by the law to go and confront Lin Feng to enact your revenge. Nobody will try to stop you, said the messenger indifferently. They were permitted to go and get their revenge personally. Those were the laws if this city of cultivators, but everybody waiting outside pulled a long face. Would they dare to go and personally seek out Lin Feng for their revenge? At that moment, Lin Feng obviously didn't know what was happening within the imperial palace. At the Yunhai sect, within the former territory of the Holy Courtyard, there were 7 places where silhouettes were flickering and moving. They seemed like they were destroying the buildings. On the ground, there was a thick qi which filled the air. Mr. Qi and Mr. Hua were standing at one of those 7 places. They were looking at the flickering silhouettes. Mr. Qi smiled and said, "Hua, old fellow, what does Lin Feng plan on doing? What kind of formation? Why is everybody so agitated?" The great formations are the illusion of the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams prison, and the 9 palaces gathering. Therefore, Lin Feng must be using these 7 locations to form the illusion of the 7 stars. I think he wants to create an illusion formation around the sect, replied Mr. Hua. Formations which required less than 5 components were not that difficult. It became more difficult as the number of components in a formation increased, but they were also more powerful. The 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, the 9 palaces were legendary. Those deadly formations and illusions used vast amounts of pure qi to enhance their power. These formations were unimaginable. In the end, they could even form pure qi palaces. Of course, this was only a rumor, nothing more. It wasn't an absolute truth. At the same time, it was true that extremely powerful formations could use pure qi to enhance the formation's power, like the 9 palaces formation which could be used to imprison and kill people. However, the most important thing was always the foundation of a formation. Besides, the extremely powerful formations were not limited to the 7 stars, 8 trigrams and 9 palaces. Some even more complex formations consisted of creating multiple formations as the components of a larger formation. The 7 stars, 8 trigrams and 9 palaces were just the commonly known legendary formations and illusions, but they still had incredible power. Besides, combining several formations together would cause the power of the formations to become even more terrifying. Of course, acquiring the knowledge required to create those types of formations was extremely difficult, and then the degree of creating them was otherworldly. In the continent of the 9 clouds, people would rarely provoke an extremely strong formation master. They were able to create a formation to easily kill an army of millions in a flash, leaving only destruction in their wake. Those days, even though Lin Feng was able to create formations, he was far from being close to a formation master. He was just trying to understand how they worked and found out that he was able to learn them with astonishing speed. With the help of the 36 women who were quite proficient with creating formations and spells, there was already a thick mist and fog around the Yunhai sect. The entire area was surrounded by an illusionary mist. Formations are incredibly mysterious. They are not any inferior to alchemy, sighed Mr. Hua while looking at the mist constantly rising into the air. Skills and techniques belong to cultivation, pills belong to alchemy, while spells and formations also belong to their own fields of expertise. It was an incredibly mysterious and profound field. Outsiders would never understand how it worked. That's obvious. The continent of the 9 clouds is so vast and boundless that we don't even know how big its size is. We have never been outside of Xueyu, so we are considered short-sighted. We have read books written by extremely powerful alchemists, but those people never stopped in their cultivation. Monstrously strong alchemists are worshipped and revered by the people. People would prostrate themselves before such illustrious and eminent people. Extremely strong formation masters can create unimaginable destruction and deserve the people's reverence. Of course, no matter if we're talking about alchemy or formations, they are all based on personal cultivation. That's the basic principle, said Mr. Qi while sighing, expressing his own opinion. Mr. Hua had a deep and meaningful expression in his eyes and nodded. Those who don't work hard, whether it be cultivation, formations, or alchemy, they will never succeed. Besides, they could be killed at any time by stronger cultivators. A person's cultivation is the basic foundation of strength in the world. You old men are in a good mood, I see. Someone interrupted them at that moment while laughing. It came from behind the 2 old men. They were surprised. They turned around and saw Lin Feng, who was laughing from behind them. They were shocked and then smiled wryly. "Lin Feng, you are already strong enough to kill us at any time," said Mr. Hua while shaking his head. Lin Feng walked towards them while blocking his ears. He just acted as if he hadn't heard anything. If Lin Feng had wanted to kill them, they would be dead already. Lin Feng's cultivation was incredible, and they could see the small changes in him. For example, Lin Feng's qi wasn't leaking out from his body, and when he walked, he didn't emit a single sound. "It's just that you weren't paying attention," said Lin Feng, denying that the two old men had any weaknesses. He then said, "A moment ago you were talking about the continent of the 9 clouds, that it was founded on personal cultivation. I definitely agree with you. Only when you are strong can you reach the heavens and annihilate everything in your way. However, since everybody knows that cultivation is the key to everything, why do so many people practice alchemy, formations, and other unorthodox skills? Lin Feng, you have to understand that not everybody is as gifted as you in cultivation. Many people, when they practice cultivation, find themselves stuck at a bottleneck and can't break through to the next layer. And practicing cultivation fanatically like a madman doesn't always lead to success either. If their temperament or their power of understanding is not sufficient, then they can't improve their cultivation to the next level. Then their cultivation level reaches a limit which can't progress anymore. Maybe if you practice a few unorthodox things in the future, then you will come to understand their benefits. At some point, you may reach your limit and be unable to break through with your cultivation. Besides, you cannot say that alchemy and formations are useless. They are both extremely powerful. Someone who can concoct Shen pills of average quality can help people at the Shen Qi layer with their cultivation, and in that case, not only is the alchemist helping them, but they can also receive favors and payment in exchange. Besides, alchemists can also use the pills on themselves to benefit their own cultivation, so why not study it? Lin Feng understood and nodded. In fact, that really was the case. Lin Feng had also thought about these things. He had just asked their opinion because he was asking himself these questions. He was realizing that on the path of cultivation, of alchemy or formations, he was always extremely talented. The problem was that it was also making him feel hesitant on how he should proceed. What should he do to make the most of his potential? How could he maximize the benefits of his potential? Lin Feng, I know what you're thinking, but I want to tell you something. On the path of alchemy or formations, you are very talented and you must avoid wasting your talent. Maybe someday, you will realize that everything you study will lead to unimagined results. Yes, personal cultivation will allow you to reach the heavens, but it doesn't mean that you are omnipotent. Imagine if you weren't here and somebody was threatening your sweetheart, your friends, or your family. What could you do? However, if you were a brilliant alchemist who strengthened them with your pills, or created incredible formations, they could protect themselves without you. Even if you weren't there, you would still be able to indirectly protect them from harm. Said Mr. Hua. He knew exactly how Lin Feng felt. He then added, "Of course, Lin Feng, that's only my opinion. The most important thing is for you to listen to your heart." Lin Feng smiled in a warm and gentle way, and nodded at Mr. Hua before saying, "I understand, Mr. Hua. That's the most important thing then. You don't need me to tell you anything. Make your own decisions. You wouldn't have created such a gigantic illusion formation around the Yunhai sect if you didn't trust your own instincts. There wouldn't have been any need for us to waste so much energy and so many resources to create it otherwise," said Mr. Hua, which made a smile appear on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. The former territory of the Holy Courtyard was extremely vast. Lin Feng had indeed used lots of energy to create that gigantic formation. When creating that gigantic formation, he had even used a huge quantity of purity stones, which he had picked from the vein of the earth at Mount Sword. 3 days later, many people were walking past the former territory of the Holy Courtyard of Shuiyu, which was now the Yunhai sect. It looked the same as before, but many people noticed that the Yunhai sect had become slightly strange. They felt like they were hallucinating. The Yunhai sect seemed to be surrounded by a mist if you looked closely. However, when looking again, everything seemed normal. How strange, thought many people. It seemed like the Yunhai sect was different than before. However, at that moment, a silhouette appeared from within the Yunhai sect who suddenly jumped into the air. It was a very young man who moved with incredible speed. Besides, there was a ferocious beast closely following behind the young man. The crowd was astonished when they saw them. It must be Lin Feng. When the crowd saw him, they frowned and were shocked. That was Lin Feng. They only saw Lin Feng suddenly appear and jump into the air as his winged tiger flew under him in a flash. Lin Feng landed on the back of the beast and then they flew into the distance. Lin Feng looked like a celestial being. He seemed so carefree and wild. Lin Feng flew freely through the clouds on the back of the winged tiger. When the winged tiger beat its wings, it would travel across a huge distance in the blink of an eye. It was shockingly fast. They were heading towards the Yunhai mountain chain. The Yunhai mountain chain was quite far from the imperial city, but with the speed of the winged tiger, it would only take them a day. The winged tiger continued to fly through the sky until eventually it flew down through the clouds and arrived above a precipice. It then crossed a layer of fog and continued descending. Lin Feng could see the 8 drums on the precipice of Zhanggu, which reminded him of his time within the sect. "Follow the precipice for about 1,000 meters," whispered Lin Feng. Protector Bei had once led him there. He then slowly flew down and arrived 1,000 meters under the precipice of Zhanggu. Lin Feng arrived several thousand meters below the precipice in the valley and struck the cliff 3 times. A rumbling sound emerged and an opening was revealed. That was precisely the place where Lin Feng had escaped the massacre with Protector Bei. The winged tiger was surprised and its eyes were twinkling unceasingly. That cliff surprisingly had a hidden cave with secrets inside. "Let's go in," said Lin Feng in a low voice to the winged tiger, which spread its wings and immediately entered into the cave. It contained the qi of an ancient temple which was hidden since ancient times. There were some paintings and sculptures of phoenixes and dragons. There were gigantic pillars with carvings of ancient beasts. It had a very mysterious aura. The winged tiger roared while looking towards a wall. Lin Feng looked at what the winged tiger had seen and was suddenly astonished. There was a painting of an ancient ferocious beast, and it was a winged tiger. The winged tiger in the painting had greenish wings which blotted out the sky. Its ancient ferocious qi seemed terrifying, and its fur was like thorns all over its body which looked terrifying. It seemed like only brushing its fur would cost you an arm. That is an authentic ancient ferocious beast. It looks dignified, majestic, and incredibly violent, thought Lin Feng. Even though his own winged tiger was incredible, it was far from being as majestic and as powerful as the winged tiger in the painting. All the ferocious beasts in the paintings here are incredibly powerful. That winged tiger in the picture seemed dignified and majestic. The ones who built that temple must have been incredibly strong, thought Lin Feng while looking at the paintings of the various beasts. If the one who built that temple had never seen those ferocious beasts, he would have never captured their aura and qi so well. Each painting looked like it was an actual beast. Lin Feng walked through the temple and saw the lamps which seemed like they could never be extinguished. He felt a strange feeling from within himself. He was really wondering who could have built such a mysterious temple. Could it have been built by a cultivator of the Zun Qi layer, just like the one who had built the Forbidden Palace of the Z government? This might be his tomb, just like in the Z government, a place where a Zun cultivator had gone to die. But that was just Lin Feng's thoughts, and it only crossed his mind for a second. He immediately walked towards a green door, which was the same one he wasn't able to open when he was last here. His winged tiger remained by his side. That door made from carved jade was gigantic and still seemed extremely solid. Lin Feng had come to the Yunhai mountain chain to see if he had the power required to open the door. If he managed to open it, maybe he would discover some incredible secrets and gain access to some ancient knowledge. That ancient temple was a secret. There was probably a reason for that. "Xianxia, try to open that door by attacking it," said Lin Feng to his winged tiger. At that moment, even though the winged tiger was only a level 2 Shen beast, its body was already extremely strong and its physical power was incredible. If it used its full strength to attack the door, maybe it would work. "Roarr." The winged tiger roared and started to gather momentum. It was slowly moving backwards as it prepared to leap. Its 2 gigantic eyes looked ice-cold. It was staring the door made from jade. "Roar!" The winged tiger roared furiously. It started beating its wings. It flickered and dashed against the door with all of its power. Boom, boom, boom. A heavy sound filled the air and resonated throughout the temple. It was unceasing, but the door didn't move, just like a mountain. The door wasn't even shaking. The winged tiger beat its wings again and moved back. Its claws were scratching the ground as it tried to gather more speed. Its two ferocious-looking eyes were still fiercely staring at the door. It didn't want to give up. Xianxia is just as stubborn as a human. Xian-level beasts had the intelligence of a young adult. When they reached the Tian level, there was no longer a difference between them and humans in terms of intelligence, thought Lin Feng when he saw how stubborn the winged tiger was. The winged tiger dashed against the door once again. It significantly increased its speed and attacked with even more brutality. Bzzzzzzzzz. A buzzing sound resonated through the entire temple, and the shock was so intense that the winged tiger bounced away from the door and rolled across the ground. There was blood on the tiger's forehead where it attacked the door with all of its momentum, and the door attacked back. It seemed like that door had counterattacked. The more violent the attack, the more brutal the counterattack. However, the winged tiger still couldn't open that door. The winged tiger crawled up from the ground and roared again. It didn't feel like giving up and didn't care about the injury. "Let me try," said Lin Feng. The winged tiger turned its head and looked at Lin Feng. It then nodded reluctantly and moved aside. It wanted to know if Lin Feng would be able to break the annoying door. Lin Feng stared at that gigantic door and took a deep breath. Since he had dealt with all the things in the Imperial City, he felt much more relaxed and his mind was more peaceful. He had come to the temple alone on purpose. He didn't want anyone else to know about the temple's existence. After all, back then, Protector Bei told him that even Nan Gongling didn't know about the temple. Only the protectors of the sect knew of its existence. If he managed to open that door and go inside, there was no telling what he might find. If he failed this time, he would just return after he became stronger. He abruptly released his pure qi, which created a storm in the air. His robes were fluttering with the wind of pure qi. He then raised his fist and bombarded the atmosphere. A herghe, bawled Lin Feng, heart and soul. He then threw himself at the door. Boom! A buzzing sound spread in the air. Lin Feng's fist abruptly stopped against the door, and an extreme strength spread through his fist and into the rest of his body, which caused him to bounce back. "It seems like there is a hidden strength," said Lin Feng in a low voice. He then gathered momentum again and moved like the wind. He punched the door again with even more strength than a moment before. Bzzzzzzzzz. An even more powerful counterattack invaded Lin Feng's fist and arm at that moment. His skin was torn and his flesh was revealed. It was extremely painful. The more strength he put into his attack, the more powerful the counterattacks were. If he couldn't break the door, then he would only harm himself. Besides, Lin Feng couldn't clearly perceive the secret strength behind that door. It would penetrate his body and send him flying backwards. If I put more strength into it, the counterattacks are stronger, thought Lin Feng while staring at that door. It seemed like he understood something special, but at the same time he hadn't grasped the secret. What kind of feeling is that? Lin Feng had a very intriguing feeling. At the moment when he understood something, he also felt even more lost. I will try again, thought Lin Feng. Without wasting time, he bombarded the door once again with his fist. Useless. It was useless again. This time, Lin Feng couldn't stand the pain caused by the counterattack. It even contained deadly energy. Deadly energy? Lin Feng was stupefied. He had suddenly thought of something. So that's how it is, thought Lin Feng while smiling. Each time he attacked, the counterattack was more powerful than his own attack. The counterattack contained a powerful deadly energy which was invisible. What if he attacked the door as if it was a person? If Lin Feng attacked the door while releasing his deadly energy, he could avoid being counterattacked by using his own deadly energy to fight against the energy released from the door. That deadly energy was hidden. He couldn't see it, and it was extremely powerful. When Lin Feng finally had a plan, he stared at the door with a twinkle in his eyes. He quickly rushed forward again. Boom! He attacked the door again with all his power and his terrifying deadly energy. The door was about to counterattack again with its own deadly energy. But at that moment, Lin Feng raised a condensed sword filled with powerful sword intent. The deadly energy coming from the door was immediately destroyed by Lin Feng's deadly energy. His terrifying deadly energy then crashed into the door. Kacha! A subtle sound filled the air. Lin Feng moved back in a flash and pulled his deadly energy back with him. But Lin Feng didn't stop. He rushed at the door again and started attacking. After a few times, he moved back and looked at the door with a smile. There were a few cracks across the door. Even though the door hadn't been broken, it would soon crumble with the accumulated damage. Kacha! Another attack landed on the door. Lin Feng continuously bombarded the door. There were more and more cracks appearing on the door. It looked like it was on the verge of collapsing. One more attack should be enough, thought Lin Feng with a smirk on the corner of his mouth. He gathered speed again, and a strong whistling wind emerged from his hand again as he rushed through the air. "Break!" shouted Lin Feng extremely loud and bombarded the door with his fist again. At that moment, there was no rumble or buzzing, only a cracking sound. The door was broken and crumbled into powder. The door was finally broken. Lin Feng would finally be able to explore what was behind the door. There was an ancient path, a passageway. It was so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. The air was filled with a mysterious and mystical qi. It wasn't exactly what Lin Feng had imagined. He had thought that when the door collapsed, he would see a mountain of incredible treasures and skills, but instead, there was nothing more than just a long, narrow passageway which seemed endless. Nobody knew where that passageway led to. Nobody knew how deep it was either. Lin Feng was irresolute. He was still in the temple and had finally broken the door, but after seeing that it was just a passageway, he thought, was there any point in continuing? I can't. I made such great efforts to break that door. I have to see what's inside, thought Lin Feng with a sharp light in his eyes. That passageway seems so deep and mysterious, but since I took great efforts to break the door, if I just leave, it would be such a pity. I would have done all of this for nothing, thought Lin Feng while taking a step forwards. He immediately entered the passageway. It could be dangerous, but it could also provide him with incredible opportunities. He just had to be vigilant. Lin Feng entered the passage and suddenly felt a marvelous yet strange sensation. He was all alone in the passageway. There was no one else in sight and the surroundings had changed. Lin Feng turned his head, but couldn't see the temple where he entered from. It was as if he had stepped into a completely different world. He was all alone. It's an illusion. Lin Feng was stupefied. That was an illusion. Besides, the illusion was extremely mysterious. In a flash, his surroundings had changed. SSSSSS. A sharp whistling sound emerged in the air. Lin Feng was shocked. He then moved aside and a light passed by his body. He could feel that his cheeks were burning. Apart from an illusion, there is also a killing formation? Lin Feng was stunned. How dangerous! He couldn't believe his eyes. The passage contained an illusion and a killing formation. Was he going to be killed? Lin Feng didn't dare underestimate the killing potential of being trapped in an illusion. Last time, in the 9 Palace Dragon formation, even though it was only an illusion, the people inside were killed and their bodies were thrown out of the illusion. They had died while being trapped inside. The killing potential of an illusion wasn't to be taken lightly. He could die. SSSSS. SSSS. 2 whistling sounds filled the air and were clearly detected by Lin Feng. Lin Feng was calmly standing still. He could sense the wind around his body. Immediately after, he moved his hand and pierced through the atmosphere, destroying the 2 incoming attacks. He was being attacked with arrows. Lin Feng had broken those 2 arrows with his hand and they immediately fell to the ground for him to see. Whoosh! Other sounds emerged. Lin Feng moved like the wind and dodged. A blade shot past which illuminated the entire atmosphere. What a terrifying place, thought Lin Feng. He was astonished. On that road, the attacks were unceasing. He could die at any moment. Lin Feng was wondering what was the purpose of the passageway. Was it made to kill people? If it had only been made to kill people, why did they have to make it seem so mysterious? Lin Feng didn't believe that the ancient temple was made as a joke to lure people in. His eyes twinkled and he kept walking forwards. He was more and more determined to find the mystery that was being so harshly protected. He wasn't hesitant anymore. Whoosh! SSSSSSS. Whistling sounds continued to fill the air. Arrows and blades appeared from every direction and attacked in Lin Feng's direction. They were even more terrifying than those from the previous attacks. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. He then released his pure qi in every direction, which was as sharp as a sword. The arrows immediately broke under the qi and they could no longer reach Lin Feng. Phew! Lin Feng took a deep breath and glanced at the path. He was stupefied. Suddenly, something appeared in his mind. What a mysterious illusion! Something as towering and lofty as a mountain appeared in his mind. It was a black statue which was the size of a mountain. It seemed like nothing could attack that powerful statue. What's going on? Lin Feng's heart was pounding violently. That statue flickered. It appeared in his mind for a brief moment and then disappeared again straight after. But in that statue, Lin Feng had detected a trace of intent. Lin Feng was trying to see the statue in his mind. He was not giving up. Intent, whispered Lin Feng. After the earth fusion, there was intent. That intangible statue from before seemed like it had its own intent. Lin Feng closed his eyes and used his heart to sense his surroundings, to sense the mysteries of that ancient passageway. The whistling wind was caressing his body. Lin Feng started moving like the wind and suddenly felt an incredible sensation. He was trying his best to understand the mysteries. The statue appeared again and a mysterious yet mystical pattern appeared on his body. The statue looked like a statue of a wrathful Buddha, which had been there since ancient times, as if it was immortal and indestructible. Besides, Lin Feng had another sensation. He could clearly sense the veins of the statue. They were incredible. He could sense all the veins connecting each molecule of the statue together. What's that? Is it a skill? Thought Lin Feng, whose heart was palpitating. Could that statue use a skill? Did that statue want him to understand a skill? But the skill wasn't in a book. It was written nowhere. Nobody was telling him how it was performed. Lin Feng was only able to sense the veins within the statue. It was extremely mysterious. It was unimaginable. Lin Feng was shocked beyond words. But with his intuition, he could sense the mysteries flowing in those veins. He could tell that it was an extremely powerful skill.